Hello everyone, welcome back to another late night stream. I may have messed up my sleep schedule staying up last night. And so we are up, we are around, we are ready to get a little bit of climbing going. So during my downtime today, after waking up, I was playing around with the idea of a different style of Scream deck. Something that uses just a couple of the light pieces, so like Polaris, Stegron, Arrow, into that movement package, but using a lot of other control levers like Storm, Miss Marvel, Alioth, to be able to lock down and win games that you otherwise wouldn't be able to. And so I was going to sit down to look at recording for a deck spotlight. I figured I'd go ahead and go live so that I could interact with you guys while we do it. But let's go ahead and select it, and I'll go through the deck overview real fast and run through the cards that we have. So let's slide. And then Captain Pixie or Pixel, welcome in on the Twitch side. Hopefully you're having a fantastic night so far. I'm glad that you're jumping in and joining us. So for the cards that we have the kind of cheap end of it. So the Nebula Kingpin. Kingpin is going to work great with the Scream and the kind of pseudo move disrupt style of cards. We have the Scream, which is going to be fantastic at scaling with a couple of these pieces. You don't really need to hit her every single turn. Just a couple of turns can make her a dominant force in a lane. We have the White Widow, which is a little bit of clutter, which can be fantastic at stopping them from having the room to do the things that they need. Jeff is going to be that mobile resource for us. We have Storm to lock down a lane. A lot of decks, like the bounce decks, really rely on having a lot of board space to utilize. With Storm, we can lock down one of the lanes. Typically, we can win it with like a Nebula into like a Miss Marvel later. We have the Polaris to pull their cards around. We have the Stegron Arrow. Miss Marvel is fantastic value at reaching those harder to reach locations and giving just that little bit of extra bump. We have the Alioth, which right now against like the Hela matchup or a lot of decks use that last turn, like big body or just drop a lot of cards. Alioth can be so dominant right now. And then we have Magneto. There's a couple of times where we either need a big body. Sometimes we'll move a couple of their 3 and 4 cost cards like out of the Storm lane to make sure that we can have room or be able to win the other ones. And then for you guys that are jumping in, we have Zook said, "Woo, I get to go to sleep to the sweet voice of my favorite streamer." Thank you for being here, Zook. Hopefully you're having a fantastic night. And then CX, you said, "Hey TLSG, you've always been my comfort streamer. You're my go-to for Marvel Snap content. Hope your day has been great." Thank you so much, KX. I got a good long nap in. And then I realized that I've messed up my sleep schedule a little bit. And then Greedy Mac, Zombie Lemon, welcome in. Krispy Kreme, isn't it like 12 a.m. your time? Yes, it is. So everyone at my house just now went to sleep, and I am wide awake. So I was going to come up here and record for a deck spotlight for tomorrow morning anyways. And so I figured I might as well launch into a live stream to interact with a few of you guys while I record those games. And so you're streaming 2 times per day now. So Gallagher Gal, I didn't stream. No, I did for the first day of drops, but typically no. Typically it would only be like one day. Zombie Lemon, who needs to sleep? Exactly. Pink Grapefruit back for another late night. We are. And then Leo, welcome in. I had just fought this deck using the Sarah deck and crushed them. Wait, the one that I'm playing? Wait, you were using the Sarah Onslaught dump deck? Because this one should be able to deal with that one really, really well. So Storm to take away the limbo location, or if not, being able to do like the displacement for like their Sarah into Onslaught with the Stegron Arrow sort of cards. And then finally with the Alioth to stop like the Hit Monkey, to stop the Sage. And so it should do well into that one typically. And then Brandizzle, he's awake. Yeah, we got a good long sleep in. And then Don Jano said, "Hey, greetings from Chile." Welcome in, Don. Hopefully you're having a great one. On the YouTube side, Drew said, "Any advice for a newer player who keeps running against opponents with a greatly larger card collection?" It's gonna be tough, especially if you're post infinite. It's finding a deck that can work into those can be tough. But just try not to get discouraged, because there's some decks that just have a deep collection, a deep pocket. Try to learn what those common like play lines or cards or combos are, and then you can better like snap into or retreat away from those whenever they happen. And then Eaton said, "What is that Miss Marvel on the thumbnail?" I don't know. I do kind of wish we had it unlocked, but oh no, this one? Are you talking about this one? I've gotten a lot of grief about our Miss Marvel. It's the old lady Miss Marvel. But a quick set of ads are going to run before we jump into our first game, and then we'll start looking at getting the games going and the games flowing. I've been doing pretty decently. I've gained probably 40 or 50 SP while I was just kind of testing it, but they weren't on the computer, so I don't have any stats on it. But have been doing pretty well with it. We're gonna run to the quick set of ads to disable pre-rolls, and then we'll be right back and go into the gameplay. They use Storm early, free limbo for me. Yeah, using Storm early can hurt. If that happens, then I typically go for that like backup line of trying to disconnect their Sarah and their Onslaught. If I can do that, usually it's an easier win. But get it. How is Scream? Scream for me, I really enjoy Scream, but a lot of her cards or the packages go like super all in onto the movement piece, and so if you don't draw Scream, then it kind of becomes a problem. This version looks to do more so like mid-range version for her. So we're just controlling. So like if we can get Storm and Nebula, we can win that lane. And then Scream, Kingpin are just kind of a bonus. Is she worth 6,000? I'd say she's very, very close to being really strong. But it's like she's just missing one or two key pieces or interactions. So I'd say right now, probably not worth the 6,000 tokens. I was kind of enjoying the Venom card back, so we're going to go with that. We're going to rock that a little bit longer. Have you seen Clog Scream? I ran a little bit of Clog Scream yesterday. Like yesterday, whenever I did my overnight stream, I did run Scream Clog a little bit. It's probably different than his version, but similar ideas. All right, let's go ahead and jump over into a couple of games. Get them rolling. Is it the community hasn't figured out the right combo, or the card hasn't been released? I think it's probably closer to the card hasn't been released like that. It's just, it feels like very, very close, but the move disrupt cards are typically very like mid if you go all in on them. So like the Kraven, the Kingpin. And so you need to find a way to make them work together. So maybe it's like that half combo. So similar to like the Clog, similar to the Control, I think is kind of what it is. All right, so first up we have Dopest Body, and then Fast Straight. Thank you so much for the Prime resub for the second month. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So I almost think we keep Space Throne, and if we can get them to play a card or like push a card over into it, maybe we don't keep Space Throne. I guess we could Storm Bifrost so that our Nebula doesn't push over. It's probably fine. Because I want to leave a room for us to position an Alioth against their Hela. Because that can just be the make or break potential for winning that lane. I think I'm just going to go Scream here. Depending on where they play. We could like push a card with Stegron. Maybe we pull a card with Polaris. I haven't played anything. Just the Black Cat getting discarded. Okay. If we get Alioth, then we should just be able to win the game. Now that you're going full timer, you're getting a TLSG HUD. So a HUD, like a sign, or just like something that's on the screen. I'd like to get something on the screen at some point for sure. All right, so I think so right now, do they have anything bigger than 12 that's been discarded? No, it'd be tied for 12. I think we go Magneto. Shoot or shot. All right. We do grab the retreat. The Hela matchup gets a little bit tricky. You have to rely on a couple of like ways to either like clutter one of their lanes so that you can have a better shot at the Goliath, or just kind of storm one lane, and then you can kind of consolidate them into the remaining two. Binks play. Binks, are you still streaming or did you end your stream? You said bro would go Magneto. Yeah, we got to go Magneto. With this version, since we're leaning more into like the control piece, I feel like in the all-in move where you're running like Raven, the Kingpin, and just like Spider-Man, all of the anti-move pieces, Magneto is probably cope. In this one, since we're looking to like win a storm lane, clutter them up in another, sometimes Magneto is just that disrupt that we need. He's having a drinking stream and saying you keep emoting him. I mean, he started some beef with me first. I don't want to get into it on stream, but he's been starting some beef for a long time. Hellcow single-handedly gave Hela a comeback. Yeah, unfortunately, a big comeback too. You haven't. Thanks. You're still alive. What are you doing over in my stream? I appreciate the support. But Binks popped in and would go Magneto, and he's live. Crazy, man. The guys be beefing. He's being a menace. He absolutely is. He was nonstop Miss Marvel emoting me yesterday. I did it one time to get back, and that's when he took it out of context. I really love Scream because it gave me a change to make deck with Bayro. Yeah. Binks just being Binks. Yeah, exactly. Next up we have Follow Christ. I think it's probably Christ. The first location is Atlantis. We do have our White Widow to clutter them up a little bit. Let's go Jeff first. Because I want to save typically White Widow for if they've played a couple of cards in a lane so that we can really start potentially blocking the remaining spaces that they have. I want a lot of keys, but luck isn't on my side. Yeah, me neither. And so killing is actually pretty decent for us here. I'm gonna go ahead and play Kingpin over into the right. You're the most wholesome streamer. Binks is the silliest. Binks is he called me a piece earlier, and I haven't recovered since. Was there some beef between Binks and TLSG? No, I try not to bring it into the stream. There was a little bit of beef, yeah. I think I'm just gonna go with the Stegron to the right. We can always like support it a little bit further with okay. The Legion does allow them to open back up. I'm gonna say we could reach into it a little bit further with Miss Marvel. See if we can cap them out in the right lane. We're gonna rip their Legion over. It should be enough to win that one. I didn't even do the math. I just assumed it would be. So the White Tiger, the Quinjet. We just need to win one more. But we have a 2 cost over here. We're not going to be able to... Unless they don't have anything big here. This probably doesn't work. Because we can't get anything major down. Thinks is a little sassy. He is for sure. Scream players. Yeah, it's Scream players, but they had the lane filled. How big? Oh, yeah, Mockingbird. Mockingbird is too much. Captain Kerr, thank you so much for the raid. Hopefully you had a fantastic stream. Were you on Snap or were you on Pokemon? But welcome in, guys. Hopefully you're having a fantastic night. We're running a little bit of Scream Control. It was last night during my stream, I was trying a little bit of Scream Clog, kind of mashing two of the small packages together, and it worked decently, but I always wanted an excuse to be able to use Storm and Miss Marvel. Scream Control? Yeah. So it uses like half the package of like the Disrupt, just your like higher power base cards, so the Polaris, the Stegron, the Arrow. And then we're looking to control the rest of the game. And then we have the Goliath or Magneto as the finisher, depending on what kind of deck we're facing. JF working late? Yeah, I may have messed up my sleep schedule. Just a little bit. With the overnight one. Ooh, we're going against Hippo Lord Slaps, rank number 2. Let's see what we can do. There's a lot of one-cost cards on the board, so players can do pretty well. Stegron, even a White Widow. I'm gonna go White Widow to the right. We might go Storm over to the right as well. Notice the Hearthstone art on your wall. Yeah. I have some disc plates. So I have a couple from Hearthstone, a couple from World of Warcraft, League of Legends, Baldur's Gate 3. Just a lot of the games that I've played in the past and have enjoyed. So with Deadpool, I think we probably need to lean further into like the Storm package, because they could have a Killmonger and they're gonna wipe out almost the entire board state. Would you like to do horror specials in October? I don't know how well that would go. I'm not. I don't think I typically get jump scared, and I haven't played any horror games in quite a while, but I have in the past. It's something that I have done before. So no Stegron. We can't just put the big base body over here. If we do Polaris later, if we drew a Ms. Marvel, we wouldn't be able to bump that lane, but I'm going to go ahead and do the Polaris, just trying to get some power over there. And then hitting the last turn with like an Goliath could block a Null would be probably our biggest bet here. How's Scream so far? She's okay. She feels like a card that is very close to being very, very good, but she's not quite able to get there. My goodness, that is a lot of commitment into the flooded lane. Oof. Boozdy, welcome in. It would be brutal. A few nights of horror, that would absolutely be brutal. I don't know if I could handle it. So we could pull the Death out. That would leave 13, but we're not able to beat it 13. So this one's looking pretty rough. We don't have a way to like grab priority. We probably just jump out of this one. It feels bad losing to the Atuma. Boosty, hopefully you're having a fantastic night so far. So the Deadpool, the Nico. Even with an Goliath, we're not going to have initiative. We can't stop a potential Null coming down. Can't really even win any of these. I guess we could have arrowed and then like hoped for a Magneto, but that seems hopeful. Took a post-work nap today, and now I can't sleep, so I'm watching TLSG and wrecking my sleep schedule. Kenny Cooks, I am right there with you. I absolutely massacred my sleep schedule when I did the overnight stream, and so I ended up going to sleep right around 9 or 10 a.m. Then waking up at like 3. I was up for a few hours and then took another nap, and so my sleep schedules. I'm gonna have to slowly like transition it back in. Am I misremembering? Didn't someone send you Dan Hip Lockjaw art? Yes. And so it's a little bit smaller, and I need to get some kind of frame for it. Right now, the one that I have doesn't really come across well on like the camera, but What is this stream? Pseudo. It's a Marvel Snap stream. Hopefully we cooked, but the first couple of games didn't go so great. Next up we have North. Next up we have North. And actually, let's give a shout out to Captain Kerr for the raid. I always forget to do it, and I always mean to. And so shout out to Captain Kerr for the fantastic raid. If you don't know of him, hit the heart. He does some fantastic content. So I'm sure that he would enjoy having you jump in over in his stream sometime. And then Captain Kerr, I'm actually kind of impressed that you're still here. A lot of times whenever I in stream and I raid, like I want to hang out, but I'm just so like tired or like I have to run like right then. And so usually I don't get as much of a chance to stop and hang out. So let's go ahead and it's another destroy deck. It's crazy. We're gonna storm the left lane. Victory. And then we just kind of commit over there. And then we have the one lane for the Alliance, so we can always guarantee stop the null. Kerr's chill like that. Kerr's very chill. From the streams that I've been able to hang out in, they're always very, very laid back. Good interaction with the chat and very chill. Kenny said this. That's a lot of streaming. Glad to see the deck. I tried making vlog stream work, but it was a little clunky. Yeah, it accomplishes very similar things. So it's very similar ideas. Because I tried the clog stuff last night, and it worked against certain matchups. Other ones, it just didn't quite hold its own if you got bad draw. I almost always chill when I raid. That's impressive, Kerr, because usually I push myself probably too far. So like last night, I was one blink that was a little bit too long, and I was going to be asleep. So next up we have Kendrick, the first location Vibranium Mines. We have the White Hot Room. Let's go ahead and play the White Widow there, because they're likely to try and fill it up. If we can have priority, maybe it won't matter that they'll have the extra +3 energy. We don't have any of our like, control pieces or the movement pieces. I'm not sure if we even want to move the players. It looks like maybe a Mr. Negative deck. So a last turn Alliath, if we can get it down, could be really devastating. Nothing is working for me this season. I have a theory. I am probably better than 60% of the Snap community. So I need 40% of everyone to get infinite before I have a shot.
I am Iron Man.
Jubilee Blink. It's the meta is also in a really weird state. JF. What are the subscriber numbers? The subs are at 1282. So we absolutely exploded with support when I announced that goal, and we crushed both sets of the goal. And so the meta's in kind of a strange spot. Like a lot of people running Hela or Clutter or Move, and it's hard to find a deck that matches into or does well against all of those. And then Melphis with the on-screen celebration, the emote. Love to see it. Let's go ahead and change the left lane in the Vibranium Mines. And then I'm so confused at this deck. I thought it was a negative deck, but it's not. Iron Man, Cosmo, maybe it's a Hawk deck. Do we ever try to just rip over the Cosmo in case they have an on reveal? We will have the lead here. If we pull over the Cosmo, we can do an Alliath into this lane to block whatever they're wanting to play on that last turn. But it comes down to if we can beat what's there. I'm kind of hoping it's some kind of on reveal. Cosmo came back to bite him. That's unfortunate. We should have snapped beforehand, but we'll take the 1Q retreat. Fog does decent against everything. It does decent against everything. Destroy kind of bodies it, and that's why we see a lot of Destroy now too. And so it really shifted the meta into some weird ways when Hela came back. When Hela came back strong, not just because she came back, because it was so dominant. And then Lanum, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great night so far. I'm glad you could jump in and join us. Next up, we have some crime afoot. Left lane, the big house. I'm not sure I'd necessarily... I don't typically like the kingpin over there. Because if they dropped a card on turn 1, it makes it hard for us to pull what we need. We do get storm, so we could change big house. We could change right into the stormed location. And then there's a chance that it copies into mirror dimension. I think it's great. They are running a deck that runs everything low to the ground, so the big house is worse for us than for them. And so I'm going to change the left lane. Because with Agent Venom, it's either Agent Venom Bounce or maybe it's Agent Venom Hawk. With the Hope Summers, it looks like maybe it's more in line with that. It does copy here. Polaris here makes us just outright lose mid. Polaris left is kind of dangerous. We can set up a Miss Marvel. There's a chance that we draw into Jeff, and we can use it to activate the left lane and help support the right. We could also maybe draw an arrow next turn and rip their last turn play, or their last card played away. I guess that would be Ghost Spider. Never mind. Now if we get a Jeff, we play it directly into mid. We can double clog this right lane. White Widow, Polaris. And then we have a 1, 2, and 3.
I am Iron Man.
Does that mean it comes down to a point differential? Pull the Ghost Spider over. No, we pulled a Havoc over. Oh no. Not a point differential, but we tied it to. Well, that's going to scale a bit too much. It's not the 2 we needed to pull. Destroy's getting a card this month. Misery. I'm interested to see if that improves Destroy or not. Because Misery is one of those that it's going to destroy the Venom. Going to destroy the Carnage. And so you're going to have to really rely onto that null, or else you're losing a lot of that just power presence across the board. And so I'd be curious to see if it improves there, if there's some kind of weird cook that Misery actually ends up slotting into instead. Oh, you can cook with it? I miss playing Destroy. I mean, Destroy is still relatively strong. It's just not new or flashy. Like, it's very well established at this point. And so I would say you can absolutely hit infinite. You can climb. You can get infinite conquest tickets or infinite borders with Destroy. It's just a matter of kind of playing it patiently and knowing that everybody's going to know exactly what you're planning to do. Maybe a win better card. It might be. It could also sometimes, I think, maybe stab you in the back. If you re-trigger Venom and then it eats and destroys Misery and then destroys itself, unless you get Null and can kind of get that power back on the board, it puts you in a tough spot. All right. Next up, we have Slaps. The first location is Mirror Dimension, so we are going to potentially copy into the Storm Plane. And Quicksilver tells me it's a Wiccan deck. Maybe a Wiccan Galactus. And then Gabriel said, you made the change to full-time? We did. I did make the change to full-time. Super excited about it. Also, pretty nervous. But I think it should be really, really good. So the White Widow, unfortunate here. They will get the extra energy. And then Murder World, we're going to have to do Storm. We're going to have to give up Changing Castle Blackstone. Which I'd rather play Storm into mid, but With Luke Cage, we're not going to be able to negatively afflict any of their cards with like Scream or Kingpin, which is kind of rough. But we can do like Miss Marvel, 1/3. And then if they happen to do something really big over there, 2, 3, just in case they go Galactus. I don't think they're going to, but they have a lot of extra energy. So then we can go with this. We wouldn't be able to do an arrow next turn. Ooh, big Ajax. We don't have priority. We can't do arrow to rip the Ajax away. Captain Kerr, the Snap community is better with you making content for it. Thank you so much, Captain Kerr. And you should record audiobooks, second channel, TLSG Reads. I mean, we could. I don't know if it would be a good channel or not, but we could do one. Do we ever try to like clutter them up or grab a priority in here so we could see if maybe we can Alioth the Hazmat that they drop?
Opponent snapped.
This gives an extra +5 plus whatever is going on here. I think we give that a shot. US agent. They go ahead and Hazmat. No, never mind. I don't think we can win. All right, we'll jump out of this one. Unfortunate. I'm telling you guys, I was climbing well with with this off stream. Maybe we're just knocking off the dust. But I also wasn't facing this. See, I think it's a pretty good base, but I'll definitely need to turn it around, or I'll just go back to the drawing board. I think. Gabriel, you said today I knew. It was time to stop playing when I lost a 4Q'er due to a wrong cannonball sequencing. Yep. Yep. That happened to me a lot last night. Thank you for emulating my luck / gameplay. Yeah, absolutely. I do what I can, JF. So next up we have good old Symbiote Spider-Man. First location is the cloning vats. We could get maybe a couple of screens down, but since we don't lean too heavily into this line, it may not be the best thing. I think we go Scream. We probably angled to Storm into Mindscape. We don't necessarily want our cards to switch sides or switch hands. Depending on what they do have in cloning vats, because the Snap is a little bit scary, we might just rip that away and then let them continue duplicating. But no, with Madam Web, we'll definitely let it ride. Unfortunately, I think we have to skip here, or else we risk the rocks. And then Lord Machiavellian late night stream indeed. So we have the 4, so I think it's like Storm Kingpin. We protect whatever lane, that lane, for if they move the cards into it. Next turn we could go like Scream Polaris, get a double hit maybe on the Madam Web.
Oh, snap.
And we're gonna go ahead and change Mindscape as well. But we do get the retreat right after the realization with the Madam Web. Doing something like Obsidian, full Obsidian, maybe Sasquatch Mockingbird. Oh, what with Misery? I'm really curious to see how Misery like impacts the game. Like if she ends up flopping, I feel like she's one of those that Maybe a little bit harder to brew around, so it may take a couple days to see like the payoff. But I think we'll find some kind of build that she's really, really good in. Misery plus Thanos. Yeah, to be able to re-trigger the stones, get rid of them, and draw more. She's going to hit like Grandmaster. She might. All right, next up we have When I Lose. Rank 315. First location is X-Mansion. We have our Storm opening up. They have Nico with the Destroy spell. We don't know exactly what flavor of like low cost they're running. Either a Deadpool, could be a like a bounce style. I'm gonna go ahead and White Widow into X-Mansion, and then we'll storm that lane. Because typically they're not gonna fill up too much or risk filling up too much in X-Mansion. So we're gonna storm it and rip it away. So they have Agent Venom. We can typically outpace or out priority an Agent Venom deck. And if it's the bounce version, then Storm is really, really disruptive for him. So I'm going to go ahead and snap into it before the Storm comes down. And then maybe it's Jeff Kingpin next turn. Maybe we get a Scream that we can drop.
Wind,
Kind of depends.
aid my hand.
If we top deck Degron, that actually works pretty well too. But no such luck. Actually, let's play Kingpin mid, because what we're doing is we're running to fight for priority potentially. If we do Kingpin mid, we should be able to grab the win here. And then if we keep the lead in this one, we could potentially pull whatever they drop left out of the flooded lane. So is this Falcon? With the Sable, Hood, Rocket, yeah, Falcon. Falcon's fine. We have a pretty hefty lead in the left. But let's go ahead and arrow. We pull the Falcon over. It goes down to 2 instead of 4. We have the ability to move the Jeff out because we're going to rip the Falcon away. And I think on the last turn, the Eliath will be the biggest like winner for us in this matchup. Being able to do or stop like the Rocket Raccoon, stop the Hit Monkey, stop some of those big plays, I think should be pretty impactful. So the Hood, I guess they have a couple of demons, don't they? So the Hood, Silver Sable. We do have priority. As long as we can beat this, I think we're fine. I'm going to go ahead and move the Jeff, because I don't think they're going to have any way to reach into the flooded lane. Just in case this ends up being like a big base power somehow. 4 is going to be about the max. We're going to go ahead and lock in the Eliath. We will force the retreat. I think the deck works without Scream. You might just go more with a more standard like Storm control that uses like maybe the Captain Marvel for a little bit of flexibility. And then the Kingpin. I don't think it's worth it to run just Kingpin, but like the tandem of the two, I think makes it potentially worth it to have both. And so I think the idea could work, but you might want to restructure it a bit. I love this deck in a Pixie version. I haven't been able to lean too heavily into Pixie. She's one that when she pops, she really, really pops. But I feel like I just don't have either the patience or the luck with it. And so I end up usually giving up the deck before I really like get to dig in. How's Stegron felt in this deck? Stegron feels pretty decent. It's a decent follow-up to like a Storm, so if you don't have priority, you can drop Stegron. It's a big body. It pushes a card out. So it's felt okay. Ooh, I didn't mean to snap. No. I was trying to click off of my emotes. Oh no, we're committed at this. Ugh. So not a Phoenix Force gamer? I like Phoenix Force, but it does kind of wane on me some. So the Silver Sable is why they snap, because they're going to be able to continually play it over there. Oh man, I didn't mean to snap back. Hopefully we win and we can recover some of these cubes. So we do have the White Widow to be able to at least make it where they're going to have to... They won't be able to play there as freely or as often. But they are getting a really stacked Silver Sable. I'm gonna go ahead and storm in mid. I assumed that they would play something into the cloning vat so that we couldn't clutter them up. I'm glad that they did follow that play line. And then Depreciation, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Congratulations on full-time content creation. Thank you so much. It means it means a load. Very, very excited to see where it takes us. So here's one of the scenarios where we could potentially use the Stegron. We don't have priority. We're gonna be able to have one of their cards that they dropped here pushed out of the flooded lane. Now they do have Jeff that can move over, which gets kind of scary kind of quick. White Widow, we have Jeff of our own, so we can eventually cap that out and not have to deal with the -3 from the Widow's Kiss. But the Jeff that they moved over to the right is now locked in. They have 2 more potential that they can play here, so move the 1, play 1. And actually, I think we go ahead and get Scream down. Hit by Silver Sable, which is unfortunate. I think it's like a Scream White Widow. If they like move the Jeff, play another one, and then move it again, then we'll be able to start negatively afflicting it. Ooh, actually, we cap them out in right. Are we able to... I don't know that we ever get enough value to win, though. We need to do like Jeff, but then we're weak in the other lanes. The Alliance is not going to be a big enough body. We fell to the Sable. Fortunately. Marvel seems rough in the deck. I think she works well in certain matchups. I enjoyed her quite a bit. Typically, you don't want to do the Storm in mid. I really wish I wouldn't have accidentally snapped back. You typically don't do Storm in mid, but since the left lane for them was that strong lane, I didn't want to do it in right so that we could potentially phase into a Stegron. There's a lot of games where she does give us that pretty good reach. All right, next up we have Ghost Mutt. The first location bar Sinister. We can play our Jeff there. That protects us from like any kind of clutter or White Widow. And if we have priority, then we might even snap into it.
Oh, snap.
That way they may think that we're running like the White Widow. And they may play a card there. They might just retreat. They're playing, okay, yeah. We'll force the retreat.
Victory.
One of the 4 lost back. Yeah, we'll get the other 3 here. Next up we have Colombian. We do get our Nebula from Hell's Kitchen. So I do like playing her out early. That way she can scale. We potentially do like Storm in the left.
I found a rock.
Either that or maybe White Widow left if we're looking to see if we can like fill it up entirely. Since we don't have Scream, we will do White Widow on 2. Then like Jeff Kingpin, we can always Stegron one of the cards into mid. I'm going to play it across, because with this, we typically look for priority. Being able to do like the Stegron on a specific set of cards, Arrow to rip a card that they played on 4 into a different lane to kind of dislocate them. So the Rock Slide, looking at a lot of clutter, unfortunately. Do get one of the clutter pieces taken care of. I don't know if I necessarily want to remove cards from this left lane, but otherwise we're just kind of playing it out. Very negative Widow's Kiss now.
Hey man, I'm
Oh
cool.
no, Korg is gonna get slapped too. Huge. So now go Arrow. We move the Grandmaster over. Super negative on their side. And then we have an Goliath as a like finisher. Oh man, this is I don't think they're gonna oof, super rough. Grandmaster's pulling over. He gets he gets slapped. The Hawk coming down in mid. Is it enough to come over? We have not quite. It's 13, so we have priority. We can just do that. We do like an Goliath somewhere, and we'll grab the 4 cubes. My goodness, Kingpin was just going off on this one. Being able to hit every single one was super unfortunate. We'll take the 4. Let's jump over into the next one. The cubes back and then 1. Yeah, cubes back and then 1. We're on the upward ascension again. Good. I may have just hit like a bad couple of games. And I find that if I like start testing a deck and so if that was like the first 5 games that I had played when I kind of got to this brew, it might have been enough that I went back to the drawing board early. All right, next up we have Kendrick. Atelan is going to shuffle our cards. Let's go ahead and get our Nebula over into the left lane. And then Arrow, Moo, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Nothing on 2. We have Polaris. I don't want to run. Wait, was Kendrick running Hela? Storm would be great. May have to settle for screen. For some reason, I feel like Kendrick was the one that was running Hela. Also super common. Magic, okay? Maybe not. Maybe they're the one that had the Cosmo. And move the magic over into deep space. We'll buff up our Scream a little bit. And then depending on what they dropped, we should be able to use Arrow to like rip it over into the left lane. Okay. We can potentially have a repeat of last time. We could Arrow the Cosmo over. But is that what we actually want to do? I'd almost rather like storm it. There's no turn 6. Whatever kind of combo deck they're running. Magic Cosmo. Maybe it's the splat deck that's looking to like flood on the last turn. If so, I think that's fine.
Oh, snap.
This poor Arrow is gonna, or this poor Cosmo is gonna be going through it with Scream. All right, so if this is a Sarah, no, it's an Iron Man.
Iron Man.
Okay. Scary. You ever think this works? Maybe even this? Oh, no, we can't. The Cosmo. We don't want to go Cosmo blind. Tribunal? With a Cosmo? I mean, it could be, but it just seems odd. Okay, we do. I mean, the Mystique tells me maybe. I'm not sure what their in-game line was. Maybe it was Tribunal and they figured that playing it here was not going to be enough. Take it. I heard they're adding Mooding Snap next month. Who is Mooding? I know of a lot of cards they're adding next month. So Fenris, Malekith, Frigga, and Gore, but I haven't heard of the other one. Ooh, next up we have KM Best himself. A strong guy. I know that he was rocking a lot of bounce. Calibrex, he's alive! We are. We're alive. I took a very long nap and realized that I messed up my sleep schedule. And so I'm probably gonna do, I don't know how long we go tonight. But I'm gonna record at least until I get enough games for like a spotlight. And then kind of go from there. So I think maybe we can make decent use out of Elysium. So I don't know that we necessarily change it away. And with their Athena, it's not necessarily huge for them because they're typically only going to want to do 2 cards per turn anyways. I almost want to snap him, but that feels a bit too brazen, maybe.
Wind, aid my hand.
So Athena, Speed, and Kitty Pryde. Okay. So they will have priority. We can Stegron slap whatever they play over out of this lane over. What are you doing on right now? I messed up my sleep schedule. And so I took a long nap at midday. So Silver Sable, is this Kitty Pryde as well? Probably not. Probably something bigger. Claw, okay. We can slap either the Sable or the Claw away. Take it. Stream will get a little bit of benefit. This is getting pretty congested pretty quick. We have the lead here, which is good. We don't have priority though. If we arrow whatever they play over this turn, it's 2, 5, 1. We could do Miss Marvel and get some bonus. It's like a Polaris plus a Miss Marvel, maybe. Just depends on what their payoff is. I assume. Oh, they have Kitty Pryde. Never mind. Ooh, so Kate Bishop, Kitty Pryde. How's your sub goal going? We smashed it out. We smashed it out of the park, up to 1282. So now I have to come up with other like incentives for it. But we absolutely crushed it. That's 12. This would be 5 and 5, 10 plus the 4 over here. I think 12 is the best we can do, and I don't think it does it for us. It's only for 1 extra cube. I think we just lock in the Magneto, see if maybe it happens. Like maybe they don't have a big finale, but Athena scales, speed scales. Oh no, the Iron Man thing.
I am Iron Man.
They definitely got it. And then with the Claw, the Mystique was big too. Elysium was definitely much better for them than it was for us.
We are the future.
I didn't realize that they were going with something so like hefty on the tail end. So the Claw, the Iron Man, the Mystique leans pretty heavily onto being able to get those down. And so they were able to curve into those much nicer. Oh well. And then Eat said this MFer doesn't know Mooding. I don't. I don't Eat. I'm gonna Google it. If it's something bad, we're just gonna end stream. Baby Pygmy Hippo is no longer Pygmy Hippo living in Cow. Is that the one? Is that what you're talking about? Ace, you said KM. Whoa, Miss Marvel, looking like Anna from Overwatch. What on the actual card or the thumbnail? said KM Best is so difficult to watch. I enjoy watching two streamers going at each other. That guy. I don't have any issue with KM Best. He is very much focused on like the high end, like playing as high level as possible, which I think definitely puts a bigger strain on it than like me, who like typically ends around top 100 or 200 and can kind of just enjoy the vibe of the game. So Quicksilver tells me a Wiccan deck. Could also be Galactus, but I guess there's another flavor of Wiccan going around with the White Widow. Second time we've seen it. So Bar Sinister. I'm glad that came down now rather than earlier. Let's go ahead, Storm in the left. And we'll see the art in your variant. Yeah, it's the old lady Miss Marvel. Quicksilver, White Widow, Brood. It's a Wiccan Surfer deck. Wild. If we did this, Miss Marvel wouldn't be able to hit here. Might be okay. We can always finish on like a Magneto to pull like their broods out of the left and maybe stack into like Lake Hellas. I like Cape Bishop. I'm really curious what else is filling out their deck. I assume it has to be Surfer. His insight is amazing. Yes. Okay, so big Cersei play in Sinister, and we're gonna pull one of them out. Maybe. I don't know if we can. Oh, it's not gonna change it? Only. Okay, yeah. Unfortunate. Okay. I guess it's okay. We win. We did pull the Arisham. Definitely unfortunate. If they have like, I don't know, 12, 24, 36. I can't see any other reason for them to run Brood if they don't have Surfer. What is the Brood for in this? Cryost, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far, or a great night. The fast drops aren't really a thing. Everybody gets the drops at the same speed. But if you want to check your status, exclamation point drops. Yeah, they're cooking for sure. For Cersei? Oh, it could be for Cersei, yeah? Do we try this? Do we try the Magneto?
The mystery intrigues.
What? Oh no, we're gonna get cooked by the Living Tribunal.
We are the future.
No. Oh, what?
We are the future.
Created by Nick Fury, which was created. Ness. I thought you can accelerate it. No, that's a meme that they have in a couple of other channels that just say that fast drops are activated. But everybody gets them. It's 6 hours for everyone. All right, let's see how we're doing with the deck so far. Not great. Like a 50% win rate. Oh, some Hearthstone level RNG. I mean, it happens. Anytime you run the Cersei, you're inviting a certain degree of RNG into the games, and a lot of times it hurts you. Sometimes it really hurts the opponent, and so I don't have an issue with Cersei. I think she's very hit and miss. And then Melphus with the gigantified emote. Appreciate having you here. We could go White Widow into Storm. We're looking to make sure that we hold control over Hotel Inferno. So the Sable, what else do they have? We could potentially pull the Sable out of Hotel Inferno with the Polaris. If it's Sable in like a Sable bounce, then I think we're in a good spot. If it's Sable in like negative affliction, we might have a tough a tough line. I think Brood Cersei is a good combo. I agree. I forgot that Brood Cersei was a thing. Because it's not one that is like a common one that's ran. But taking all of those 3s and 4s, the 4-cost slot has the smallest chance for it to be like a bad outcome. We're gonna go ahead and get the extra card draw in the Abbey. A Miss Marvel, being able to draw into a potential Miss Marvel could let us win that left lane. With the Black Widow, I'm thinking this is more of a like Hawk style of deck. So yeah, definitely the Hawk line. And so we may end on like a big Alliance. You can always Absorbing Man Brood. Yeah, you can Absorbing Man the Brood too. I think we Jeff Polaris. The Atuma is going to destroy our Polaris, but if we can pull their Sable over and maybe cap them out in the Abbey, then maybe we can throw like Magneto without any kind of worry of what it's going to hit, and to be able to win that lane. Because I think this is Hawk in the Great Portal. So then their follow-up would be like a Mystique in the right lane. And actually, so Alioth gets destroyed here. I guess potentially gets destroyed. We're fine. It's a 50-50, but if it is Mystique, we take care of it with Alioth. And then even if Alioth gets destroyed, I was just worried from the Atuma side. So the Cosmo is great at protecting this one, but it gives you, especially with Storm, it gives you that very guaranteed information about where you need to drop your Alioth if you have it. Then Bad Blood, Bloody? Sorry, I butchered the name. Fast drops aren't actually a thing. It's just kind of a meme that goes around a lot of the channels.
Victory.
We will take the 4 though. Let's go ahead and jump over into the next. Actually, before we jump over into the next, it looks like it's time for a quick set of ads. We're going to go into the ads a minute and a half, and then we'll be back. I'm not going to go anywhere, so I'll be hanging around. It won't be a complete share stream, but I won't jump into any gameplay until they're done. Ooh, strange program. What is Order 66? He said, ooh, he's playing. Subscribe so you can see the game. Oh, man. Meme is generous? Yeah. Yeah. I love the secret subscriber games. They're the best one. They're the best ones, Depreciation. Got a new title. Other hands conducting a symphony. In game, it's real. Oh, is it really? I fell for it once and felt bad. Yeah, that's why I don't. That's why I don't have any like commands that like feed into it. I'd rather just let people know that it's not. Like, everybody gets the drops at the same speed. And so, especially because we have such a diverse player base. English isn't the primary language for a lot of our players, and so like something like that could be very, very confusing. So Jimmy McGill is our next opponent. Drop got bugged. Did it, Basato? I've been keeping track of my progress, or I guess I was keeping track of my progress, but I thought it was still. I can't claim it. Does it still show the progress being made? So multiple man Mobius, we are looking at a Cerebro 3 that runs like a Madam Web. So if they don't have Luke Cage, might be problematic. Oh wait, I guess not. Oh, it's an Arsham deck. Never mind. So the double Eliath doesn't help us. Let's go Nebula into mid, just in case we go Miss Marvel. Electro is great. For them, not for us. So double extra energy each turn. Plus the +2 from Altar of Death. They have 8 energy here. Craziness. So go ahead and go Miss Marvel. We don't have a better line. Polaris isn't going to pull anything for us yet. If they snap, we run. They just have an obscene amount of energy. Mockingbird Copycat, which was our White Widow. Unfortunate as well. With Mobius, even if we have those, it doesn't discount the Mockingbird. It's actually funny to people don't pay attention to Arsham playing off curve. Oh, with multiple man Mobius? Yeah, sometimes it takes me a couple of turns to realize it. So the Nocturne could turn off Altar of Death. Yeah, we just can't. We can't match up into the extra energy that they have, and just the hard curve was perfect. It was good for him.
Escaped.
Tactical retreat. Yeah, we'll take the 1. And that's one of the things that I like about Snap the most, is that, like, if Hela is super bad into the deck I'm running, we can identify that and retreat for 1 before losing anything else. Next up, we have Hippo Lord Slaps. The first location is the Throne Room. We'll go ahead and play the Kingpin. I'm terrible at retreating. Yeah, a lot of times I just like to see the games play out. It's definitely an acquired skill for sure. All right, arrow gets hit, unfortunate, but at least it's not Scream. Rank 2? Yeah, rank number 2. And I think earlier they were ranked like 7 or 10, so I think they've had a pretty good run potentially. Agent Venom. They are playing here so that we can't move the card, and I think that's okay. Because now we can go like Storm mid, Stagger on mid, slap it over into the Kingpin lane. We clear out this lane, and we impact the other one. No, we won't. We'll have priority going into it. So the Stegron slap doesn't do anything for us, other than potentially just have good power or good value. Now, with them stacking into the Superflow, is good for them. Into Silver Sable at the base of 4 is big. We can't curve into our arrow. Yeah, I think we retreat out of this one. My first card game, so there's that additional learning. Yes, and sometimes you can learn a lot from seeing like the last turn of the game. Not necessarily like this one. This one we knew we were pretty cooked. But there's a lot of times you can learn a lot from seeing like the last turn to see like what their strength lines were or what they were banking on, and then you can take that and be able to try to play around it whenever you decide you want to stay into those. Next up, we have Dexter himself. Thanks for doing a late night stream. Absolutely, Papa. I messed up my my sleep schedule a little bit yesterday when we did the overnight stream, and so we'll do the stream I was gonna do Saturday morning. We're gonna do now instead, and then the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you. So the Nebula, we get Scream as well. So maybe it's like Scream here. Actually, Kingpin mid. I think he was running a Scream deck as well, if I remember right. Yeah, each loss I learned something. I just never remember it. You eventually will. So he maybe have switched off of it. I do want the Jhin to be able to get extra energy, but I like Kingpin mid better. It protects us from them moving cards out of the left and right and moving them to mid last turn, because they'll all get negatively afflicted. And we can also Stegron slap Agent Venom out of the raft into New York. So Brood, okay, big. And Wasp, so it's a Patriot build. It's an Agent Venom Patriot build. We're gonna open back up the raft for him, but I think the scaling on Scream, the scaling on Kingpin might be worth that trade-off. Lord Machiavelli, you said it took me 3 keys to get Scream. And the only variant I wanted, Mobius, is the one I didn't get. Oh, not sure it's worth a key. It's so unfortunate. Big Nova coming down. Fortunate Nova into Bast. So the Jhin that they just got will be free power. Do get the Miss Marvel potential set up. I'm not sure if we want to take it or not. Right now we're winning left, mid, they're winning right. If we can potentially position an Alliance to take out a Patriot drop, I think might be our only shot here. Got the man thing? Oh, that is a lot of flood. They're gonna have initiative.
I am Iron Man.
Well, Mystique would copy the Iron Man. Mystique Patriot, maybe. Bringing the Nebula over should help us win here. Go up to 23 in the left. Mystique at 3 or 4. So Mystique at 4 would bring them up to 12, would bring them up to 24. They have priority? Yeah, that's why we can't do Eliath. Eliath would be great. Eliath would be ideal, but he was able to keep priority with a double Jhin drop. So if they drew a Mystique that got hit by Agent Venom, I think we lose this one. Otherwise, I think we have a shot. Because 3 more would bring it to 11, 22. This would beat it by 1, unless they have Mystique Patriot. I think there's a couple lines that we lose here, but I'm curious enough that we're going to see it play out. Okay, Mystique right.
I am Iron Man.
Such is my judgment.
The living tribunal.
We are the future.
Dex thinks he's in a video right now. Not with that loss. Not with that one. Dex is crushing it. I've been hovering around 220 for the last couple of days. I don't think Dex is in it. I don't think Dex is in a video. I think if anything, I'm in a video right now. My goodness. Didn't see that one coming? No. And so even if he didn't have the Living Tribunal, like if it wasn't that the Mystique over here did get hit by the Agent Venom, and so it would have been up past what we could have done anyways. And so the Living Tribunal was just the flare on top. Just like the finesse onto it. 2 times Tribunal loss? Yeah. Yep, one was from Nick Fury that was generated from a Cersei, and then one was from the Raft. It's just not having it tonight. If you didn't, I'm sure that you do, but if you don't know Dexter, if you're not following him, hit the heart button for that madman. Always has some crazy builds, very chill vibes. Goodness. But we just need to be able to break into a maybe. We just need a good run. But I've been hovering around like 230, 220 range for a few hours. If we don't turn this one around, we'll definitely, yeah, we're probably gonna kick it in. We've given it about 20 games, and it's for whatever reason, like I may have hit just like a really good pocket earlier because it's not paying off now. Let's go Storm Kingpin. That Silk is gonna be that Silk is gonna be devastated here.
Victory.
To be fair, I don't think any of the guys have done much. Miss Marvel included. She was doing good for me earlier, but I agree. I haven't been able to get like much usage for her down, where it gives me that little bit of extra range. So do you think Scream is worth the tokens? Probably not. She feels like a card that is very, very strong or potentially strong. And if everything lines up perfectly, she goes, her high roll is crazy. But with that being said, the like disrupt move stuff is usually pretty inconsistent, and so the package around her feels kind of lackluster. If there are any kind of new cards released that kind of support that, it could take it from an okay card to a crazy card very quick. Yeah, right now I don't think the decks are gonna stick around like too heavily, unless somebody finds something that is much more consistent. Like there may be a few, but I think we see more Madam Webs than we see Screams. And the more Madam Webs you see, the more likely you are to see some kind of Scream attempt. But even then, I think it's still kind of mediocre. All right, let's go White Widow. We'll do Storm after that. Then Storm is going to go here and then pull into Asteroid M. I think it's probably fine. This would be one of those games that Miss Marvel could potentially give us value with the 1 cost, the 2 cost, and unless we decide to stack a Vibranium over there, I guess. I remember being told Scream is the ultimate Jeff killer, though. I mean, he is really good against Jeff. Where like the Nocturnes, if those were still popular, they're just not incredibly popular right now. And so 2099 or Spider-Man rips the White Widow out of the right lane. Little unfortunate. But right now, Vibranium is the only thing that we would pull with a Polaris. It's either this, something like that. Polaris is going to pull back mid, and then maybe between the Nebula scaling and the Vibranium, we'll be able to win Flooded Lane. Oh wow, Carnage! So it's destroying not the Vibranium, but everything else. Polaris will pull the Vibranium out, Carnage stays. So we will be able to scale past it though. And then Vossler said, yo, my favorite snapper. Welcome in, Voss. Hopefully you're having a great one. So the last card they played was the Carnage, but we don't have priority. I think we still do an Arrow. I'm curious what kind of cook they're going with. The Titania, the Spider-Man, the Carnage. It feels like maybe a Scream deck, a Scream like clutter deck that just didn't get the pieces that needed. I got Spider-Man, Kingpin, Screams earlier today. Wait. Oh, I got Scream. Spider-Man, Kingpin, Screamed earlier. Yeah. Whenever that happens, it's very, very unfortunate for sure. And so it is... not going to scale past what we need here. Well, if we had Jeff, that could come to our rescue in the right lane. But otherwise, the Polaris just kind of put the finisher on us. I've seen this deck in Mugwise. I've been having a pretty rough run with it. I had a good run with it earlier, like off stream, when I was playing. But since I started stream, I'm actually below 50% on it. And then Ook, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far, or a great morning, or afternoon, or whatever time frame it is where you're at. So we may pivot. This I thought I was gonna sit down, have some really good games with it, and be able to have a spotlight video, but it just wasn't quite right, it seems. All right, so the M'Baku, the Makari, the Cerebro 4 that just runs an M'Baku to try to get hit by Agent Venom, maybe. Maybe time to pivot, maybe. We'll see. No, just... no idea what kind of deck this is. Go ahead and play us into mid. Baron Mordo. We have a Baron believer, but I'm gonna believe that I'll snap into it. My goodness. We're gonna be able to Stegron slap the Makari out of left into mid. Kingpin is gonna be what he is. Scream was decent for the first 2 days, but then everyone figured out how to minimize its effects. I think it depends on how you're building into Scream. So like with Polaris, Stegron, you can't always help that. Sometimes you can, or certain decks you can. But against like the Cannonball, Magneto stuff, a lot of times you can kind of mitigate it a bit. And where I found that it's easiest to play around is whenever you have like a Craven, Kingpin, Scream, and you're trying to like stack them together to really get the high roll going. It makes it really easy for me to say, just fill that lane and I'm good to go. All right, next up we have Purse Lane, First Location Sewer System. I'm gonna go ahead and throw Nebula over there. Juggernaut usually feels decent with Scream. Sometimes it can, but especially with it not being intentional that it works with unrevealed cards, so eventually that functionality would go away. I ended up trying to work around without it instead. But with Juggernaut, I like him as a last turn play. Mid-game, it doesn't feel like he does as much lifting as some of the other cards. So Spider-Ham, Nico. Kingpin's gone. Elysium. I guess we storm the left lane. And then if they play something over there this turn, we Stegron it. Then we're setting up for a potential Goliath. Rock Slide, Korg, we're running against the Hawk deck. They will be able to do the Hawk next turn, which is pretty unfortunate.
Wind, aid my hand.
How would you buff Mordo? Probably a rework. Him affecting cards, like the card costs. So either a rework, or instead of making it cost 6, maybe it's just increase the cost of the next card drawn. And it feels bad that it doesn't impact 6 costs in any way. And so maybe it's impact just 1, increase the cost of whatever the next one is, and then have him at a better stat line. Because right now his stat line's kind of mediocre too. So he'd be like a preemptive Iceman. I think he'd be okay in something like that. Yeah, at least it's working with Unreal currently. But it's going to change soon. So we're going to go ahead and Stegron into the Rock Slide lane. Hopefully we hit the Hawk and slap it out of here. Did not. Unfortunate. But otherwise, we can scale with the Nebula. If we get Miss Marvel, we can additional push here. Do we think they follow up with a Mystique already? If so, something like Eliath could be okay. No, we don't have priority. Just get rid of the until turn 6 thing. Yeah. Yeah, better stat line, and then just give it a flat increase like Iceman, but just to the next card you draw. I think kind of helps resolve a lot of his issues. Well, unless we get incredibly lucky with the top draw, we're not going to be able to hold our own here. So the Moon Knight hitting the good old rock. They lose their Black Bolt. Okay, we are not getting lucky with a draw. They don't have extra deck disruption. We would have just tied left, right? Oh, never mind. It would have dropped Hawk and we would have scaled up past it. Yeah, you're right. The Black Widow was what they needed. Otherwise, we could have won left and then just tried to focus in the right lane. So even if we got Miss Marvel, we could have played it mid and played a rock alongside the Eliath to the right to bump that one a little bit too. But we didn't get to draw, so no such luck. I have another one. I have another Scream one that I've had pasted around, and so I'll try that one after this one. I think we switched to a different approach for Scream. Let's go Jeff first. That way they can potentially play cards. We may be able to tap them out with a White Widow. And then Rayolo, what's up? How's it going, Rayolo? Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So we have a Polaris, but nothing to pull. I think we're gonna go ahead and play it just so that we have the power down. People have seemed to like Scream. I might just pick her up. I like Scream a lot. It's just she doesn't feel as impactful as she might need to.
Opponent snapped.
Luke Cage is the first card. Could be a holodeck. I am doing great on my end. Our activators are too expensive. And so it is a holodeck. If we can cap out mid, Luke Cage, yeah, yes. Scream will still scale herself, but that'd be all she could do. If we can stack lane, we might be able to get to a point where we can call out a potential Hela. Never mind. We can't call out a Hela. We don't have priority. The Jubilee pool is it's too big. We'll pivot off of it. This other one is going to be more of a Kitty Pryde Athena, so that maybe we can curve into the stuff a little bit easier, or we like off curve it. So like a cannonball would be used last turn. Staggeron would be 5, which gives them more time to develop the board, and we can scale Athena off of it. Jubilee loves pulling Infonaut. Yeah. Unfortunately. Fortunately, she does. Previously, it would be that she used to love Chavez. Because of the way that Chavez was coded, she was most likely the top card in your deck. It's just you couldn't draw her until turn 6. And so Jubilee almost always hit Chavez whenever it was pulled. All right, we're gonna put Scream Control back in the think tank bit. This is the Scream Clog deck that I was running yesterday. It felt like it had really good runs in matchups into certain things, but other things it just couldn't do anything against. And so it did decent, but ultimately, I think we're gonna trash the idea. This is the one that I had. From mid-range Scream. Chavez went to the bottom of the deck, and Cable always pulled Chavez. Yeah, yep. That was it was a card that they just couldn't figure out how to position well. Then Papa Siongo, he said, "What do you think is the minimum amount of triggers for Scream to be competitive? Is it 2? I'd say probably 2, because at a 2/2, one trigger is 2/4, 2/6, which is actually decent. So like one trigger is actually okay, and then after that would get even better. So next up we have Losing Enjoyer. Let's hope they enjoy losing a few cubes. They have the Kitty Pryde off the jump. We have Angela Scream draw into a pretty healthy amount of cards. We do have the Silk in this version, but I don't think we're going to drop it. It's too risky in Bar with No Name. And we can potentially do like Cannonball to push one of theirs over into Bar with No Name to just easily win that location. I'm going to start with Scream. Ooh, thank you. So I'm actually just manually changing them right now because OBS was freezing whenever I was changing scenes. All right, so Aunt May's is beautiful. We can do Spider-Man, but there's a chance that we Spider-Man and pull it into Bar with No Name. The only way we can guarantee that we can play Spider-Man and it doesn't hit their Venom and doesn't go into Bar with No Name. Might even just do like this. I like the idea of a card moving to discount Miles next turn. Spidey Right? Spidey Right is brave. So they do get the Aunt May's for free with the Kitty Pryde, so they don't have to worry about it being in Bar with No Name. Looks like we did move a card, it just was irrelevant. So their hand was full, so they couldn't pull Kitty Pryde in because of Kate Bishop. Now we can go Nocturne. Or, before we go Nocturne, I think we go Red Guardian, so they can't bounce Kitty Pryde back in anymore. We do have the Nocturne, so we'll be able to change Bar with No Name, which is great.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Proud sir, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. That pushes us to 4 for the day. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic one so far. So Acid Arrow is unfortunate. The Juggernaut is also unfortunate. Well. And they both stacked and locked in over there. Yeah, that hurts a lot. So now it would come down to a point differential. Or actually just us winning here if we didn't go Nocturne. At least we have Scream that can scale. So like Angela Polaris. Pull over here. We have Cannonball to lock for that last turn. Or do we go with like a Nocturne just in case? The Hawk deck, it seems. Yeah, potentially. I think I'm gonna go Polaris. Because if they play one card in Olympia, then we'll cap them out there. As long as it's not a clutter one on our end. Nocturne Juke. I do like the idea of a Nocturne Juke, but I like the idea of them not being able to play into Olympia better. Okay, big. Oh, I guess it's not huge, is it? It's just now we can't do a Cannonball. So if it's the, I mean, it could be what, Iron Man? Iron Man line. So Iron Man plus Kitty Pryde. Yeah, that's what it's gonna be. Iron Man here, Kitty Pryde. I don't think we can beat it. Yeah, Cannonball is still the best play, but I don't think it wins with the Cosmo here. Because a potential 4-power Iron Man plus the Athena scaling is 7, 8, 9, 10, goes to 20, 6, plus the Kitty Pryde, so probably around 30-ish. I think we lose it, but we'll go ahead and see the 8-cuber play out. Yeah, the 4-power Iron Man. And Kitty Pryde with boards is fine. We knew what line it was going with. The Nocturne Juke turns out that it was the best play. Cosmo saved him? Yeah, Cosmo definitely saved him. It looks like it's time for a quick set of ads. I didn't get my announcement before they ran. And then we'll be right back, you guys. Don't go anywhere. We won't start a game while it's running, but we'll jump in immediately after. Yeah, if we were thinking about the potential for the Cosmo, Nocturne was definitely the line. It makes their in game a little bit less consistent. They have to play around the potential of will they change it, will they not. I think my win rate with Scream is probably negative. But she's a card that I really enjoy. I think she's a fun card. She falls a bit to like a Luke Cage. And then also really susceptible to bad draws, because she's one of those that she scales so much that if you don't draw her, you lose a lot of the potential to really hold your own against the opponent on those matches. So she's one of those cards that definitely more beneficial if you are able to grab early, for sure. So next up we have Vosh. We do have Elysium. We get our Athena as well. So let's skip on one. We'll do both Scream, Athena next turn. TLSG, what's the mill cook? With us having like a little bit of an increase in Arisham, I haven't found a fantastic mill list. Ever since the Doc Ock change, Doc Ock used to be one of the reasons that you could mill their entire deck and then mill their hand, making their last turn plays very forced. And without Doc Ock being able to clutter one of the lanes entirely, it doesn't. It hasn't felt the same for me. But let's go ahead and stop roping Vosh. I'm going to go Scream into Athena. We do have the Agent Venom coming down, so he's one of those cards that I think we're going to see Agent Venom in a lot of builds, especially those that look to use like the Iron Man or cheat out some cards that are higher impact but don't always get played very often. Right, only one card this turn, but we'll be able to do Polaris Miles next turn, or depending on what we draw, we'll be able to do a couple of drops. We get to have our Scream start scaling. Get the Silk. So I think we're now going to pull the hood back over to the left just as a misdirection. It's going to go from -3, it went up to 4, now it's going to go back to 0. And then Aloy with the name Origin. We will we'll do a name Origin right after this game. So the double drop left, the single into the Forge.
I am Iron Man.
Iron Man, Ant-Man, wow. There's a lot of power over there. Sure they weren't looking to completely drop it yet, but we'll take it. Do this, we clear up a space in left. Athena scales, we can do Cannonball. The Pride on the last turn. And the Hydrate reminder from Dolly. I appreciate you. I always make sure that I have plenty of water on standby whenever I start my streams. I definitely get much more water intake while I'm streaming and talking. So the full skip here. If we do Cannonball, that breaks their Ant-Man. It takes out 10, so they go down to 16. So if we use like the Cannonball here. We could also, I guess Hood is 0, so Red Guardian doesn't get the guaranteed. Go ahead and just do the Red Guardian, the Cannonball. We could also play the Kitty Pryde, but then that breaks the Athena. So the last card they played, Ant-Man. Wow, that is a big flood. So Ant-Man gets the bonus over there, unfortunately. But yeah, we snipe it out with the Red Guardian. Also unfortunate for him. But Hitmonkey is going to be huge. I don't know that we can... Yeah, we're not going to be able to touch the Hitmonkey. And Silk to the left is unfortunate too. Last one is the last. Oh, it's Bast. So we're gonna scale up past that right lane with our. Actually, it was below it anyways, but we scale up further with Athena. And so I thought for sure we were gonna be hooked whenever they pushed the Silk out of this lane and locked us into that out of the right. We'll take the 2. What an explosive last turn, courtesy of the Elysium. My goodness, very big monkey indeed. Red Guardian? Yeah, the Red Guardian has was completely calculated. Never had a doubt. Goodness. Never a doubt in the mind. Let's... While we're still playing around with it, let's go ahead and get the other move goal out. Final verdict on Scream. Already have the other two. I'd say probably not. She's a card that I think is very close to being great, but just not quite right. Just not quite there. And so maybe there's a time where they like adjust some of her enablers to be a little bit cheaper, make her scale a little bit easier. But for the moment, if she gets down early and you have those movers, she's great. She scales incredibly highly. But outside of that, there's a lot of times where she just comes up feeling a little bit flat. So we have the channel point redemption for the origin story. Trying to recall the specifics. You said when you bought kind of how I was feeling about it based on what I've seen. Yeah. How are you feeling about Misery? Misery I'm kind of scared of. She feels like one of those cards that is going to be really hard to brew with, really hard to like get something that she doesn't feel super clunky in, like where sometimes she'll kind of stab you in the back more often than not. But I do think that we'll eventually find a Misery build that's probably pretty strong. But she might also turn out just like another Grandmaster. So I think only time will tell. And so the origin for oh, and John, I'll have to refund your snap. I didn't see the redemption come through. I apologize. But Aloy, for the TLSG name origin, there's a lot of meanings behind TLSG and like what it officially means. But the one true origin story and meaning is that one true meaning is that during my school days, me and a group of friends, we played sports together. So the sport that I played was basketball. I played it growing up, all through middle school and into high school, and we kind of grew up together, and we stayed pretty close knit, and kind of followed each other up through like the schooling, because I grew up in a pretty small town, so there was only like 2 high schools you could potentially go to. And so if you played basketball, it was to be competitive or to be on a good team, it was almost like a no-brainer. It was the one other than the other. But within that team, I've always enjoyed eating and having food, and I get kind of cranky whenever I don't get my food. And so I always brought snacks with me. I always brought like really big bags, especially when we were traveling on long distances for like games or meets or things like that. And so I would bring like several snacks, and it got to the point where with the group of guys, I would share it, and they always called me the legendary snack guy, because I always had something for us. I always had like an array. It wasn't just like one snack that I would bring. It was always something different and always very plentiful. So whenever I started sharing, I brought even more. And so everyone knew to kind of come to me as the snack guy. And so on the team, I became known as the legendary snack guy, or TLSG for short. KM Best, welcome in. Hopefully you had a fantastic stream. I caught a little bit of yours, and KM Best said, congrats. Thank you so much for the congratulations and for the raid. Huge raid. Hopefully you guys had a fantastic stream. Marvel Snack? We are Marvel Snap. Surely it's the lonely sniper guy. It's kind of like Schrodinger's cat. It's not any one particular one. It's all of them, because you don't know for sure. And so It's all at the same time. But surely it's the Lonely Sniper Guide. That's a personal favorite of mine. But thank you so much for the raid. Hopefully you had a great stream. I've been rocking a little bit of Scream, but really getting kind of bodied. Unfortunately, we haven't been doing too well. I did switch over to a little bit more of a like Athena, Angela lower curve to like that mid-range screenplay, rather than like the heavy Cannonball plus Arrow plus Magneto. It just seems like those are like too rigid to be able to adjust to multiple like game plans and lines. And so hopefully you had a great stream. I've messed up my sleep schedule, you guys. With last night's overnight stream, I ended up going to bed at like 10 a.m. and then I slept until like 3, and I'm gonna have to slowly like transition it back. Aloy said TLSG is multiversal. They're all true in different universes. Exactly. Legendary shooting guard. Ooh, Bojangles. I like that one. All right, let's go ahead and stop roping Teddy, or Team Dynamite. Let's go ahead and stop roping him. I like the Scream out early. You said the basketball expedition was a real red herring in that story. Didn't expect it to go into snacks. Yeah. It could have been shooting guard. Now that I see that one, I feel like I missed an opportunity. Let's go ahead and go Nocturne here. We will be able to move it over to Crimson Cosmos so we can play there a little bit easier. And then thanks for all the congrats. I'm sure that was orchestrated by KM Best. That means a lot. Coming in with a big flood and sea of congratulations. I'm nervous about making that transition to full-time, but hopefully it's going to be the right call. If I didn't, I always would have had that kind of like thought of would I have been able to make it a thing if I didn't try. And so I always would have looked back and kind of wondered what if. One shot, one opportunity. He's everything we ever wanted. Testing large, snapping game. It's a good one too. We believe in you. Thank you so much, Pack. All right, let's go. Athena is a given. I think we might set up a Craven as well. Rooting for you for sure. Thank you so much, KM. It may be that I have to like take a handful of sponsors each month, but as long as those
Hey,
kind of
welcome.
through,
It took you long
then
enough.
I think we should be definitely in a decent spot. And then Pack 6366. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. That does push us up to 5 for the day. We smashed out the goal. You guys came in so positive. Whenever I announced that a sub goal for going full time, you guys absolutely came in very, very heavy and absolutely crushed it for us. So I'm gonna go Angela, Red Guardian, and then we'll see. They did get Gwyn pulled down, so with it being a hand buff deck, it could be like Shaw. We could be looking at Brood. So they may have some big payoffs for the end. Maybe even Patriot if they're going Mr. Sinister and Brood. But ChatGPT assures me it's the lost sock guru. I mean, it does take a guru to find those. If they're lost, a lot of times they're lost forever. The legendary storyteller guru as well. He said ChatGPT assures me it's the last Scream guy. We may be the last person trying to make Scream a thing. It feels like Scream is very close to being a great card. It's just missing like a little bit of to be able to get it there. So the full send on the right is it. We're missing 20 power mid. This would be 20 exactly. And it'd scale more, but then we'd be losing the right lane. It would come down to if they were able to beat, what, 9? Which I think they're always able to beat 9 with the Gwyn pull. Yeah, jump out of it. Did the last Scream guys could? Every time I play her, I got bodied. Yeah. They could also have Patriot. Yeah.
Escaped.
Yep. Unfortunately. And I tried her in a couple of different shells. I really don't like the like all in on the movement pieces. It feels like it's one of those that Craven wasn't great before. And so adding Scream into it, even though it gives a little bit of consistency, if you don't draw Scream, it's just back to the Craven line, and that never really worked for us. I did try a Clog Scream kind of hybrid, and it worked okay, but it also kind of got bodied by certain matches, especially like Bounce, which Bounce is super prevalent. I tried a more control heavy, which used like Storm, Miss Marvel, to lean into it, and that worked better against the Bounce, but it didn't work as well against Hela or a couple of the other big pieces in the meta. Speaking of Hela, we have Danish, who is notorious for running only Hela decks. His is kind of unique. It's not the run-of-the-mill normal one. He runs like Odin, Ghost Rider, a couple of other kind of unique things. But at the end of the day, it's still Hela. You said he runs the world's weirdest Hela deck. That's not an understatement. That is very true. And he's able to use it really, really well. But I'm not sure if like most people would be able to pick it up. It's not as like linear and like I guess for lack of a better description, like brain dead as like the straightforward Hellcow Blink setup that we have. Athena over Angela? It should have been Angela. I don't think it's very good, but it's very funny. It's beat me whenever I was running some like obscure stuff. But for the most part, yeah, I think it's probably, it has less of a high end or a little bit of the like potential surprise play that he has. He beat me early on in Gambit Odin. Yeah. Yep, the Gambit Odin is always super interesting. And so the Athena is now gone. She never existed. She never had a shot. I think we go ahead and play the Silk Miles. Does that make that doesn't just once per turn? Yeah. If it wasn't just once per turn, I think it gets really crazy really fast. It's just like a splash with even like Magneto, if they're slow enough. But no, I definitely agree. The Ghost Rider, the Hela, it didn't really get a great line here. Push the highest power out here or here. He's about to Odin left. I can feel it. Odin for the Gambit into Hela. I mean, wouldn't be a bad line. Definitely not a bad call. Just Cannonball, push the Hela away. Surprised you're not playing Stegron instead of Spider-Man. I like Spider-Man. Stegron's decent at the 4 cost, but the main idea with this one is we want it to be like super low to the ground. We still lose to the right with Can't Play High, unfortunately. But Game Best, your call was right. The Gambit into the Hela retrigger. Cannonball lost the game. He did indeed. What did they discard? Because they would have revived it if Hela was still over there. The Infinite. Yeah, so we very likely lost if they got the double Hela retrigger. I feel like I was having more luck with the control, and it still wasn't doing great. It utilized the some early game pieces, so like the Eliath, but in extended testing, it kind of started dropping off too. We could have Red Guardian the Gambit. That always wins, I think, because then they don't discard anything. Yeah, that's another line we could have done, KM. Can Aranya, Ebony Maw, and Viper work together? Like a control combo? What would we need the Aranya for? I mean, yes, it can. I guess no. You're talking about to get the Viper to send Ebony Maw over? No. Move it in. The owner reveal would trigger before it shifted over, right? Said Jan never thought about the Gambit Hella Odin dynamic. It's a decent one. I'm not sure that it's worth the lower power output that Hella can provide, but I think there's definitely been some games where I could have bodied normal Hella, but Gambit like took out the exact card I needed it to not take out, and they were able to win from it. And so I think it keeps people in a little bit more for those 50-50s rather than like the guaranteed you know you're going to lose, and so you retreat for 1 or 2. Rosito said, see you the last Scream guy. Gonna take a nap. Thank you so much for hanging out for a little bit, Rosito. Hopefully you have a good nap, and we'll catch you around on the next one. So curious how many games Miss Marvel has had an impact on today. When I was playing not on the computer, she was very decent. So like, if Isle of Silence wasn't here, she could impact both. But in this particular one, she's not really going to do anything for us. The idea is to move Ebony to a lane, then Viper. Yeah. So Viper's a 3-cost, right? My mind's moving a little bit slow today. If Viper is a 3-cost, then it wouldn't work because Ebony Maw can't be played after 3, and you'd need 4 energy to be able to do both together. So unless you had like a War Machine and then you're able to get that down by 5. And so it'd be a pretty specific combo to get off, and I think it's also pretty unlikely to get the full piece trigger. So if we did Miss Marvel mid, we could always storm mid next turn as kind of like a surprise way to be able to actually get that power to the left and right. Otherwise, we're looking at just like a Magneto, which does pull the symbiote in the right, the Cassandra Nova, which honestly might be a better line for us. Madam Web plus T3 Ebony Maw plus T for a Viper. Yeah, you could move the Ebony Maw out of the Aranya or out of the Madam Web lane. You said Aranya works too. I'm having a hard time seeing how Aranya works. I don't think it could. But either way, your Viper would be staged ahead of time. You couldn't play in that lane. You have to be able to move it. Viper has that. Or are we looking at like an Ajax line? We would need Jeff out of the left for that to work. They're high end. I don't know that this does anything for us anyways, but we're gonna give it a shot. Isle of Silence, yeah, Lucky Ryan. I was planning on using Storm to take it away. That way the Miss Marvel will kind of come in as a little bit more of a surprise for him. So if it's Ajax, they have a pretty rigid last turn with just like Ajax and a 1 cost. So Ajax and their demon. Ajax right, demon mid.
Wind, aid my hand.
We don't overcome mid. So I think probably if we thought that one through. Oh no. Not gonna do it. Had we thought that one through, I think that was the most common line that they would have went with. And they wouldn't have played Ajax mid, and so we knew that the power was going to go either to the right or left, and that they had a demon somewhere because they vipered the hood. If I was thinking it a little bit better. But we may still be recovering from the shift in shift in schedule. So that one's not working. I know that I got hooked by a scarlet spider yesterday. So I saw that this one was on untapped. I might give it a shot. I don't think it'll do great into the clutter stuff, but that's why we have Killmonger as a way to potentially be able to recover those lanes from like a debris. We have the ghost for a last turn reveal, so if they're running the 1-drops, we can have the Killmonger, Scarlet Witch, potentially like the Namora come down into Scarlet Spider bouncing around. We'll see how it works. But it's not mid-scream anymore. This one's just going to be a good old, probably deck 20. And then it does look like we're running into a quick set of ads. So we're going to run into a quick advert break, and then I'm not going to start any games until we get close to coming back, and then we'll jump into a few games. Don't go anywhere, you guys. Verdict on Scream? I'd say Scream is, well, you may not get to hear them. You may be in ad land, so I'll wait. I'll wait until it's closer to when they're done. Rin, you said, did you get enough rest? It feels like you're a machine these days. I probably didn't get enough rest, and I'm probably not going to do like a full overnight. It's probably going to be more like a 4 or 5 hour stream. That way I can take a short nap in the morning before everyone at the house wakes up, and then go through the day and hopefully kind of slowly work it back towards like a normal schedule as we go on and on. Go ahead and queue up because it should be close to everyone getting back from ad land whenever we get done. So just got ego and my opponent didn't snap. Plain white sauce. That's always unfortunate. I always try. I know some people don't enjoy it, but I enjoy a good old ego snap. You know, if the opponent snaps me back at the same time, I'll typically say it out, even if it's a guaranteed loss. If they follow the ego rules. If not, then I don't mind retreating. All right, next up we have the store manager. From the times I've ran them, I guess the Quicksilver Galactus is something that they run or enjoy running quite a bit. So, kill their wave. We're not going to play that. It would help benefit them. So we have Zabu into like the Gwynpool. Actually, let's do Zabu. Icebox. My ego is probably too fragile to enjoy ego. Yeah, it's definitely not for everybody. But I do enjoy a good ego game. So we still have to watch out for their Galactus line, but right now they can't ramp into it yet. With playing Gwynpool, we should start working towards being able to have priority going into those turns. Green Goblin comes down. Probably also have Hobgoblin in there somewhere. Go with an Iron Lad. If we hit Scarlet Spider, great. Jeff, great. And then Symbiote Spider-Man, also not awful. We can merge with like a lower cost card, so like Scarlet Witch, if we wanted to be able to like keep the Iron Lad on our side. I think we kind of do. We also need to probably pressure mid with more than 6. Just in case they get to a point where they try and do like a last turn Galactus. With this, I don't know what our big finisher is not going to be fantastic. I am going to go ahead and... No, we're not going to merge it. I guess if we wanted to play there, we could merge it, but then we're susceptible to potentially a Hobgoblin. So extra energy, we could potentially get a cheap or a cheaper Scar. Are people sleeping on Misery? Misery just feels like one that's a little bit harder to brew around. For me personally. I think we're going to find a deck that she's very crazy in. Misery Clog. Possibly. But the fact that you're like taking away that power that's on the board means you have to have a way to get things back onto it. So even if you clutter them up, like if you took away your like even a couple of your like 3s and 2s, you still need something to be able to be competitive in those lanes, which is my only reservation. What happened to Tombstone? I was hoping for a good mill deck. If I remember right, Tombstone didn't seem that great, right? If an enemy card was destroyed, cost 1 if an enemy card was destroyed last turn. That would only be what, like Yondu? Tombstone didn't seem super fantastic. All right, let's go with a Spider-Man Killmonger. I think we'll lock that in.
Victory.
Vosh, you said, oh, snap, how'd I wind up here? I heard Bink say this guy is a toxic emotes. There was a little bit of beef between me and Binks for sure. He was spam emote Marvel snapping me, and I did it one time, and I'm the bad guy. The Killmonger makes you lose, right? Did they have the negative? They had the negative guy there, right? Leave off the lure where I spent 30k points for him to Marvel you. Oh man, I think that was the best 30k points, channel points I've ever seen spent. Next up we have Shogun, Toxic Location Snap Guy. I need to come up with some version that's a reason I played just evil decks. The ones that I really vibe with and enjoy running for extended periods of time are typically the ones that are like anti-fun. We have the Scarlet Witch. We also have a Ghost to make sure we drop last. So like if this is a bounce deck, Ghost into like a last turn Killmonger can be really big. And it might be that we Ghost in the right. Then Powerless with the resub for 6 months at tier 1. Thank you so much for the 6 months in advance. So much support and faith in me and my streaming, and that you're going to enjoy it for that long. So thank you so much for the support and the vote of confidence. I kind of want to go Ghost into the right lane. Devs infamously said that they like a game where people try to build the biggest sandcastle, not a game where people kick over each other's sandcastles. Yeah, and I think that's why I like to kick over people's sandcastles. Being able to do something like that is, being able to do something that really takes a a game that is otherwise you have to be able to really read that last turn and just make it where you just force them into unwinnable situations. We said we found the sandcastle kicker. Yeah, we do enjoy a good sandcastle kicking. So the ghost pull is unfortunate with the arrow. Now Namora's no good. Symbiote's no good. Rough. That's not great. And then because of that, our Scar doesn't get a good discount either. Yeah, we'll run away from that one. Toxic lover of Sassel kicking. Gicking. He said, what a stretch. It was almost there. Like, it's 90% there. We just need to, like, finesse one card and call it a brand new deck. Then Fizzle Wife said, TLSG back at it. We are. We're back at it. We're trying to get something together. Like, I've been... I was hovering around 230 for a while. Took a couple of bad beats. And we're settling around 270, which doesn't feel great. We want to be able to break out of it. I'm going to go ahead and Scarlet Witch the Atelan location. We have the Gwynpool or Iron Lad, or even Ghost if we need. Are you going to put Symbiote on Scarlet? Does that work now? Ooh, no. No, it doesn't. Because then you can't push it out. Symbiote's more so for like re-triggering Gwynpool, triggering Namora, or just getting a body that's bigger than 10 to discount the Scar. What an awful pull from Scarlet Witch. I'm gonna take a shot in Danger Room. We're gonna gamble the Ghost here. Break out of it with Hela. We probably should. At this point, just get into a little bit more of a winning stream. Or on a winning spree. So we have Namora in hand. We have Scar. Iron Lad, put it Symbiote Spider-Man, put hit Scarlet Spider, Killmonger, Copycat Zabu. You can also just go Gwynpool. Then when Namora comes down, gonna bring Scar down to a 2 cost. So then we can do whatever from there. So many Hela decks. Easy fix is Leech. Even Leech, I don't know. The Red Guardian. They did get lucky in the Danger Room. Haven't had anything destroyed there yet. Iron Lad is a 10 power card. Our Namora is also not going to make this a 10 power anymore because of the Red Guardian. We'll still go ahead and throw it. We can do like Scar plus Jeff. With it being a Sarah deck, I think we probably lose to Shang-Chi. I think Shang-Chi is probably inevitable here. Unless it's a Surfer variety. In which case, I don't know that we have the means to win anyways. Boomer Snap Sarah, we cannot stay. I mean, I know that I've done worse stays in the past, but no, you're probably right. We'll take the one loss.
Escaped.
I get PTSD anytime someone mentions Leech. Throw back to the Leech leader meta. The Leech leader meta. We've been through a lot of bad meta states. We've been through like Thanos being just dominant. We've been through like the Zabu just monstrosity. But I feel like Leech Leader was the worst of them. This meta is definitely one of them. Yeah. Anytime Hela is super popular and brings Clog into like super common relevancy, it's never a good thing for the meta state. But I do think Leech Leader was probably the one that like grinded me the most because it was the first like truly toxic meta that we like found ourselves in that was super all over the place that like took over. And it was, I remember the first time I played against it in like a session I was playing on my phone. I was visiting back at home, and it just was awful. Like it went from playing decks and being able to, you know, win a decent amount to I was losing to the same deck over and over and over again, and it just never let up. That was back when where Arrow was playable. Yeah, that was also back when Arrow was playable. We get the White Widow from Copycat, which is good. Like into the Gwyn pool, we do have Scarlet Spider that could potentially help in one of those lanes after the fact. Misery throwing 2 rocks in each lane and Widow's Kisses. I don't know. People are saying in Clutter, but I don't know. I still don't know if it's going to be perfect in Clutter or not. And if it's bringing Clutter back into like the limelight, I'm not sure I'm here for it either. Go Gwynpool, Namora. Pump left, pump right a little bit. But there's a good chance they probably start cluttering our right lane, right? Would we ever do like a Hail Mary Iron Lad instead? We could also drop the Killmonger. I'm gonna do the Gwynpool. Titania, which we can destroy with Killmonger. So if they think they have that one locked away, I think the Killmonger is going to be pretty big for us. As of right now, we have a pretty significant lead in Atlantis. I think the most that they could do would be a double Clutter. With like, I guess a White Widow and like a Goblin. But I think we're only going to see like a singular Clutter. So I kind of want to do one card this turn. Like Namora or Iron Lad. Then we can throw Killmonger next turn. We clear up mid, we clear up left. Wait, you said hear me out, Namora left? Oh, okay, we're gonna destroy it with a Killmonger. is what we're intending to do. But no, Namora left could be otherwise I think would have been good. So Doc Ock, okay. That pulls what, Jeff? No, it pulls Killmonger. So even if we didn't want to, it's forced now. But we do have the left lane locked in. We have mid locked in. Then we can just do like the Jeff or whatever else. Full Force Retreat. I probably should have snapped into it whenever we realized what kind of line we were going with, but
Victory.
that's all right. I wanted to grab a win where we could. I've been on the struggle bus this session. Driving the bus? I mean, at least we're in good company. All right, the next up we have Strobo Hobo. First location Black Vortex. We do get our Zabu, so we could get a discount on Symbiote Spider-Man, and we get the copy of their Nebula as well. I was on the bus for like 95% of the stream. This meta, in the meta, it's like a deck can be doing really, really well, and then like you maybe weren't facing into Hela, and then all of a sudden you are, and then now your deck is just doing a nosedive. It's been pretty trying actually. Let's go ahead and go Symbiote Spider-Man. We can throw actually. Yeah, let's go Symbiote Spider-Man. It might be that we throw Copycat or Nebula over to the right. A lot of guesses, a lot of rolls. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't like the meta when it's in a spot of like hope. Like that's not a great strategy line. Oh my goodness, their deck is gone.
Oh, snap.
They have just what the resources are left in their hands so far. So still not a guaranteed win, but I think it definitely helps towards getting us there. When you aren't playing against a guess or roll deck, it's like Clog or Legion combo. Yeah. Yeah, always feels super bad. So we can re-trigger the Heimdall. At least it discounts our Scar. We're gonna take our roll with Iron Lad. If it hits Namora, then it'll buff both left and right. Scar will be 2. Otherwise, Scar is gonna be a 4 cost for us. Never mind. It's gonna be 4 regardless. Oh, get the White Hot.
I see.
We could have gotten the White Hot room bonus too. Wait, no. Scarlet Spider is decent. Get like... Maybe it's not decent. Mid is just out of range. Like Jeff, Scar, Hope, Iron Lad goes left. And it's we're in a situation where it's just a hope for the best type of thing. Magneto. Cannonball. That's not going to do it. Had we played the Scar left, we would have won. Unfortunate. Magneto also would have been a little bit problematic. Depending on where they played it, I guess. Pulling the Symbiote Spider-Man would have been big. And I enjoy clutter decks a lot. And I like running clutter decks. But anytime clutter is super popular, it's not fun for me anymore. Like I like running them whenever they're like not necessarily meta, but not necessarily off meta. Then Unibot, you said gonna be streaming a while tonight. I'm gonna be streaming a little while. I may not go all night. I may try to get a nap in the morning, but right now we're good. I'm kind of locked in right now. Next up we have Dexter, and I think Dexter has been kind of wiping the floor with us the last couple. What should I switch Scarlet Spider for? Black Panther. The deck looks to discard Scar, and so you could swap it for Black Panther and be able to do that. And then Waspman Air, so are we going full time? We are going full time, my friend. We get another Eternals arc, which is not awful. We do have Namora. We'll be able to play down. So like Zabu, Gwynpool, Namora. And in Monster Metropolis, Zabu might have a shot after getting the +5 from Namora from being the highest power and reaching like a 10 power range, potentially. Kind of like Symbiote Spider-Man, Gwynpool, Namora. I guess we can Gwynpool this turn. We'll muck up our draw a little bit. You can definitely beat Dexter. I appreciate the vote of confidence. But he did cook us a couple of times. And it looks like he's running the like War Machine Legion stuff, which is unfortunate. You throw Makari Storm. Oh, man. I don't want the Makari. Can we give back the copycat? So no more double trigger of Namora. Symbiote Spider-Man and see. He said I'm watching both streams for the face-off. I've seen a couple people doing that. I always think it's super funny. And so the Nebula that we'll be able to move around. I guess we go ahead and make it happen. We double trigger the left lane. We have Namora. If they get War Machine down, or if they get War Machine down, then we might be in trouble. But the deck that he's running, I think it runs the Scarlet Spider as well. I think at one point he had 2099 in it. Be able to like move into a lane, which is kind of scary, especially for that left lane. We have a few cards over there. I think this would be one of the games where 2099 actually would be like crazy value. Yeah. Yeah, and he'll be able to shift it with Madam Web. War Machine. Okay, we'll take it. Got Killmonger value here. Ghost Killmonger. We take out Nebula, take out Ebony Maw. When left, put 14 more in mid. Pressure right. What is Killmonger for? So Killmonger is typically for taking out one-cost cards. But yeah, the reason he's in this one is a clutter, kind of a clutter resistant. So there's a lot of like debris and just like one-cost negative floods, like hoods, voids, or hoods, demons. And so he's here as that counter to those. So I think we're gonna go Ghost Killmonger, and then see from there. So Infinite right, and we're gonna be able to clear out 13 in left.
Hello, so happy.
We will grab the 2. Feels good to be on the flip side of these. I think maybe we can start snapping. Whenever I go on a loss streak, I typically stop snapping and wait and let several play out so that I can kind of get back in a groove. Just to make sure I'm not on like a negative like slope or on a tilt. And then because that can end up being a bleeding cubes. He said, I'm going to be in a video. So last time he shouted us out when he beat us. I'm going to give a shout out to Dexter. If you don't know him, hit the heart button. And then Ollie said, I just made $1 million. I mean, I'm glad I can do what I can. If you play Ghost before Killmonger on the same turn, will Killmonger go off after it? No. So Ghost won't interrupt the flow of that. Who's mod here? I think KM Best. Are you still mod here? Yeah. KM Best is the mod here, and so don't test him too much. But he's more of a mod I think KM, you had to ban somebody, right? I think you're like at least 90% of the bans that I've had to have. Yeah, like a show mod, not someone that's in here. And so otherwise we don't have anyone on duty. I banned one person ever. Yeah. Was it in my chat? Or one person ever in my chat? Do you have any kind of frequently asked questions? I don't, but it might not be a bad idea to put one together. Yeah, I think they definitely deserved it. It was justified. One person even in his life would be wholesome. Full-time streamer now? Full-time streaming now. We're seeing if we can make a run at it, make it possible. So we have Vosh, which I think Vosh was in here just a second ago, but I'm sure he's tabbed out. Let's go Go Zabu. I think it may be Zabu into Gwynpool on 3 into a big Scarlet Spider. And I'm okay throwing the Zabu into Cancun. Just in case we need to go with like a Namora. Nah, we'll go ahead and put Zabu here. So wait, I just wanted to approve that message, not add to the permanently approved list. Yeah, no, it's okay. Danix with the hydrate reminder. No, it was just something that was caught by Automod, and so I hadn't ruled on it either way. Let's go Gwynpool into Hotel Inferno. Hopefully, we hit our Scarlet Spider a couple of times. In my experience, it almost always directly misses Scarlet Spider. Did you win, Dexter, the previous round? Last round I did. We get a Scarlet Spider into Namora, and all right. So I think this is probably our ideal hand, and I still don't know that's enough to win against like a beast bounce or an agent bounce, unless we get Ghost, which Ghost got destroyed by Hotel Inferno, and so we're gonna be able to next turn drop Namora, hit Scarlet Spider, expand him, and so we're gonna be able to get a deep discount onto Scar. Wasting 9 power on Cancun. Yeah, but we're gonna get 14. 5 cost 18 powers. Pretty good. Acid Arrow is unfortunate. We do get Killmonger to clear any of their flood that happens, but without Ghost, we can't guarantee that it's gonna go off. We are wasting power into Cancun, you're right. But there's always a chance that we draw into Scarlet Witch, I guess. I guess it's the 1 out of 3. 2 out of 3? No, not quite 2 out of 3. If we hit Iron Lad, we may gamble on it in the left lane. A big flood early. Every time I try some Namora gameplay, I go against Clog. Yeah, Clog is super common right now. We hit the low roll with the symbiote Spider-Man, unfortunately. This is the most power if they don't have any 1 costs that they drop. This version, the Mysterio, US Agent, I've seen a couple of different variations, but I don't think it ever runs like an Iron Man. So we may just go with this. I also don't know if they have any like big 1 costs, or else we could go Killmonger. That might be. So Killmonger right now is 3, 4, 5 value for us. So if they do any 1 cost, I guess it would be benefit added. Killmonger. Sasquatch. Ooh, Havoc. Ant-Man. Okay, we do take out the Ant-Man. They're scaling their Bishop quite a bit. Plus the basic arrows, that's fine. So between the Scar, the Killmonger, it comes very close after Havoc scales. Never a doubt. We will grab the 4 cubes against Vosh. My goodness, the Havoc goes crazy. The Bishop went crazy. Cancun absolutely hurt that, but we're able to pull it through. Goodness. How do you get Twitch drops for Snap? So exclamation point drops. The first link is going to let you link your Marvel Snap account to your Twitch account. And then from there, just be in an active Marvel Snap stream, and you'll start gaining progress. You can check the progress through that second link, which is the inventory tab. And it looks like it's time for a quick set of ads. We're going to jump over into those, and then we'll be right back, you guys. That KM is doing work for you. Killmonger is in actually a pretty decent spot right now with all of the clutter, with all of the bounce. He puts in a decent amount of work. It's just most decks, it doesn't develop early enough to really be able to utilize him. But being able to do like a Scar plus Killmonger can be huge. But we're going to run over to the quick set of ads, and then we will be right back. Don't go anywhere. The Ghost is pretty needed with the Killmonger. It can be, yeah, especially if you're developing it early. If you don't get Ghosts, It depends how much they've developed the board before that. But I should probably watch the stream sometime so I have some idea of the deck you're playing. Bosh, you were in here like a second ago. You said matched up and realized I've been watching, but I had literally no idea what you're playing. To be fair, I've switched like 4 times. I think this is like my maybe 3rd or 4th game with the deck. So it was very, very close. I was actually debating on whether I went Killmonger or Symbiote there on the last turn. I'm definitely glad I went Killmonger, but so this deck makes me wish I got Scarlet Spider. Don't give in, Lucky Ryan. It's really not. It seems fun, but it definitely falls to like the clutter stuff and any kind of like any Namora stuff. It does have its drawbacks for sure. So the ghost made me think Killmonger, but it only had ones at the end. Yeah, it's Cope. Yeah, yep. I think it's just Cope. Similar to all the Scream stuff that's floating around. I think it's just Copium decks. But next up we have Big Baby Cat. The first location, Rickety Bridge. Unfortunate. Unless we get Scarlet Witch, I guess. U.S. Agent is also a little unfortunate for us. We're not gonna position it down. Squirrel Girl early. Could be a zoo deck. Venom. Patriot. Back from the ad. Welcome back, Darkness Rabbit. Welcome back from Adland. We missed you. We missed you while you were gone. We can go Ghost. We have the Killmonger to set up later, so maybe it's Ghost into Scarlet Spider's not fantastic here. We're not gonna be able to buff it up with Namora because of the Bifrost. I think Scream is a pretty solid deck if you get the combos. Yeah, Scream when she works is incredible, but it's just really kind of almost clunky to get it to work consistently. Like if you get all the pieces, it can be
Hey,
great.
welcome. It took you long enough.
But it just doesn't feel like it has as much of a like a last turn surprise factor that you need to get some like big cube equity. And it's kind of fragile in that Shadow King just brings it back. Luke Cage is a huge deficit because it takes away half of her ability. And then Wham Bam Boozler, thank you so much for the resub with your or for the sub with your Prime. That brings us up to 6 for the day. So I kind of think we maybe throw just a Hail Mary Iron Lad, because maybe we hit Gwynpool, which could help our potential Scarlet Spider out. Never mind. I'm not gonna do anything for us. Congrats on going full time. Wishing you good luck with it. Thank you so much. And then Ryan, you said deck recommendations for climbing. A bounce deck is in an incredible spot right now. It counters and can sometimes certain builds can go higher than Hela, and it counters the clutter stuff that we're seeing a lot of. Depending on how you build it, you can potentially go against the other common decks and like Move and a few others. If you're just wanting to look for something that's pretty easy to navigate and pretty easy to run, Destroy is always in a decent or good spot. So they're full capped in the right lane. We can only get rid of 2 of their cards though. So speed continues to scale, and then this one is what it is. Kind of want to go Namora, but it also feels bad, so I'm gonna go with this and call it good. Then Mastered Chops, you said, wow, you were grinding the drops hard, TLSG? It's awesome seeing you go full time. Thank you so much, Mastered Chops. I'm excited. I'm excited for like what that means going forward and what we can do with it. So the Havoc continues to scale. The Goose comes down. We always need to do the Killmonger, but I'm not sure that it's enough. Like we could maybe hope that they just dropped a 1 cost over here. but Havoc is gonna absolutely destroy us. Yeah, we'll jump out of that one. I really hope you have a great time as a full-time streamer. Thank you so much, Darkness Rabbit. Hopefully the meta hopefully the meta improves. But otherwise, I still enjoy like brewing and trying different things. It's not as enjoyable if you're plummeting in rank, or if you're losing a lot of those matchups. But it's still fun to be able to find that deck that ends up being like the next one that spreads pretty far, pretty fast. Being able to find that like just like ahead of the curve, you can get a lot of movement whenever you are in that position. You said who was on the wall back there? We have. We have Vi. We have the Lich King, Dr. Boom, Sylvanas, Tracer, and then Baldur's Gate 3. Conquest always tends to be chill when ranked is unfun. Yeah, but it's super unfun to go against. Are those displays? They are. I'm a big fan of them. Baldur's Gate 3, yes, it was a game that I played through. It was a pretty short playthrough actually, but I absolutely loved it. I was a WoW urchin myself. I loved. I played WoW. It probably didn't grip me as long or as much as like either RuneScape or League of Legends did. But he says short. Did we play the same game? No. So I have like a very addictive personality, and so like whenever I am super like focusing on something, like that is all that I end up doing. And so like for the stint of maybe 3 weeks, I played Baldur's Gate 3 every open opportunity I had. And so the overall time frame that I like actually played it ended up being relatively short, but like the time spent or the hours put into the game were the same. I ran through it on honored mode. That was my only one complete run through, the only time I ever made it past like Act 1. And I ran it on honored mode, and I figured there's nowhere up from here. I might as well retire at the top. So not a lot going on with the Killmonger. We do have a buffed up Scarlet Witch. Maybe it's like this. I guess ours is 3 power, so we don't really want to do Killmonger, do we? Iron Lad would be better off. Darkness, you said you played League of Legends. I did. I enjoyed League of Legends for quite a while. Had a great build up into just an unfortunate finish. And then Boofin says, asked me to ask if we can change your avatar to Pixel and Baku. Absolutely. We absolutely can change it back to Pixel and Baku. But we may change decks. I'll try and remember to shift it whenever we do. We have one of the best looking avatars in the game. Pixel and Baku. I stopped playing League of Legends, but keep watching videos about it. Yeah, and I've done that for a couple of other games. So for a while, I watched old school RuneScape streams. Like I played the game. I sunk. That's the game that I've probably sunk the most time into, or unproductive time. Because I may be getting close to the time that I sank into RuneScape into like Snap, but a lot of that is because I'm looking to like stream or create content or whatever around it. But RuneScape was the unproductive time that I spent, was like days and days and days. So Hale, you said this deck sucks? I thank you. And so,
Breaking news.
whenever I stopped, it was something that I was still interested in. I just couldn't keep up the amount of time and the hours that it would take to play the game. So I like watched people that streamed it. So we have a Juggernaut. It's theirs. It's their Juggernaut. So we have to look out for them potentially pushing one of our cards over. So maybe like this one in mid. Or maybe there's a chance that we push theirs over.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Doesn't work, does it? Because they didn't play it in mid. So it shouldn't push. Nothing that could be pulled by a Polaris. We'd have to look out for the Juggernaut. If they play Juggernaut... Oh, I guess a Stegron, right? We need to protect mid, I guess. Which feels bad. We're just not going to be able to do a whole lot. Like, we lost a lot of our early development. So it won't be great. The good thing about Snap is that it's so fun and competitive, but you can play it anywhere on your... You can play it anywhere with your phone. I think that's a good and bad about it. So it's a positive because it's very accessible. Negative because it is very accessible. And so it's hard to like shut off and like not still be brewing. Frothy said, good game from last game. I almost left after you pulled my Surfer. I wish you would have. How's the night going? It's going well. The Climb, we haven't found a deck that's like just thriving right now. But otherwise it's going well. So if we did Copycat, that pushes their Spider-Man, but then we still have to get at least 5 power over there. Which would be like the Iron Lad, which doesn't feel like the direction we should go. I'm just here for the drops, not gonna lie. Death Killer. That's also a very acceptable way. I'm proud to be your drop dealer. I would be your drop dealer any day. But I appreciate you being here. It might be that we just need to go to like the tried and true Agent Venom bounce. Start a little bit of a climb or get some kind of momentum going. But I will carry over the M'Baku avatar. There's another drop for the anniversary. Yeah, there's another set. The one for anniversary is a premium mystery variant at the end. So at least you have a chance to get something that's not Spider-Man 29.9. Like, it's unfortunate that he's a relatively unplayable card, or he's not very playable. So maybe they'll I'm not here for drops. I'm here to see what you're cooking. Apparently I was cooking some stuff that wasn't great. He said I'm the opposite because I'm 2.8 collection level and missed. You said, wait, I remember you now. You were the guy who did the yes. Which is interesting that you recognize that I was the one that did that video, because and that's the one like video I did on there that doesn't have like the face cam. It's just the voice. But I am the one that did the 30 days, and I did 60 days. I was gonna do up to 100, and I had it recorded, but my hard drive crashed and I lost it all. I'm here for the positive vibes. Cube ASMR. Are you sure you're here? Not. Goodness. Are you sure you're not here for the SMR ASMR? Take a breath. My goodness. Are you sure you're not here for the ASMR? You need backups, TLSG? Backups. Oh, backups? Oh, for the hard drive. Yeah. Yep. I'm the one that fried it. I was upgrading my power supply, and I did not realize that the cords are not universal. Like the plug-in fits, but it's a different wattage through the actual cable. And so I switched out the power supply, but I didn't like take the old cable out and put the new one in, and it sent the wrong amount of power to the hard drive. So that was my fault, and I won't do it again. But yeah, it was definitely something that was on me. So we can go like Black Widow Hood. We do have Beast to bounce our cards back in, so maybe we stack them both into like mid. We hit it with a Beast to pull them in, or it's like this. We do Vibranium or Demon plus the Beast, because those are replayable. That's unfortunate. Yeah, that I own an IT company, so hearing that made my soul hurt for you. Yeah, yep. It was one of those I've never changed out a power supply, and I had one that was failing. It was causing my computer to just like shut down periodically. And it's not a mistake that I'll ever make again. I assure you. Like Vibranium. The next turn is going to be, we won't be able to draw 3, 4, 5, 6 plus these. Won't be bad. And so our hit monkey will be pretty big. Bishop scales quite a bit. Yeah, that's a mistake that you only make one time, and then you're very cautious going forward. And then Icking, you said woke up for middle of the night snack, and now I'm treated to a TLSG stream. Great start to the weekend. Tiro, or Icking Tiro, thank you so much for being here. You couldn't pick up the cable, unfortunate. Thank you so much for being here. It's like a nice little treat. And then Pack Runner, you said late night stream is the move. I'm not completely sold, but I am sold on the fact that I messed up my sleep schedule, and so this is like I'm gonna be awake anyways, so I might as well stream type of situation. So like this, Demon gets pretty big. Definitely beats their scaling. We scale our Bishop. Hit Monkey is very, very large, hopefully scaling past these two. And then we have the Rocket Hood, which Rocket is going to be 8 power plus the 12 for the extra 4 on Hood for another 12. We do get the retreat.
Victory.
So this one can just pump out an absurd amount of power. So maybe this was just the move. Maybe I was trying to reinvent the wheel. I just know that this one is not necessarily like exciting. I was looking for something that I could like feature, but maybe we're in a state where it's just too difficult to match into and beat all of the big stuff consistently. And then Ash Harvey said, just woke up and saw you stream. What time is it across the pond? So it's a nice crisp 3:20 a.m. I messed up my sleep schedule yesterday. I was super excited for drops, and so I streamed whenever they came out. Took a little bit of a break to do like dinner with the family, get them to bed. And then I streamed overnight last night. And so because I did that, I went to bed at like 10 a.m., woke up at 3 p.m., and we're here we are playing card games in the middle of the night. You spoke all this calculation faster than I can think. Wait, me? Wait, what did I calculate, Tickler? It may have been just something that happened. I may have just went into calculation mode. Let's go ahead and go. We're gonna snap it. We have Agent. We have Falcon, Beast. We're gonna be able to get quite a bit of benefit from the Venom. And then the Hydrate Reminder from Thistle. Then Ash Harvey said 3:20. Yeah. Degenerate hours for sure. Super Yogi, you said greetings from Indonesia. Always love your streaming and how you explain the way your decks work. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully you enjoy the vibes of the stream as well. It's a little bit, I'd say probably a little bit slower pace, but definitely positive nonetheless. I think we go ahead and use the Falcon. We pull in the Nico. This becomes a Demon, so then we could like play the Sable into Beast to pull it back in, going into the final turn. For you, it's 5:20. Hugs from Japan. Darkness. So I'm hitting a little bit of a better time frame from for those of you, and that's one of the reasons I also like to be able to shift it up every once in a while. And so I'm glad that you're able to hit it from a different time frame, because I know a lot of times my normal streaming isn't perfect for a lot of people. 4:20 in Canada. 4:20 p.m. Or is it just a.m.? Wouldn't Kate Bishop be better than Shadow King? So it's hit and miss. So Shadow King, for me, Shadow King right now is pretty important or pretty impactful. Because we have those cards that just scale ridiculously. So we have the dagger moves. We have a lot of Athena stuff. We have just a lot of things that have a lot of scaling. So Shadow King can be the difference, or that counterpiece that can allow you to win those. Unfortunate. That can allow you to win those like bigger cube games. This one we're actually going to be struggling a bit, but be Bishop, but then Demon is kind of, or Hit Monkey on the last turn is rough. The Acid Arrow into Cosmo was a good hit. Even if we didn't play Hood, we wouldn't be able to beast that lane back in because they knew Falcon was already gone. Oh, unfortunate. Ooh, Fissile. So it's not much not much different over there for you than it is for me. Athena early is hard. Athena early is hard. I think we could do it, especially if we like drew the Shadow King. But being cluttered over there is definitely rough. And another Cosmo here, so no Sage, no Hit Monkey. Fortunate. This is our best bet. Yeah, I think they probably have an Iron Man. If they're running Mystique, they're probably running the Hawk. I don't know if the Hawk version runs. Actually, they haven't run any like Korg or Rock Slide, so it makes more sense that it's like an Iron Man Mystique package. And then the Cosmo Mystique is that like backup line. So I'm not even going to let them swindle any more cubes. We're going to take the 2-cube loss. This was a good momentum swing for them. And so we'll give them a kudos and jump over into the next one. So I have a weekend nemesis. My girlfriend saw a mouse in the house. I'm up just waiting to hear that snap sound. No pun intended. I mean, we can snap in the next game, but I've never liked having to deal with mice. Something about them being so fast just makes me not like having to deal with it. I will, but I don't enjoy it. So hopefully you catch your nemesis soon. And then Drunken King said, hello, missed your stream, your last stream, but I'm here now. Welcome in, Drunken King. Better late than never. I'm glad to have you. And then Crime Afoot. We have the snap from throbbing Pinguino? You broke my brain for a second. Thank you. I'll do the snap. And then Freak Mojo with the Hydrate reminder. And if there's one, there's never just one. Yeah. So Weird World gave us a Quinjet, and so we get a discount on... actually, with the Agent Venom, that's actually a good opening hand. We have the Quinjet to get a discount on Blue Marvel. We have Agent Venom to set our cards after that. Then we can go from there. Ooh, they do have our Sable. I actually did call him Jerry. It's fitting. I feel like you have to call him Jerry. So we have Falcon, so we could pull back in our 1 costs. Let's go Agent Venom, and then we'll kind of shift and adjust from there. So there's a sound effect for the Alliance. The Alliance or Weird World? I'm glad we got their Quinjet because they're running an Arisham deck. And so could have gotten a good discount on them. something like Rocket. Actually, we have Falcon, so it depends on where we think they're going to play. I'm going to say Rocket left. We'll go Hood. Go. Next turn, we'll do Falcon to pull him back in. Gonna deal with it, frying pan. I used to watch Tom and Jerry every single day. Great locations, yeah. These are some locations of all time for sure. You get the bishop. So maybe when we want to do like bishop demon, next turn we do the falcon. Be able to do like US agent left, falcon mid, maybe. Call Tom. Tom never had much luck capturing Jerry, so I don't know that he's a good reference. Mockingbird. Get Beast.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Now I kind of wish we would have left more space open, because this definitely means we have to go the Beast line. So, or we have to go the Falcon line. So maybe it's Beast to make these cheap or free into Falcon. We probably won't go the Blue Marvel, but we will be able to flood a lot of one costs. And then Ote, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. That pushes us up to 7 for the day. So very much appreciate the support. We absolutely crushed through the sub goal that my wife had set for us to transition to full time. And so with that, I've put in my notice. I'm just waiting for that time frame to finish, and then we will be a full-time content creation. So let's see. Do that. We could also do like the Agent Venom hood. It's like a rocket. I don't know that we can do anything here. Even with US Agent, even with like a potential Blue Marvel. Might be Rocket mid. Actually, I'll go Rocket right in case they play over there. Rocket right, Hood right, Venom. Not huge, because this is a lot of low power. That's all going to be negatively reduced. Like if they have a big blob from the Arsham line, we wouldn't be able to touch it. So I think we have to rely on the rocket. And call it good. Wrong. So if we would have had rocket over there and it would have triggered by another +4, I don't think it would have made enough of a difference. That would have been another 4 or 5 in that lane. I guess with Mockingbird, we could have went US Agent over there. That could have potentially done it. US Agent plus like the rocket. Can't claim the final drop rewards. It shows the progress is completed, but you haven't been able to actually claim it. Wait, they're bugged. Do you still gain progress? You're just not able to like redeem it yet? And then Sohail, you said for my time zone here, the stream is perfect. It happens with me when I lose. I keep on losing. Yeah, it's one of those that when you lose, I typically don't try to keep running a deck that I've been losing with, because I typically will kind of get down on it, and then I'm less likely to see those like obscure like win lines. And so sometimes it's a fresh deck that kind of breaks you out of a potential like slide or slump. I don't think they're going to play anything, but we could always do like Rocket Raccoon. I'm going to hold it. Saw someone say that after a few hours it worked for him. Okay. So it makes progress. You're just not able to claim it quite yet. Have to do it on mobile. It's a desktop issue, not browser. Interesting. You can reload to claim the reward. So it seems like there's a couple of maybe ways around it. So let's go Nico. US Agent is great for us. Especially against the Hela stuff that Danish plays. Agent Venom. Everything that it could hit is pretty big. Sage, Hood, Bishop. So do we... I think we go ahead and use a turn. Next turn we'll do Beast in the left. Then we'll see. Jubilee. To Giganto.
Opponent snapped.
2, 3. We'll be able to do... I guess we can hold the rocket for the last turn. Yeah, we won't be able to draw, but I think that's okay. We're not really going to go Sage anyways. Let's see. I do go ahead and play another card. Oh, wow. Oh, Bark. Gonna bounce. Hopefully you have a great rest of your day, Fizzle. Catch you around in the next one. It is time for a quick set of ads, and then we'll be right back with this, which we're down almost. My goodness, we're down almost 100 SP. We need something to turn around for us. We'll be back. I'm gonna run a little bit more of this because I think it can do well. We just need to maybe like through on the bad, but we'll be back. Don't go anywhere, you guys. And we may need to pivot if we don't get a good run going. We'll pivot again. We'll pivot until we find something that works. Relogging in Twitch also didn't work. And then you tried from both mobile and from desktop. So we'll queue up here in just a second. I just want to give a little bit of time for the ads to push and run through. We should be good to jump back in. And thank you guys for the follows. If you are new to the channel, if you got here through like KM Best, I did recently switch over to doing this full time. A lot of my content is on my YouTube, but I'm going to be doing daily streams for all of October because my community came and kind of like rallied behind me and got us to that sub goal as quickly as they did. We're going to be doing live streams every day in October. And so if you do enjoy, definitely follow us so that you can be notified when we do go live. So next up we have Vosh one more time. I'm going to go ahead and skip on one. Can't really dictate or guarantee where Rocket would potentially get value. I think I usually like saving the US Agent for like a later drop. That way it's more of a surprising thing, but we're gonna go ahead and play it now. Then Danish, I'm hopping off. Maybe I'll grab a couple of wins. Hopefully you have a great rest of your night. Good games as always. The Legion was diabolical, but I'm not mad at it at anything. I would do the exact same thing. It was a big brain Legion, unfortunate as it may be. Hopefully you have a great rest of your night, Danish. So Kate Bishop, we have Ant-Man. Go ahead and fill this right lane. We have Falcon, so we'll be able to pull them back in. Upkung, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great night. With the Kate Bishop with Ant-Man. I think it's just a bounce. Bride, basic arrow, and him arrow. Will you dress up for Halloween for the Halloween stream? Ooh. So I actually told actually have been told quite a bit. Not so much now that I've gained a little bit of weight, but before that I looked kind of like the Daredevil actor, and so I always thought about doing like a Daredevil cosplay, but I don't have anything guaranteed, so not set in stone. But maybe we'll do some kind of cool dress up to to have some hype around it. Charlie Cox, yeah. So it's turn 5, so we could always do like Sable. We could always do like Sable. No. We want to do Sable Falcon. That's what we always want to do here. That's going to pull back in 1, 2, 3. We have hand space to pull. I missed Sage during last week's Spotlight Cash. Got her in my token shop. Do you think she's worth 6,000? She's one of the strongest one of the strongest 3 costs, and I think she'll continue to find her way into like relevant positions, and so I would lean towards yes. With priority, like Rocket, Sage. Maybe is that too committed to this lane? I don't even really want to drop the Living Tribunal. I guess we can. It goes from competing in 2 to bringing them down a touch. But I think that makes it okay for me to like full commit that Sage Rocket in the right. Oh, wait. What are we doing? Leo, I got it. I caught it a little bit late, but better late than never. If I don't have Sage, who can I substitute? I also don't have Cassandra Nova. Sage is a tough one to replace in a lot of bounce decks. Let me see what... I can't think of one off the top of my head, but let me see what a few of the other Hitmonkey Agent Venom decks are using. Sage. No, that's not a bounce. Majority are running Sage in them, unless it's like structured a little bit differently. So I'm not sure that there's a great replacement because the ceiling for it goes incredibly high. You could try maybe Mysterio, because it helps with it. Wolfsbane is probably like a very similar, but it doesn't go anywhere near as high.
Hello, can you understand me?
Okay, unfortunate Infinite in the raft, but we're fine. We're good. It's nice to be on the positive flip side of that Living Tribunal drop. My goodness. Still do decent work. Yeah, I guess if you use her as that bounce target, she still ends up being like 7, and then it can be rebounced. So yeah, that's probably the closest sub. I know people, including me, have been using Wolfsbane. Yeah. Welcome in, show. Hopefully you're having a fantastic night so far. Next up, we have Swagatha Knight. I just woke up. Hopefully you're having a great morning so far. Let's go Sable. We have Venom after that. I'm going to snap into it. We have Venom, we have Falcon. And so we're going to have a lot of that power presence to be able to compete with whatever it is. I know that snapping on turn 1 a lot of times can still leave a lot of room open for that RNG. But we have a pretty good opening hand that I think we can kind of face off against most things. We're having a fine night. Yeah, my night's not too bad. Not bad at all. Let's go Agent Venom. Let's go Agent Venom with Nico. We're kind of wanting to wait for the move right spell so that we can position some kind of card over there. I like the player's name. Yeah, Swagatha is such a cool name. The duplicate. We could get a duplicate of, I guess, but then we wouldn't be able to pull Nico back in. Otherwise, we could do like Falcon, Nico, or maybe we just don't do Falcon. We just do the Nico. Next turn, we play Sage. Get a higher power Sage and then get a copy of it back in hand. Kind of like it. You think Misery would fit in bounce? I don't think so. Misery destroys the owner reveals that she re-triggers. And so like she would destroy the Sable. She would destroy the Nico. So I don't think it'll fit in. Yeah, and I think Toxin is going to be the thing that like really elevates bounce to a scary degree. Like I'm excited, but I'm also pretty afraid of Toxin. Said but if played with Beast. So like Misery onto the Beast card.
I am Iron Man.
Good question. And then see Venom, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. The Iron Man here from Jubilee is big. I mean, Shadow King actually doesn't sound too terrible. We pull back in with Falcon, the 1, 2. Hold on. We can do Falcon, Shadow King. They do have they can always drop Jubilee back again. But at least we get a little bit of power into Luke's bar going into that final turn. Shadow King it? Yeah. Yeah, I like the idea of the Shadow King for it. Double Ironheart. Ironheart bounces back in. Shadow then Falcon? Yeah. Yeah, that would have been a better line. That way we could redrop Shadow King eventually. We have the Sage. We have a decent power on like Nico, Sable, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. They have another Ironheart they can drop. Late snap gaming, yeah. Schwaks, what is this crazy late night stream? I need my beauty sleep. Agent is nuts if they move, man. Yeah, if they move Iron Man, Agent in the left is big. But then it's a question of... like, does this in the right win? Probably not, but we're going to give it a shot. Iron Man move is big.
Iron Man.
So they probably do Jubilee here to get another drop in it. Shadow King first. Wait. Never mind. Yeah. Because we were just moving him from mid. Oh, never mind. Jubilee's going to win it for him in mid. Because Jubilee plus, yeah. plus the other. So we can't compete with the left lane anyways. Oh, why'd we stay in that one for 4? Oh, you're fine. You're fine, Captain. You're absolutely fine. Actually, I'm gonna pivot a little bit. I still need the wins with Agent Venom, but I'm gonna try the Agent Venom Patriot list. I've seen it. I've seen it float around a few times, but
Hey,
haven't
welcome. It took you long enough.
necessarily tried it myself. And then Spiralist Studio with the 1 month at tier 1. Thank you so much for the support and for being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic night. That pushes us up to 8 for the day. So we get the Mysterio, but we're gonna hold it. Potentially get hit with a Bast. It would be the best thing we could do, I think. The Silver Sable, unfortunate, it hits our Blue Marvel. We're gonna go ahead and skip early game. We'll play Bishop next. They did have the Bast. Ooh, we get Bast as well. Probably the Bast card we could have asked for. I'm torn if we want to wait an extra turn to drop it on 4 instead. Best Bast? Yeah, it's the best Bast we could have asked for. I'm gonna go ahead and drop it. If we pull into like Hood or Wasp, maybe even Brood, I'll be a little bit sad that we went ahead and curved it out. But otherwise, Patriot is also a little bit unfortunate. You get the Bishop. Be like Bishop, Iron Man, Bishop, Iron Man, Mystique, Mysterio. Be potentially what we go with.
Opponent snapped.
So Iron Man right. We'll see from there. How's your wife and kids feel about your dad jokes? I'm already getting sass from my daughter. Right now, most of them she thinks is funny. But there's still some where I just get the biggest like eye roll. But for the most part, she enjoys them. At least for now. And so I'm soaking that in while I can, because I know that's not going to last forever. You get an Ultron. I feel like we would rather go like Mystique, Mysterio. I want to go Hood for the extra +1 on Bishop, but I would want to go it into the lane that, or throw it into the lane that we're not potentially winning. I just don't know if 3, 6, 7, 14 is enough in the left. Probably not. We'll give it a shot. The Mystique to copy Claw. We have Kate Bishop. Something low. Kitty Pride. We have a shot. I think we actually win this one.
I am Iron Man.
What a clunky game that we found a way to like claw our way into. Take it. We'll gladly take it.
Victory.
What a good start. We're starting on a win with the deck, and it can only get better from there. Like as I figure out like the play lines or the optimal play lines. 2099 drop looks cool. Wonder how long until they buff them again. I don't know. It is. I very much enjoy the 2099 variant. If you guys haven't seen it, this is the 2099 variant that you get as the final reward for the drops for spending 6 hours in snap streams. Looks super sleek, but you just don't ever have a good reason most of the time to run Spider-Man 2099. You said I would have wimped out so much earlier. Yeah, it was one that definitely didn't feel like a win, but we somehow managed to find a way to make it one. Did the drops end? No, they're going until the 11th. So I think it's just over or just around a full week, if I remember right. Something around there. So no, it should still be good. Like the pose and everything, it's classic Spider-Man. Yeah. It feels very Spider-Man-esque. It does. You're right. Like the pose and all of it definitely does. All right, next up we have Vosh again. I feel like we've played Vosh so many times.
I am Ego.
Ego can
This
be
is my domain.
Ego can really mess with this.
Oh, snap.
Then post Bone said hello from YouTube. Got an Ego game. Then Postponed, welcome. I'm so glad that you found the Twitch channel from the YouTube. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. You said, oh, those are the rules. They absolutely are. Opponent has honor. Yeah, we're gonna stay, win or lose. Since they followed the Ego rules, we're gonna stick it out. Ooh, but we are looking at a lot of whiffs with Mystique coming up. I hope Ego smashes Vosh. He gave me Havoc on 3. Oh, Havoc on 3 whenever you're not running a deck that can deal with it is so devastating. And you still only lost by 3. Wow, so it was a lot closer. Rest in peace 4. Yeah, probably. Or yeah, rest in peace 8 cubes probably. But to be fair, their deck's looking pretty bad too. Oof. So it's a lot of demons. So they do get some power back. We need it to roll Iron Man here, so that the Mystique isn't whiffed on the final turn. So in turn 5, we need it to play Iron Man. Dexter was running a list. Yeah, I know that Dexter was running a list, but it only that was not Iron Man. That is not what we needed. Oh no. I know that Dexter had a list. Might actually hit the line. No, we didn't. I know that he had a list with 29.9, but there's only one enabler. So like, if you draw Madam Web and you don't want to do something like Legion or something else, you're able to. But yeah, that's unfortunate. No, they snapped back, so I'm gonna stick it out, but we lose this one every time. There's definitely it curved better than what ours did.
Strings on me.
Drew, are you saying sayonara to the 8 cubes? Who plays better, Ego or Agatha? So I think they said that it's the same. It's the same logic for both. So technically, I think they play the same. That one hurt. That one hurt. We were already on a pretty big losing spree. If only Iron Man was played. Yeah, if Iron Man played into the Mystique final turn, that was fine. But he said a man of honor. We honor the Ego rules. It pops up so infrequently that an 8 cuber here and there is an issue. So the only win I get against you tonight isn't even my win. Agatha from here on out. Yeah, but now you can't even just autopilot Agatha. You have to Eagle also bailed on my Iron Man. Yeah. So Eagle bailed on my Iron Man on 5, which could have been Iron Man into Mystique. But no, yeah, it it didn't do great for either of us. So we get their Arisham, they get a copy of our Ultron. Let's go Agent Venom. Patriot is actually really good, or could be really good with the squirrels. And then the real Borkster. Good night, TLSG. Love the videos. Thank you so much, Borkster. Hopefully you have a great night. And hopefully we'll catch you again sometime really soon. But also, we really need global matchmaking. Yeah. I love you in store manager, but our micro meta of 3 people is a bit much. I agree. Especially when you get into a micro meta that you're losing in. So that's what happened to me last night. And it was so rough. It was such a grueling thing running into like 2 of maybe 5 people, and I lost to those 2 almost all night. Now we need a 511 Agatha for odd turns. Yep, that way you can completely turn it off again. We get Patriot, but Warrior Falls is always problematic for us because they can always go something pretty big there. But I still think Patriot is probably the line. But maybe it's Patriot Iron Man into the Mystique and not copying the Patriot with the Mystique. Maybe we wait one more turn. Iron Man kind of helps us elevate quite a bit. And then Mysterio is a base of 4. And so he'll end up being pretty good. I think we actually play the real one over into Warrior Falls. So Iron Man, Mystique,
Hey, welcome.
Mysterio.
It took you long enough.
Not a bad ender. I know that it gives him an extra 6. But if we have the Mystique plus the 4, might be fine.
I am.
And then
Iron
Nick Notst. Notst. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great night. So like a Mysterio situation. I feel like they'll have to play decently big into Warrior Falls. And Elsa Bloodstone's also potentially problematic for us.
I am Iron Man.
And then Schwaks, I hope you have a good rest of your sleep. Thank you for hanging out for a little bit in the middle of the night. That Enchantress is going to debuff the Mysterio. But it is fine. It doesn't matter. Oh my god. Barely.
Victory.
So it became an 8 power play because they capped out that lane is ridiculous. But we're able to grab the 2 from it. Whew, a lot closer. The double Elsa, yeah, that's what I was looking at. The double Elsa was diabolical, but the Iron Man allowed us to find a way to do it. And so I'm gonna run to the restroom really quick. We're gonna have a minute and a half of ads, and then we'll jump back in. The deck is doing decently for me, except for the ego game. We're doing decently with it, so maybe we can start that backwards climb. Forwards climb? We don't want to go backwards anymore. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, you guys. Drunken King. We don't let the chair stream too often. They tend to drop a little bit of rank. So we're back. Is Ultron actually the cook here? Probably not. KX. I'm not so sure I'm sold on it. But it can be, I don't know. It can be that surprise where you see Agent Venom come down, you're not expecting the Ultron anymore. You think that it's out of the mix, and then you throw a 4-power Ultron down. Chair plays better than Ego? I mean, you're you're not wrong, because we got cooked by Ego. Next up we have I Got a Rock. A good old Korg. If they're not running Hawk, I'm going to be disappointed. And with Nightcrawler, it doesn't look like they're going to be. We have the Agent Venom on 2, which is huge for us. So we'll hit Mystique, Patriot, Mysterio, Hood, Brood, all of those big heavy hitters. I almost want to snap it. My chair loses less 8 cubers than me. But it probably also wins less 8 cubers than you. So it's perfectly balanced, as all things should be. And then Much Dutch, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. The chair didn't even lose once. Didn't even lose once. Maybe we let it take over a little bit more often. And so, Scream deck. Have some Scream cope. we got the got him. We just needed the voice line. Do get the Mysterio, which is good for the Bishop. I'm gonna go ahead and play Bishop into mid so that we don't get the Scream debuff. The Mysterio is really good to go ahead and curve into. Kingpin. Looks like they may be going the full like disrupt package, which is not a strong package at all. Go ahead and go Patriot. They could have what, Stegron, Juggernaut, which those I think they just are what they are. We have to kind of deal with them if they come up. Players. Ow, nope, just Miles. Cost Doctor Doom. Yeah, we have a we have a 2-cost Doctor Doom coming into play. With the Blue Marvel, we can make it more, but we also need to fill up the right lane. So I think we're gonna Blue Marvel right. We have Wasp, Fast, Mysterio. We can all throw down for pretty cheap, and then if we draw into like a Mystique, we can copy it next turn. Or Brood. Brood is also in the mix if we draw it. Let's go ahead and Blue Marvel right, and then we'll kind of flood from there. All right, the Cannonball. They do get their first movement on us in the Scream Kingpin double affliction, but at least Bishop is going to be able to scale, and we do get the Mystique, which is beautiful to see. So something like Mystique, Mysterio left, because we're going to give up that lane, so we want the fake ones here. Into Bast and then Wasp. So we'll be able to scale Bishop quite a bit. We get the second Blue Marvel, and then the Patriot. We have the big Doctor Doom coming down. Maybe Ultron can just be Dazzler? Probably. Yeah, it's just kind of a backup line, like if you don't get the Mysterio and you have Patriot down. But I don't know that I've had any games that just like absolutely would have won it for us. And then we're protecting ourselves from the arrow play by playing Wasp Blast to the left.
We are the future.
Oh no, that should be fine, right? Yeah, yeah, that should be fine. We'll still take mid. We'll still take right. They did get left by 1 with the Magneto move, but it's just not going to be enough. So maybe this was what we needed. I've been KX. If you're still here, I've been struggling all night. It's like struggling to even grab a win. I think the meta is just in such a strange spot. Strange spot. And the hydrate reminder from Dur. Absolutely. You were getting cooked too? Yeah, it's yeah. Like there's several decks that are prevalent and do well, and you can build a deck to face off against a couple of those, and then like your meta or who you're facing could shift, and then you get cooked by something else entirely. And so I think Husky popped in yesterday and said the same thing, that he was getting cooked. Came Best said that he was, for the most of his, he was taking a few L's. So it just feels like it's in a weird spot. Yeah, this one has been doing well. This is the only one that I've found that's like at least had some traction. But we've only played it for a handful of games. And so that could shift, but at least right now it does seem pretty solid. The Bast into the Ultron is not going to be the best thing we could do. We're just going to skip once into the Agent Venom, and we probably just won't play Bast this game. The Raptors are great. We did miss the Agent Venom on the Mysterio. I've been playing Patriot Venom the whole time and have been happy. I'm glad that it's going well. It seemed like the Patriot Venom, at least to me, I thought it was going to be kind of cope, but seems like it might have some merit. We're going to go ahead and rip the Bast. Be the best thing we can do. We're going to change the Mysterio, change the Mystique. Ultron is going to be the only one that took a hit. But Mysterio will be a little bit more flexible for us to be able to lean into or utilize. And then the backup Mystique will be good. So like if we get Iron Man, at least she'll have some value whenever we copy it with it. Dazzler and Sage instead of Bishop and Ultron. I don't know that I would take out the Bishop. So Bishop is... The advantage to Bishop is that you can drop it earlier, rather than like a Sage where you would need to drop it late. I could see Ultron being like a Dazzler or something else that you can curve into easier. But I'm not sure I would be sold on dropping the Bishop for Sage. All right, we do have Iron Man, so we'll be able to do Iron Man into the Mystique line. Right now you're trying the Bishop. Hopefully it goes well for you. Where did I play the real one? Just in case we get Patriot. I don't think we'll play Patriot at this point. But maybe if we draw Patriot last turn, it's a Patriot Mystique play for turn 6. Sadly, I can't hear the stream, but wanted to check up real quick. I have to get to work now. So enjoy the drop time. I'll be around when I can. Thank you so much for popping in, Angel. I know that I think you said I can't hear it. So hopefully we'll hopefully the rest of your night goes well, or your morning going into work. Hopefully that goes well. I want to leave the right lane open, so I'm gonna Iron Man left, and then kind of hope for what, a Patriot. If not, then we do like a Mystique right into Hood, whatever that might be. Then Angel with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you looking out for me.
I am Iron Man.
Store manager said I'm just gonna play Arsham and let the game win for me. It always feels so bad to that. So that's a lot of commitment into Xandar, and Iron Man wasn't the last card that they played. And so like the Iron Man for us to the left, and then Mystique, Bishop. Not huge here, but it's also not awful. Actually, they don't throw anything back into Xandar. Do we compete over there? Goes up to 15, so it goes up to 30. I feel like they have to at least play like a Kitty Pryde or something. So I don't know that 30 would be enough there.
I am Iron Man.
Bishop first to get +1 from the Mystique. Yeah, that's the direction my gut tells me to go. But that's not the right direction. So we get the win. We have left, we have mid, and they very heavily have the right lane locked in. We'll gladly take the 2 cubes though. Iron Man is my favorite card, and I love being able to play him. That is one of the major things that Agent Venom has done, is it makes all of these like low value but high impact cards become high value, high impact. So like just dropping them by themselves will be that high value. We're not running move anymore, so we're not going to that one up. We're not going to grab any 8 cubers, so we'll just leave it blank. I've used all my drops to clear out the win 8 cube bounties before. Back when Beast was permanent, I used Iron Man and Bounce. Yes. I forgot that was a thing, but Iron Man and Bounce was devious. It made like those lanes just you couldn't do anything as the opponent. Couldn't match how high it could go. Next up we have XZXZZX. The first location is Asgard. They have the Black Knight bundle, which super low conversion value, depending on how much you actually value the Black Knight or the variant. You get more credits if you just convert it flat, which is crazy. Let's go ahead and I guess go Agent Venom. We have Patriot. We can go Brood as that turn 3 play. What was the old Beast ability? Yeah, it was 2/2 return to hand, and it was the cost reduction was permanent, and so then you could beast the cards back on 4 and then have them held, or you could beast them back and then play them and then pull them back in with Falcon, and they retained that reduction. So there was a lot of value there. So we get a copy of their Infinite. They get a copy of our Ultron. But what did they discard? The Blade, Giganto. This will be a tough one. Because they're able to go really tall, really fast. I think this match becomes a tough one to win. But we'll still try. I'm gonna go Patriot first, instead of the Brood. I think saving space for like the explosive Mysterio that we draw and has been buffed up might be a little bit better. He was not cracked. Maybe if X-23 was a card back then. Wait, who? He was cracked with Deadpool. I used him with Yondu and Death a couple of times, and it was a fun like cheeky line, but I wouldn't say it was like it was broken or cracked. We can go Mystique to the left. I don't think we win in this left lane, but I think they can just drop that 14 power shard, right? Yeah. But I think Agent Venom gonna be moved to 3/4. He seems kind of ruling the meta at the moment. Yeah, I think he's very, very strong. I don't know if he gets an immediate tuning, but I do think he is incredibly strong and in a very dominant spot. So Iron Man left will help us win that lane, and then it just comes down to winning one of the other ones. We could do like Brood, have one of the fake Mysterios pop up over here. What I'm tentatively thinking. This is a Hella deck, isn't it? Wait, instead of Mysterio, do we ever go the Ultron bots? They're 6 power each, right? 6, 12, 18, 24. Not awful. We're dead. We're dead. I think we're dead. Right now, I guess Giganto and Black Cat, yeah? We might be dead. Then with the Hell Cow. Ultron would probably be the best bet we have. May not be enough, though. We only have one card in hand, though. Oh, they have 1 card in deck. They have 6 in hand. Oh my goodness. Still gonna try it. We're probably dead unless they get an unlucky stack. So like one of those going to the left would be great. Infinite is huge for him, and then Hulk. Oh my goodness.
Minions.
Unlucky stack is what we need. Had the Giganto went mid, or had the Giganto went left, we were fine. We almost got the lucky stack we needed, but unfortunate. But hey, we won left. Oof. William on the YouTube side said, hey TLSG, welcome in, William. Hopefully you're having a great morning so far. See, but that one we really didn't have a business being able to compete in. We were still very, very close. It came down to the RNG. Never play RNG with Hella and Arsham. That's where that's where I live though, is always in that like what if. And every once in a while you get a good win, but most of the time it doesn't pay off. Next up we have Andre Var, ranked number 73, so they're doing pretty well this season. The Quicksilver in the Danger Room. We don't have any of our low things. Just our heavy-handed pieces. It's a Wiccan deck. It's the only reason you would play Hazmat that early. I almost kind of want to go fast here. But it might be Bishop fast plus like Patriot next turn. Might be what we go instead. We could also... Murder World is going to destroy it here, and it's going to revive in Valley of the Hand. So we could say we could let Bass get destroyed. It'll pop back up here. And it'll redo it again here in a couple of turns. Go ahead and do it. The Luke Cage. I'm sure we see Hazmat come down. Or not Hazmat. I'm sure we see Wiccan come down here. Go Bishop. Or actually, is the play Patriot? Is the play ever Patriot, Mystique, Blue Marvel, Ultron? Let's try that. And then Eagle Eye, hey everyone, just got back from after almost a year pause from the game. 8K collection. Any top cards to look after? Right now for you, people will probably be frustrated, and it probably won't be relevant for too long. But I would say Hella. Hella is frustrating to play against because it's so common, but it's also very accessible. So it's not reliant on a whole bunch of like Series 5 or new releases. So I'd say look out for Hella, or like look to try and kind of go that direction. It'll probably pay off pretty well for you. I'm just sad I didn't catch your stream earlier. I guess it's already very late for you. Yeah, I'm still gonna be live for a bit longer. So my sleep schedule is absolutely
Victory.
my sleep schedule is absolutely just off the wall messed up. Because last night I did an overnight stream. And so now I'm I guess sleeping during the day and working or up at night. But so I'm still gonna be going for a while. So I'm glad that you're here. Hopefully you're having a good one. Hello is also great against the new bounce strat. Yeah. Yeah, Luke Cage I think is pretty pivotal. So that would be one of the like only, I guess Luke Cage is Series 3 now, right? That would be one of the only like newer cards that you would have to have. Yep, you need Luke Cage, Hella, Hellcow, Sif, Blade. Yep, Blink helps with the consistency some. Jubilee can be decent, but those are like your core cards, and so it's not like super dependent on having like in-game cards, and you're gonna be able to be very competitive. And I don't know how long that lasts because it's getting a lot of heat right now. So I don't know how long that lasts, but at least for now, that's a very real possibility. So Quantum Tunnel, we could get stabbed in the back and flip into Ultron. Flipping into Wasp is also not great. Bast is okay. Mysterio wouldn't be great. The ideals are Agent Venom, Blue Marvel here. We're gonna try it. At the moment, I'm trying to climb with Taco Surfer. About hella, I only need Blink, so I can't wait for the card drop rotation. Yeah, Blink can also be Symbiote Spider-Man. Not quite as big, but ooh, perfect. It's also a big rotation for them though. You get Agent Venom. These are going to flood after turn 5. So the Space Throne will open back up after turn 5, but it'll be flooded. So we could do like an Ultron flood bot over there. We don't have Ultron yet. But maybe we don't lean into that so heavily. I don't know. We tried our luck once. I'm going to go just Agent Venom here. Because I don't want to take our luck flipping into Ultron again.
I'm about to juice this up.
Then the Moon Girl into a Hail Mary play, but into Cosmo. The Wasp rotation is not awful. The worst would be Hood Flip. Ultron would be manageable. Blue Marvel would be great. Let's go ahead and send the Wasp into that rotation. We're going to go with a Patriot left. And then it's probably Mystique or Blue Marvel. Okay, Bast. Bast isn't the worst thing. The Bishop is feeling better. Now the card you're suspicious of is Hood. Yeah, but Hood is so much value if you hit Agent Venom. It ends up being like that massive amount of power, so it's so hard to turn that down. How do we want to finish this? Go Mysterio. Mysterio mid would rotate. We can go like Iron Man left. We don't have the Ultron. I feel like maybe... let's go ahead and copy Patriot. That buffs up our demon a bit more. That's going to be safer for us. Did Bast not work? No, Cosmo. They flipped into Cosmo from their deck. Seek left? Sure. I was trying to figure out what FS meant. Okay. The snap feels unfortunate. They may be trying to like snap bluff it with the Daredevil. Just to the right. No, you're fine. So we need Ultron here, I guess. Would be our only top deck. Blue Marvel forces a tie over there. Blue Marvel forces it into a tie. It brings mid up by 3. No. I think that's cope. I think staying would be awful. Because we're losing this lane by like 8 to 9. This one we would need to win by 8 to 9, and it's just not going to be able to play possible. Out for Eliath? Oh, that too. Let alone the 4-power Blue Marvel not being enough. Jim runs Eliath? Yeah. Jim technically runs everything. Cutting Hood probably tanks Cube Rate. Squirrel or Misty Knight or Sable might help with win rate slightly. Yeah, I think with both Bast and Agent, the Hood hasn't felt too like detrimental. And then with the demon also leaning to that Patriot line, I kind of like the double.
Escape.
What? So maybe they were afraid of the Ultron. Easy dub. It could have been an easy dub. It ended up being into an easy draw. I'm guessing they were maybe afraid of the Ultron line. But that seems like a super, like, I wouldn't put Ultron into this list. But that's the only thing that would make sense to me. We'll take it. Instead of losing cubes, we'll take the push. Definitely take those around here. Oh, I'll do it right after this one, Ruro. I didn't catch it before queuing up. But even if you have Ultron, they win with an Alioth. I'm guessing I'm assuming that they didn't have Alioth in hand. So let's go ahead and skip so that we can wait for our hood to get buffed up with like a Bast. Savage Land, which is great for the Patriot stuff. And then we do get Bast, so we're going to go ahead and do that. That helps the Mysterio out a bunch, the Hood, the Mystique, and then the Brood a little bit. Brood, it feels like we won't... Brood feels like we... Probably like the backup line. Like there's a lot of Patriot decks where Brood's like the primary. Brood in this one feels like just some cases where he'll be used, but most of the time probably not. Patriot helps out our Raptors. The Patriot Mystique is looking pretty enticing. So at least go one Patriot here. I'm sure they have Falcon, or else they wouldn't have capped out mid, I'd imagine. We have this, but that's getting very restricted very fast. It also gives us a demon to be able to lean into. So maybe we don't go with the Mystique line. Maybe it's just Hood. We can always copy Iron Man with the Mystique later if we need to. But I think hands or board space is going to be more important. The Brood in the right won't get buffed up from the Patriot because it's not removing its ability, it's just disabling it. But the demon will. So demon is going to be our biggest like vanilla card. End up being 6, I guess just 7, 8. That Mystique here, and then just like a Mysterio around. Iron Man Ultron. Yeah, we could also Iron Man Ultron. Puts a little bit here, and it makes sure that we win deep space. But with Ultron only being 6, I'm not sure that it wins to the like repeat of the Sage drop.
I am Iron Man.
But it might be the best thing we can do. Otherwise, it's this. But when Sage comes back down, I don't know that there's anything we can do to fight this one. So otherwise, it would be like this. That becomes 3, 4, 5 over here. 5 and 8 and 3. That might be our best shot. because they're gonna be able to flood the sage back down. They're gonna be able to flood potentially like a hit monkey. So that left lane is stacked. Like we can't really compete there. And then they throw like a pity card in space. They definitely undercommitted to deep space. We have the Mystique pushing into mid, which gives us that big way to win. And then we're just gonna dominate in the right lane. We'll gladly take it. The Mystique Iron Man mid was what we needed to do.
Victory.
Is Growthly someone here? I just had a mirror of this deck versus them. Really, Jean Paul. What's your most favorite variant, y'all? I'm asking all streamers today. My favorite variant is... I'll show my split. I'll show the split. We are about to run into an ad break. I'll pull it up before we jump over into ads, and I'll do a split of something while we're away. So it's in the clog, which I think is probably given. It's this one. My favorite split, maybe not necessarily variant, but I think it looks the gold Kirby Crackle. It's the only cosmetic border I've bought and actually like spent gold on because I felt like it just completed it. Don't forget my avatar. Thank you so much, Roro. I have a goldfish memory. We're gonna run to a quick set of ads, and then we'll be right back. You guys don't go anywhere. And then Hink, welcome in. Good morning or afternoon. Hopefully your day is going good so far. Let's go ahead and change this one and change it into Wolverine or Daredevil. All right, I'll let you pick. And so Wolverine, we have a handful to pick from, just a few. We do have the one from Conquest that's Wolverine or Daredevil. Is there a particular one that stood out to you, Ruro? Who would have thought back in the day Rocket Raccoon would be meta? Yeah, exactly. The Daredevil looks good. All right. This one I think is actually from beta. I think it was a series pass during the beta. But let's go ahead and launch back in. The ad should be done just about the time that we get into one. And this deck is actually rolling pretty well for us. We're 6-2 for a 66.7% win rate when everything else was 40% or like upper 40%. So Yasuo, we lose our Patriot from Sokovia. Unfortunate. I'm gonna go ahead and skip. I know that we could use Bass for the Bishop, but I want to maybe hit like Hood or Mysterio or some other unfortunate draw that we get. Iron Man is also decent. Go ahead and drop the Bass for now. And then Frothy, yeah. Sorry, I didn't catch the message, but we do have a Discord, so if you jump over there and join it, we'd love to have you. Let's go ahead and go, I guess, Bishop right. It'll scale pretty well. You wish they did more events and game modes like Deadpool's Diner? Yes. Yes, I do. I think it is something that they are working towards, but I do wish it was something that happened more frequently. So we've already played Bass, so I'm going to go ahead and play Mysterio and Hood. There's no harm in dropping it down. And the real Hood, Mysterio, will be to the left. We can throw Iron Man into that lane to get some benefit. We've lost our Patriot, and so we're not going to be able to get a bonus onto the other Mysterios. But there is a game mode coming on the 18th. It's High Voltage, which is only going to be 3 rounds or 3 turns with a random amount of energy each time, which sounds like it's going to be absolutely wild. All right, so let's go ahead and go Iron Man left. Winning against the Athena right, I think will be pretty problematic, but we do have the Mystique that has the 3 power base. So we have a good start there.
Iron Man.
Okay, well, we're giving up on giving up on Warrior Falls. We're giving up on it entirely. We can copy the Iron Man. And I think we need to go Demon left, which leaves Wasp for the right. And then that is what we're gonna sink our hat in on, is hoping for the best. We get a pretty decent bump, especially with the 4-power Mysterio popping up in the left lane. So I think it becomes pretty tough for them to win. We might actually have an okay shot in a game that's clunky enough that we probably shouldn't. And so speed, waste of a power and warrior fall that we weren't fighting for. But we are gonna handily or easily take this one.
Iron Man.
That pushes it up to about 28, 29, 30. 30 power, 18 in the left, 26 in the left, excuse me. I think we're at the point
Victory.
where I need to start snapping with it. When I first pick up a deck, I typically go pretty passive, just to fill out like the different play lines and the relative strength levels. But I think we probably need to play it a bit more aggressive. Dazzler definitely better than Ultron. I don't know, Ultron a couple of times felt like he would have been the winning line. Like when we just drew really bad cards early on and leaned into like the Mystique, or the Patriot, Mystique, Blue Marvel, Ultron. It feels like it has a potential way. And so maybe it is. You might be right. Maybe I'm just on the copium for it, but I do enjoy it. The deck is actually working pretty well too. All right, next up we have a Green Arrow. The first location is Fogwell's Gym. We have Mysterio in hand, which is a little bit unfortunate, but if we draw Bast, then it's all good. Oh yeah, I think I played Green Arrow, and I think I upset him earlier. They roped me at the very end, and was doing a whole bunch of emote spamming. So we may see a very lengthy game here. Just lost 8 cubes to a Juggernaut in a Wiccan deck. It's those like potential surprise plays that can be so devastating. So like this game, our early draw is pretty poor. It might be a game that we do Patriot, Mystique, an Iron Man, Ultron as our line. I know that you said Dazzler is better, but it feels like that might be the play we have to go with. We will have to look out for Alioth. Athena's everywhere right now. I'm seeing her all the time. Yeah, Athena's a really strong one. She's in a really potent spot for sure. Okay, so Beta Ray Bill, the Zabu. It's probably generated from the Zabu, right? Yeah. Or not the Zabu, from the Agent Coulson. Do that. We could potentially throw like a Wasp down. Try to grab priority. Maybe even an Iron Man Wasp next turn. But for now, I'm just doing the Mystique. Cersei. Wow, that was the fastest I've ever seen her transform cards. We have to look out for Arisham, is why I'm thinking we might have to like play out the Wasp ahead of time. It's going to be 5 power, so maybe this works. But it feels pretty bad. Finding decks doing Invisible and Killmonger stuff. I haven't been liking Ultron. Gotcha. The Invisible and Killmonger, yeah, I would definitely shy away from Ultron. If that was the case. we dodged the Gamora at least.
I am.
Not
Iron
great,
Man.
but we dodged it. Oh no. Okay. We don't have priority because they did play the Quicksilver, and so I don't think we ever win left anyways. But now we have a guessing game for them of like where they might place an Arsham, not an Arsham, an Eliath, because we can't really win left, so it doesn't matter if we play here or here. And 2, 4, 6. I guess maybe it does. Is that even enough to win in mid? 6 goes up to. No, it's more than 6. It's like 20. 24. Not go too far. Oh, it's the reason that it shouldn't be nerfed. So I don't know what I ever did to Green Arrow, but they don't enjoy when we match together.
Victory.
But the thing is, whenever like before the stream, so like probably 5.5 hours ago, they were doing the same. They were doing the same thing, of all the emotes. And so I don't know that they're tilted. I think that's just how they enjoy playing. But we are still holding down a pretty good run. Right now it's 8-2, 72.7% win rate so far. Emotes are the best part of the game. Let's not get it twisted. I really enjoyed the emotes, but where I think they crossed the line was that they do it while roping. So like they're intentionally holding and not letting the game go through so that they can continue the emote spam. So they're running a Hella deck. Bar with no name is problematic for most decks, but not necessarily ours. I think it goes Agent Venom, and then we kind of wait it out for like an Iron Man, potentially Iron Man Mystique, and call it a day. I just like that there isn't a proper good game emote. Yeah, but I think the universal understanding is that the fist bump is like good game at the end. We snap this? Yeah, we snap this. Seeing the Black Cat discard. What an unfortunate location. Have the Mystique, but we won't be able to play it into Morag. I think that went from a guaranteed win to a guaranteed loss. Snap, we did earlier. The reason I think it's a loss now, I guess we can like position cards here to be able to get power over, or just like the Ultron. Ultron's probably maybe big enough for us to be able to get power into these two. But I think it's relying on us being able to get like the Iron Man or something similar into Morag to stack the high power plays we would be pushing. I don't want to do Hood until we have something else to play around. Just Hood left and Bass for now. I guess that brings our Ultron down a bit, brings Iron Man up a bit. We'll be able to win left, even if we have like the Mysterio land there, so we get a little bit here. Oh my goodness, I should have fasted before the Hood. Wasp. Wasp helps a decent amount, right?
I wouldn't do it.
Wasp, Iron Man. I guess if they did that, there's a chance that they don't go Hela, and they're trying to. I guess we don't quite win left off of that. We go to +1. There's a chance that they don't go Hela and they just do like Jubilee here. Wasp to the right. Yeah, you're right. Wasp to the right. Makes sense. Wasp into the Iron Man mid, let that stick. Then we can Ultron to fill an Ultron in left because it has the Bast ability. Will be 3, which keeps us at a flat 0. They are going with the attempt at the discard. So is it enough here? So 2, 4, 6. Probably not, actually. Depending on where their cards stack, may not be enough.
There's no strings
Wasp dies. Yeah, but that way it's not over to the left. No, that way that power is not over there.
Minions to me.
Infinite left is huge. Giganto, Black Cat left, huge.
Victory.
We'll take it. I don't think they were expecting the Ultron. But that's also super unfortunate with the stack. You love anytime you can beat a good Hello deck. Can't believe they stayed. Yeah, me either. I think Death's Domain is the reason that they stayed, because it definitely made it harder for us to play our cards. But gladly take it. Yeah, we even got the casserole on it. Seeing all their power left brings me joy. Me too. It's like it doesn't fully right the wrongs, but it just gets us a little bit closer to having those wrongs righted. Next up, we have Devillionaire. The first location is Death's Domain, so or Ultron or Brood, both showing their merits over there by allowing us to get power there. Mysterio right now, but without Agent Venom early, probably lean towards the Patriot. But with Ravonna, they're probably going Mr. Negative. They're not gonna be able to get Mr. Negative down until turn 4. So the early benefit doesn't really help them at all. Oh no, what happened? What happened, Store Manager? So I think we go this. We can throw probably Blue Marvel next turn, actually. Blue Marvel into Ultron and just call it a day. Now, if it's negative, then we might struggle, but otherwise, wow.
Iron Man.
Iron Man, Cassandra Nova stacked already. Oh, we can't go Blue Marvel. I don't think they'll run anything that's clutter, so I'm thinking Agent Venom's probably best. To Ultron to finish it off. Depending on if they get big power. Ooh, so okay, so magic. We should start thinking about Super Scroll. There has been quite a bit of Iron Man lately. And then Master Muse, congrats on making this a full-time gig. Excited for it. I'm so excited. I'm really excited to see like how far we can take it, and where this journey ends up leading us. So I think Blue Marvel is the play. Could set up an Iron Man to like really help dominate one lane with the bots. I think I like Blue Marvel better. So it definitely looks like a Mr. Negative deck that just did not hit it. Ooh, Wong is scary. So Surfer. I think we lose to like Big Sage in the left. Big Sage, Big Ironheart left. Probably shouldn't stay. For more than one extra cube, I wouldn't stay. He just BMs all the time. I gotcha. I don't think I play them all that often.
Victory.
Okay. I think I said this a while back and then just never did anything with it, but I think we need to start looking at snapping a bit with the deck. Because we're getting a good showcase of like what it can do and how consistently it can do it. Now it's just looking at, can we maximize the cube rate? Let's see what our stats are on it. They're super good. Still a low sample size, but it's continuing to be impressive when everything else was failing for me. Every time I play him, he mismarvels you. I wonder why. We're 10-2, the deck. So we lost our Agent Venom, unfortunately. And they lost their Abomination. What an abomination. Didn't see the end. Who won? They retreated, Ryan. They retreated, so we won. We have Hood, Mysterio, Bishop. And so we're looking for an early... I'm going to say an early Bast, but now it's not so necessary. If we drop Mysterio, I want to still wait until after the Bishop, though. Agent Venom Bounce looks like tier 0. Agent Venom Bounce is definitely very, very strong. For whatever reason, I was absolutely getting smashed with it, but I think it has some really strong strength and really strong lines, so it's going to be very prevalent for quite some time. All right, let's go Mysterio. Not going to go Hood because next turn we're going to go Blue Marvel, so we don't have the extra energy. For the last turn is probably like Mystique to copy the Blue Marvel, or I guess Patriot, but that's going to use all 6 of our energy. We wouldn't really have much to spare. So we're not going to tank an extra -1 or what would be 0 for it. Shadow King nukes it for sure. Yeah, nukes it, but it could also be difficult to like get that position because they're just putting so much power. Yeah. You get Iron Man, but it's a -1 from Cassandra, so I think we definitely go like Blue Marvel. See a skip here into like an Infinite? I guess we don't necessarily see a skip because if they have the Evo Hulk, it could end up being pretty big. Ghost and Invisible Woman? Yeah, Ghosts and Killmonger are big ways. Big Man Thing coming down mid. Probably looking or up against an Ajax. Mid lane becomes just unwinnable. Oh, I don't want to play the -1 power Brood. My goodness. This would be like the only possible way, and I don't think it's a great one. And then Scuba Dave, you said, just joined. Can you explain the synergy between Agent Venom and Bast? Are you supposed to use one or the other? I think they actually work really well as a tandem. So Bast hits everything in your hand. Venom hits everything in your deck. And so the idea is that you're wanting to stack cards that benefit from getting that power increased. So like your Iron Man, your Mystique, your Bishop, your Mysterio. If you draw those, a lot of times it's pretty unfortunate. Like it's usually a really bad deal. I'm gonna retreat out of this one. Mysterio at 212 is cracked. Yeah, Mysterio at 212 is absolutely cracked. But the idea is that most likely by the time you get Venom, you're gonna have like 4 cards that you've already drawn. Odds are you're gonna have a couple of those that you wish were increased or buffed up. And so a lot of times you could potentially even use both, because Bast only does your hand and Venom does the opposite, or does your deck. And so a lot of times you can actually get away with doing both of them. And then Master Muse, thank you so much for subscribing for 3 months at tier 1. Very much appreciate it. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So the Sarah drop deck helped me do half of that insane win all 3 locations in a match season mission. Yes. It's one of the Sarah drop, or like Sarah, like a super Sarah miracle, is really, really strong if left unimpeded. Even more with Monkey. $215 with Bishop. Oh, even more. Yeah, even more with Funky, I suppose. All right, so we lost our Bast. Not the Bast card for us to lose. They lost Winpool. We have drawn Stereo. So we do get to get Bishop out early. We have the potential to curve into an easier Iron Man. Mysterio is not going to be anywhere near as much value this game since we did lose the Bast. But he helps out the Bishop quite a bit. Patriot can help buff those up as well. Awful. I kind of like the Cassandra Nova here. Hit 6 cards. You could even go Cassandra Nova plus like Sable. It's going to hit their top decked card by -3. I guess ours are getting pretty smashed. Scream is the most fun I've had in Snap. I enjoy Scream, but I just have not had consistent success with it. So all of the negative affliction that they did, we can override that with our Venom. Maybe it's Venom Patriot. Scream is one of those decks that when she works really, really well. But when she doesn't, she definitely doesn't. People started talking about the Sarah deck too much. Yeah, it's definitely super easy to spot now. We'll have to wait until it kind of goes back into obscurity for like to come back around and play it again. All right, so what is their end lines here? They have the Sarah down. Not sure why that's a snap. Your favorite card in Snap? Probably Captain Marvel. She's been one that's never been like just broken. At least allows them to play Sarah on Onslaught. Do we think they're running that deck with the Cassandra and Absorbing Man? Red Guardian, right? Red Guardian for the Patriot? Might be. Gladiator. Ooh, we pulled the hood. Huge. We will take the free demon. Thank you. Shadow King. Okay, Shadow King was big.
I am Iron Man.
But to copy the Iron Man, we now have Mystique. Huge in this left lane. Then what? The demon. Wasp is big. Do like Mysterio, which pushes here and here. And then go ahead and go Brood as well. And the fake Mysterio pops here, which is buffed up. I think we have a good shot. I almost want to snap back, but I want to see it play out. Patriot of their own, okay. And Copycat, Copycat, which was the Ultron, was huge. But we're gonna be able to dominate the left lane with the copied Iron Man. And then we do have the big demon coming in here, plus the Mysterio, so we are gonna be able to take it. But the snap, that's what the snap was about. Was the Patriot Copycat. Yeah, that's an insane Copycat pull, but we were able to hold it down. Whew.
Victory.
We'll take it. And so I missed the so Master Mouse or Muse. You said, how does the Amazon Prime sub thing work? So you did a tier 1. If you have Amazon Prime, you're able to use a Prime subscription or one Prime subscription every month to subscribe to any channel. It doesn't have to be mine, could be someone else that you enjoy, and it gives you ad-free viewing. So it's essentially a paid sub, but you get it for free for just having an Amazon Prime membership. But we're gonna run to a quick set of ads. It is so that we can disable the pre-rolls. Then we will be right back, you guys. Don't go anywhere. The deck is absolutely doing work. It will continue when we come back. You said legitimately uninstalling. I'm just bleeding cubes no matter what I play. It's one of those metas where it's hard to find a consistent deck. Like even this one, it might turn out that tomorrow morning it just does awful. Hope I'll get to a 3-digit rank someday. Fiery Blake, I'm sure that you will. If you keep playing and keep just learning and identifying the different lines, I'm sure you'll get there. Oh wait, we have another 50 seconds. I'll start here in just. All right, let's go ahead and queue in. We finally found a deck that we were jiving with. We're 15 games in. We're 11-3, and then 1 tie. So it's holding very, very steady. All right, next up we have Yasuo. The first location is the hub. We get an Iceman generated from it. Almost want to drop it, but we're gonna wait because I know a lot of times our board space is pretty important. We're gonna wait. Kitty Pride, it should be fine. Let's go with the Agent Venom. We're not gonna hit a lot of our big cards. Most of the cards left in our deck aren't gonna benefit greatly from the Agent Venom, but a 4-power Bast, a 7-power swing on the hood is crazy, and it's decent on Brood as well. We do have the Bishop into Mysterio. Do you think Baron Mordo is underrated? No, I think Baron Mordo's for his stat line, I don't think Baron Mordo is worth it. So we go with the Bishop. We have the Mysterio. We have Hood to follow up with. Depending on what we draw, we may go with like a Patriot direction. May just angle for like Iron Man on 5, Mystique Copy on 6. Could be a pretty good direction. Then we do get Bast. Could help both of these dramatically. I kind of think this becomes like Bast into Hood, then we hold. Iron Man benefits a lot more from it. Mysterio, the only one that doesn't is Blue Marvel, which I don't think we're going to play Blue Marvel this game. do have Patriot, but I think it's a bit too late for the Patriot line. Let's go Iron Man right, and then we'll finesse like a Mystique over to the left. Maybe it's Mystique, Mysterio, Demon mid. Oh no, that is a huge
I am
Negasonic.
Iron Man.
How do we ever recover from that? I don't think we do. Huh. Best chance would be what, like Patriot, Mysterio, Demon, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 in this left lane. It would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 extra, 8 in the right lane, up to 16. We know they have Kitty Pride. We know speed scales in the left lane, or can scale in the left lane. Kind of want to see if we can recover from that Negasonic. We're not going to scale from that Negasonic, I fear. The Kitty Pride, the Athena is going to scale, and then Claw on the left. We're actually going to lose mid after the reduction from Jotunheim. Lost right by 1. Lost mid by 3. Unfortunate. What do you think the most underrated snap card is? That's a tough one. Because usually if they're not played frequently, they're not good. Except for in like certain archetypes. So it's hard to pick one. I would say maybe Miss Marvel, and she's used pretty often, or she's used decently often. But she's one of the highest stat lines that we have for a 4 cost. So 4 cost, she's 4 cost 14 power if you proc her ability in left and right. So she's impacting the board state in a major way. That'd probably be what my gut would say. Most underrated is Grandmaster. I think Grandmaster is just tricky to use consistently. And so he is one that if you can use him well, like there was a Cerebro 3 that used a Grandmaster for a little while that absolutely like stole some cubes, because I was like, there's no way they have or can have like what they need to finish off this counter. And then the Grandmaster came in and like did a double Valkyrie or some like obscure craziness. And so Grandmaster may be it. When Miss Marvel used to be slotted to everyone, yeah. I would say no on the Echo. Echo is so hard to get the value from. It does kind of pigeonhole them into certain lanes with their ongoings. But Rogue is a really strong one. Grandmaster Misery, upcoming card, and some Toxic card can make a fun combo. Yeah. All right, next up we have Wasium.
Gotta run, huh?
They are running Hela, and they've had 2 Black Cats, which fortunate. Let's go ahead and go Bast. Being able to get Bishop down, a buffed up Iron Man Mystique might give us an avenue to potentially overpower the Hela line. You can also go Patriot, Mystique, Iron Man. Juggernaut is the lifesaver. And then Time Devourer. Good evening. Welcome in, Time Devourer. Underrated how clutch Juggernaut can be on 6. That's true. Red Guardian and Juggernauts. Red Guardian is also a good one. Rest in peace, Iron Man. For the Red Guardian, yeah. So that was the best Bass tonight. It was full of value for sure. Let's go ahead and go Bishop. That way, if we don't have like the Mysterio, if we don't have the Ultron, at least we're still going to be able to put quite a bit of pressure on them. But with Dream Dimension, we're not going to be able to play it. So it was that's what the Rest in Peace Iron Man was for. So it was a good location until it wasn't. For the Blade, what did they discard? Their discards are looking super stacked. Blink. Yeah. Get the Ultron, but I don't think it's enough. Maybe Iron Man pulls in here. We have a 2 out of 4. Ooh, the Blink has a chance to swap out their Luke if they play him. It's amazing. Super unfortunate, but it looks like that may be the line that ends up happening. As long as this...
I am Iron Man.
As long as they play the Hela, of course.
Minions to me.
You called it. It's now gone. And they got it. They got the Hela before the Hellcow, so that's really beneficial for us. This goes up to 18. Lose right. We probably lose the game, I'd imagine. Can win mid, but left I think is the problem, and I think they'll probably play like their big card there.
Are the future.
There's no strings on me.
Magneto is a card that is frequently in their decks. I don't know. I don't know what we were thinking. Had we thrown Ultron left for some reason, might have been able to be okay, but we definitely won mid though. That is true. They put it out of its misery in mid. All right, we dropped a couple. We dropped more losses than we've had with this deck all night. Last 2 games. But to be fair, they were pretty unfortunate. Next up we have Kendrick, rank 157. We have a really good Bast lined up. I'm going to wait 1 turn just in case we top deck Mysterio next before dropping Bast. Iron Man is a good pull from that too. So let's Bast in the left lane. Greedy. Yeah, we were greedy with the Bast and it paid off because we have the Bishop, the Iron Man, the Mystique, the Hood. Huge value from all of them. So Bishop, then Hood left. It's going to be a positive 5 power Hood, and it generates the demon for us. So it's a negative deck, and those can go really, really tall. So we may still be like outmatched or outshone. But we get our Agent Venom better late than never. It can help our Mysterio, it can help out the Patriot. I snap turn 2 with Scream in hand into this tower. Yes. Wish they had less titles. Yeah. I'm not a big fan of the titles. We do get the Mysterio. That's the 12 power 2 cost. So I think we go like Iron Man to the right.
Oh, snap.
I think it's Iron Man to the right. Do like Mystique to the left next turn. So like maybe Mystique Demon.
Snapped.
Now I'm worried. The snapback has me scared. We do get... Wait, Jubilee moving to this tower? What are they doing?
I am Iron Man.
Okay, the blink. That makes sense. Makes more sense.
Behold my mighty hand.
Onslaught. Ooh. Scary. Let's do this. If we draw Blue Marvel next turn, we can do Blue Marvel, Mysterio, Wasp. If we draw Patriot, the same thing. In Ultron, we probably don't want to play it. They remove gold from Conquest. Yeah, that was definitely unfortunate when they did that.
I am Iron Man.
It's been the last couple of seasons that's been gone. I think for the next Twitch drop event, you should consider doing a heel turn. Start a feud with Cozy or Ordinary Harry. We should. Start an absolute feud. And so Living Tribunal. They can go what? Iron Man? Oh no, with the Ravona, they can go Iron Man. They can go oh man. Both Iron Man and Mystique into the Onslaught lane. Only have one card left in deck, so I'm sure that they can do it. If they don't have one, then they just hit like an Iron Lad. I thought it was a Mr. Negative deck when I snapped, but it was a Living Tribunal deck, which is
Escaped.
much scarier. If you don't have a way to combat their like ability to have those ongoings, then it's really tough to do anything against the Living Tribunal when it hits the roll. I don't know that I could fake start feud or even real start feud with somebody though. I feel like I would feel too bad. Next up we have Kadura? Tech Rogue maybe? Could maybe Tech Rogue. Rogue, and it was mentioned before, but even like a Super Scroll could potentially be a play that would be decent. Alright, let's go Agent Venom. Might even go like Agent Venom and like burn a Wasp there. We're gonna go ahead and send 3 things into Gamma Lab and hope that they don't draw a Shang-Chi. They do get rid of their Quinjet, interestingly enough. For the Arsham deck, Quinjet is usually pretty solid. Limbo, which we have an extended amount of time for our game. And then we have Bast. We want to wait and drop it, I guess, after Iron Man comes down. No, I'm going to split the difference. I'm going to go ahead and do the Bast. That way, this comes down a little bit, but Mystique goes up. So we'll want to play the Demon out before Bast comes down. Got Shang-Chi already. Wow, okay. But if your luck is anything like mine, we'll definitely draw Shang-Chi. Yeah. I feel that. I feel that so deeply. Let's try the Iron Man left for now. We keep the gate open into mid. I don't want to like lock it in entirely.
I am Iron Man.
Okay, big blob. Let's look for a Shang-Chi. Shang? No. Darn. I kind of think we skip here. Arsham decks always have Shang-Chi or Eliath when they need them. Yeah, even with the 15. I think we skip here so we don't give them a Mystique. That would be a mistake. But we can do Mystique, Mysterio on the last turn. Ooh, Sarah's scary. Yeah, I feel like they definitely have it. But what are we gonna do? Speak. I guess we could have speaked into that same lane. And then into Mysterio. And oh no, Falcon pulls in our demon. 4 goes up to an extra 8. Shang-Chi plus something else with the Sarah discount would be what they go with. Okay. Oh, Eliath. That's fine. I'd be Eliathing to you. Snap packs. Snap packs. We should win this one. They did not draw a Shang-Chi, but they did have Eliath.
I am.
They just didn't realize we had the Mystique for Machine World. Machine World. So we don't know a whole lot about snap packs at this point, Cubes. But my guess or gut says that it's some new way for either re-envisioning the card acquisition system, or it's an additional way to like unlock cards. I'm shocked. Me too. I'm very, very shocked. We did barely win the right lane, but we won it nonetheless. And then Hydrate from Zon Aster. Welcome in. I do need a refill, but I have a little bit here. Googlin Malds very easily. Malds like gets frustrated. Is that what Malds mean? Sorry. There's like a dribble left. Next up we have Venom. We do have Bast, but I think I'm just gonna not play it this game. We'll go Agent Venom next. Washington DC is beautiful for what we want to go with. I wish Snap integrated a battle log system like Clash Royale. That would be really nice. Being able to see like the log of the battles you've done and against which player. That would be really nice to be able to like review the game after the fact. So I hadn't really ever thought about it before, but I agree. All right, let's go Patriot. Washington DC is crazy for us, especially with the Ultron line. 3, okay. Mystique, okay. I think we Mystique into mid just in case they try to do some kind of clutter stuff. We're gonna buff up the rocks dramatically. Next turn, maybe it's like an Iron Man. Maybe we draw Blue Marvel as well. Titania is a little bit... but like an Iron Man here into a Ultron left is quite a bit of power. And depending, I think we'll have priority. So I don't think we'll be able to fill in the right lane, but they'll have to at least place something there.
Iron Man.
He permanent me for joking about fast drops. All right, let's go ahead and go Ultron on the left. I think we have enough to be able to match this Red Hulk. Because it'll be 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 power bots is crazy. Like a cannonball and a 1 cost. Could do it. Let's see though. Oh no, it's a cannonball and a 1 cost. Shang-Chi
must be controlled.
Wait, we still win left against the Shang-Chi. We'll take it. I'll take the 4 cubes. Let's jump over into the next one. Moscow Chad, you said, I like Jeff, even to the point of defending him against his naysayers, but he definitely has an itchy trigger finger with bans and timeouts. So I've never had any issues with Jeff. He can come across as kind of like gruff or harsh. And honestly, I think I haven't been doing it for a long time, but he's been doing like the full time and streaming consistently day in and day out for years. And so it may just be like the wear and tear from that piece of it. I don't know. But there are certain days, especially I notice when there's like a really frustrating like meta where he's definitely on the like grumbly side. I think fast drops are a touchy subject because if you're in the know, it's just a gag, but if you're not in the know, it's frustrating and annoying to learn they're not real. Yeah. That obviously they're not real. So I think the thing that I remind myself is that a lot of Snap players, English isn't necessarily their like first or home language. And so it could be confusing or misconstrued. Like if I am somewhere else and I play the game and then I get a notification that I get extra things for jumping into those Twitch streams, and if it's not my like native language, but most of the streamers are English, I jump into one and I could see the mistake happening, which is why I don't lean into the gag, but I don't start a war with anyone else or like any of the other people that have it going. I think it is. I think it just is what it is. Do I care for it? Not really. But then fire. It's not your first language either. Yeah, and I don't know. I just try to put myself in someone else's shoes. I would hate to hop in and then feel like I was the butt of somebody's joke because I didn't really understand it. So there's community's the funniest constant fast drop spams. Yeah, they did. Yeah, I think he's the one that started it, and so they definitely lean into it over there. I'm on the fence about sending our Agent Venom into Castle Zemo. I think I want to as well. Is this the fast drop thing? What, for Dara? Yeah, the fast drop thing. In the early days, there were some unnamed streamers who were putting fast drops in their stream titles. Yeah. And people in chat saying you had to subscribe to make it work. Gotcha. The joke you talked about. Yeah. So let's go Patriot just in case Mystique pulls. Hood, Wasp, Mystique are all going to be fine in the right lane. Mysterio would be unfortunate, but that would be the only one that would be an issue. Wave. I like watching Regis' videos, but your streams are the best. Thank you so much, Trino. That means a lot because Regis is a fantastic creator. So that means a whole lot that it's even in like the same realm of that like decency. So with Ghost and Wave, I'm now kind of afraid of. I guess we're afraid of Killmonger potentially, but I also don't think we can like I don't think we can not play our resources for that fear. Is the fast drop thing? Oh no. It was just what we were talking about, Rolfo, but they're not real. They're not. It's 6 hours for anybody.
Behold my mighty
So rude. They sent us Wave over and then blinked it right away so that it went back on their side. I see you, good sir. Unfortunate, but I see you. And then, does anybody know what happened to Molt? I think it probably just burnt out, honestly. Regis has really fun decks. TLSG has fun plays. I'm just a guy that enjoys Snap quite a bit, and so I play it an obsessive amount. Okay, wait, this is an augmented Oh no, we're gonna get cooked by the Splat deck. The wave into the blink was nice though. It's very well played, and we don't have any displacement for the Sarah onslaught. We can't beat a 15 power that goes up to 30. We can't beat that here. something like Wasp, Ultron, the 246 here. Not gonna happen. We'll jump out. Since we know what the combo is, we are definitely gonna jump out. Otherwise, it's a hard laydown. But knowing that this deck is the one that pumps out like Sage, Hitmonkey, Strong Guy for 15 power, there's not a chance that we can make it happen. Captain, you said first time I went into Hoogs, he banned like 2 people off the bat. When I got there and it rubbed me the wrong way. Almost never engage with his content now. I don't blame people for liking him though. Also, I'm surprised you engage with negative talk about other streamers at all. If I were a streamer, I would skip right over those. I mean, but thing is, I don't necessarily think. Well, from my thoughts on it, like if I had negative thoughts, like so if I was like, man, I don't like this streamer or that streamer, I definitely would skip over those and not vocalize them. But there's a lot of people that do like just definitely dog on Jeff. But he is a very solid player. From whenever I popped in there in the past, it seems like he's trying to make strides to be less like trigger finger or like hairline, where it's going to be like, you know, banning a lot of people for silly stuff. But for me personally, I feel afraid to engage in the rougher streamer chats because I'm afraid that I'll like get called out. Not necessarily his, like I don't worry about being or talking in his, but in the past, like before I was a streamer, I almost never chatted anywhere because I didn't want to be that person that like got negatively called out. But I don't have any issues with Jeff. I know that it's a very divisive like back and forth of some people really love him and some people say they can't stand him. I swear every time I open Twitch, you're streaming, you find the secret to cloning. We're working on it. And surprisingly, even still, no caffeine, but we're making it happen. And then Ed Ziggy, you said just played you, learned the blink at Castle Zemo in the stream. That was I was surprised whenever it happened. It was very impressive. I wish it hadn't happened to me, but it was definitely a very good play. And then you had the setup so that I knew that there was nothing that I could do. And then Demo, you said, hey TLSG, I'm playing your Surfer dump list right now, and I shot up to the 90s. Your decks never fail. Huge. I'm so glad that it's doing well for you. Because as a creator, that is what I want. I want them to either be really fun or really competitive, or ideally be able to be both. You're so positive and kind. I would be angry if you were called out negatively. I'm sure someday it'll happen. Like maybe it'll be for, like that guy was really flaky, or something. I don't know, but I'm sure it'll eventually happen. We don't have a great lineup here. No ongoings to be able to do on 3, 4, 5 of the best would be Blue Marvel, but even that's not great. So you're awesome. Your decks are always fun and extremely mean. I do always feel a little bit bad. For whatever reason, I enjoy leaning onto like the evil side of decks for whatever reason. Those are the ones that I just really like mesh well with. So those are the ones that I like to brew and experiment around, and then eventually showcase. And then Trino said, I've just been playing C5 and it's working. C5, that's in. So I tried to make C5 work. When Scarlet Spider came out, I just couldn't. I couldn't consistently get enough power onto the board for it to be able to do the things that it needs to do.
Escaped.
Oh, no. I was saying that if there was like something negatively said about me, it would be that I was flaky. Pilk, you said you're going to be playing in a pocket tournament tomorrow? I didn't even realize that those were up and running. Hopefully it goes well. I'd be curious to see what decks were in it. So I'll connect with you on Discord. But it's time to run a quick set of ads. A quick set of ads, and then we'll be right back to it. Running a little bit more of this deck. We hit a little bit of a slump. We dropped from the 70s down to like the 60% win rate, but still holding pretty steady. We'll see if we can turn it around. We'll be right back in about a minute and a half, you guys. Two days ago, I made hella Cerebro 7 work. Put in 10 power cards. 10 minus 3 is easy. Or 10 minus 3 equals 7. How consistent is it, though? I feel like it's an interesting concept for sure. But probably not one that I would play. And store manager is so tilted. Oh no! Not a good session. And Big said, thanks for not running ads over gameplay. Most streamers don't care about it. I try to. A lot of times I will, like, I'll accidentally let one auto trigger while it's at the end of the game because I just miss like the snooze. But I try my very best to not do it during the gameplay. Because I get it. Like, if you're not in a situation where you have a Prime sub where you could subscribe, I don't want you to miss gameplay because of that. You have an open Discord? Yeah, that Discord link from Nightbot is the TLSG Discord. You said Green Arrow just beat me by having 4 out of 4 live on Danger Room and drawing my Goliath with his Loki turn 5. Oh no. Okay. Well, Sword Manager. So one does Green Arrow spam emote you like he does me? But speaking of Green Arrow, we have Green Arrow. Maybe we can get your revenge. We'll try our very best. You said, hey TLC, do you like Agent Venom or Scream more? Definitely Agent Venom. I muted him? Yeah, that's probably a good idea. We don't want him to accidentally tilt me. We're gonna mute him. Please turn him into a meatball. I'll try my best. He might end up swindling us. Who knows? But Onslaught Citadel is fantastic for us. I like Scream more as a card, but I think Venom is much more like impactful or effective. So let's do Bast. That would be the best thing we could do. Next turn would be
I still believe
Wasp,
in heroes.
maybe Brood, maybe Bishop. Patriot is pretty good, so I kind of think we Brood. Fill this one up. Blue Marvel next turn, and we do have the Patriot to lean in on as well. Both really good. Yeah. You said the puns. They just happen. So they just accidentally happen. Happy little accidents. Let's do this. I think we outpower their right lane because we want to be ahead of the curve to dodge a potential like Goliath. So even if they Goliath this turn, I think it'd be okay. Blue Marvel. We get the Patriot on the last turn, which helps the Wasp, the Broodlings. And we could always go Iron Man. Patriot's going to be real big. Maybe it's Bishop Patriot that we go. We'll probably have to look out for Shang-Chi. But that would just be in the one lane. I'd like to be able to get an abilityless card into Onslaught Citadel, potentially.
Victory.
That was a fast retreat. My goodness. We'll take it. We got store manager. We got your revenge. It wasn't 8, but it was 4. It was the start. I'm glad we were able to win that one. He said the emotes can't save him this time. I think I'm actually 3 for 3 against Green Arrow today. And he's emoted that way every single time. Like that feels like it would be super it would end up being super tiring. Like there's no way you can enjoy that. Maybe he does. I can't really speak for him. Maybe he does. Once you muted his emotes, all of his power vanished. It did indeed. Next up we have Kendrick. And I think Kendrick beat us earlier. Haunted Embassy is not bad. Huge power on Ultron. Good power on Agent Venom as well. Don Astro said I tried that Sarah Onslaught deck you played the other day. Ooh, you went down that much? It may not be necessarily that you're bad. It could also be that it's a deck that really shines when it's kind of in obscurity. So if the opponent doesn't really know what you're like setting up for or trying to do, then it gains a lot more potency. But as soon as they do, you can like it's a little bit easier to counter. So then that in and of itself kind of makes it harder to run. So Patriot, Mystique, Blue Marvel, Ultron, as long as they don't copy Cosmo over here, I think we should be good. Go ahead and snap and try it. There is a chance that they do Mystique over here, but if not, we're gonna have a really big Ultron, really big Ultron bot. This turn 4. Iron Lad.
I am Iron Man.
Iron Lad into Iron Man is scary. That means that lane is going to be big. So 2, 4, 6, 12, 18, 36 power. If we put Iron Man to the right. We feel like we needed to go toe-to-toe with their Iron Man. Official Sauce fan. How is Insomnia streaming going today? It's going well. We started the stream off actually pretty rough. A lot of negatives. But we eventually settled into this list, which is a US Agent Patriot, and have been doing pretty decent. And then RS Barry, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day, night, morning, whatever time it is for you. Hopefully you're having a fantastic one. It was like every other game Enchantress landed on my Sarah Onslaught location. Ooh. So the Claw did lose initiative. So if they have an Eliath for some reason, then we lost. I think they have a Mystique, and they go like Mystique here. That would be 19, so 6, 12, 18, 24. We're okay. Iron Man mid, big. And then oh wait, they forgot about Ultron, or just assumed that we didn't have the Ultron because of because of Agent Venom. Sorry, Pilk. I just realized that I was calling Agent Venom US Agent. Not the same thing. Maybe they didn't think we were running Ultron because of the Agent Venom. But we'll use that to grab 4 cubes. Let's jump over into the next one. Yeah, it's a very fragile deck. So with that one, I would say right now it probably doesn't win very often or as well. But in like 2 weeks, you'd probably be able to load it up and do decently because it'll be like enough time that people have kind of forgotten about it. But it's very, very strong if it's uncountered. Otherwise, it is very fragile. It's definitely a glass cannon of sorts. I wonder how many times I've called it US Agent instead of Agent Venom. All right, next up we have Hydra Prod. The first location, Isle of Silence. Tetris is probably more common around 62. Yeah, I would agree. TLSG stand for anything? Well, like if I need to like move around, usually I'll stand up if I'm going to the restroom. The name itself, the name itself, it does. There's a lot of different meanings. I was hoping you weren't offended by that. There's a lot of meanings for TLSG. The real true one is it stands for that lonely sniper guy. So I used to play Call of Duty competitively, and amongst my team, I was the sniper. So I was always kind of hanging back, in the back. I was the scout. I was looking at the angles. Every once in a while, I would be able to pick some people off, but my primary role was to scout out and be able to call out the locations of the enemies. I always wanted to be able to be like up in the mix with everybody else, and so I voiced that concern to my teams, but I knew that nobody else could take that role of sniper as well as I could, and so like I knew that it wasn't something that was going to change. I just let them know that it was something that I wished I could do. And being a group of guys, especially a little bit younger group of guys, of course they decided they were going to poke fun at it, and so they started calling me that lonely sniper guy, because I was always in the back. I wanted to be running gun but couldn't, and I decided to kind of take that instead of letting it bother me, like kind of wear it with a badge of wear it like a badge of honor. And so then as our team fell apart and I moved on to other games, I just kept TLSG in all of my names to shorten that lonely sniper guy. We have the big buffed up demon. Unless we get Ultron, we can't compete here. It's a bit unfortunate. I think we go Bishop Demon left. Free-handed serial gamblers. The legendary Snap Goat or Snap God is also another interpretation. Blue Marvel is close to being able to do it. Oh, never mind. No, it's not. They have a Blue Marvel of their own. Would a Gilgamesh be able to beat us? Probably. Like a one cost in Gilgamesh, right? I think does us in. But since they didn't snap, I'm going to go ahead and down.
Victory.
We'll take the win, the one cube. We'll take it where we can. We're slowly making some progress back after an unfortunate descent when we started. I hope you're enjoying your new job, TLSG. Today is my birthday. Happy birthday, Rambo. No better way to spend it than being here. Thank you so much for being here on your birthday. Hopefully you get to spend it with loved ones, and if that's me, then I'm honored. I even joined an alliance called the Losers. Zon Aster, you're too hard on yourself. I think the biggest thing is if you're enjoying playing. As long as you're enjoying the journey and playing, then it doesn't matter how long it takes. And I am enjoying the new job so far. Like technically, I'm double dipping. We're doing both. I'm working half days.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
I did put in my notice though, and so I figured I might as well put in a lot of time for the early start of the drops to be able to get full effect and be able to like soak them in. Silk said in Mysterio, absolutely. And I actually have a neon green border unlocked for Mysterio, but I was told that it gives away the location of your real Mysterio. I guess with this deck it wouldn't matter, would it? Who's your favorite Snap card artist? Ah, there's so many good ones. Wait, Aranya Shuri? The Nimrod? I don't know if we beat a Nimrod high roll. Peach Momoko. Peach Momoko is another good one. I don't know that I have just one. I do like a lot of Dan Hip stuff. There's a couple of them that I don't care about as much. Ooh, and then into Kunlun is massive. What a big shift into the double destroy. I don't know that we ever go toe to toe with it. 4/4, so that's 8. No, we'll give him the 1. She is doing skins for Marvel Rivals. I did. I'm excited to be able to see some of the new characters that they're coming out with in Rivals, and then some of the cosmetic as it gets more fleshed out. But definitely exciting.
Escaped.
Oh. I was thinking the whole time the game was ending. Avatar. And I almost forgot. This one good? Or the base one? Kind of like this one the most. All right. Run that one. All right, let's jump back in. Wish they did more card synergy in the game, like they did for Valentine's Day. I actually missed the Valentine's Day bonuses because I was taking a break. But I did read about it, like the X-Men crossover. I think that's a really cool way to generate some hype around it. But anyone excited for Misery release next week? Seems like she's so annoying in Clog. That's what I've been hearing a lot of, is that like Clog is the home for. I'm excited to see and be able to brew and test out to see like how she feels and where I think she'll like end up at. All right, so the 4-power brood is brutal. Love to see it. Those patches were excellently handled. Yeah, and I wasn't even around, so I can't even. I got it. I didn't get to interact with them at all, but I think it would be very, very engaging. So I think it'd be really fun to have been playing around that time. So we could reduce the Mysterio a bit with the Bast, but I don't know. I don't know that that's worthwhile. I'm gonna do Bishop. Probably lose the flooded lane. I don't know if you've noticed, but you have the tracker showing up twice in your overlay. So one is an actual like add-on on Twitch.
Opponent snapped.
Big crossbones. So 3, 6, 9. 9, 11, 12. So we match the power output of left with an Ultron. Oh, sorry, RS Barry. It auto, you didn't actually get a warning. Nightbot just hides any links. My bad. You're okay. So they skipped into Infinite, right? Infinite here would be 40, and then we would go down quite a bit here, down to like what, 15? I think we might have a shot just because we spread so much power. We should have a tie in the left lane with the Ultron. No, we win in the left lane with the Bishop scaling. We will take the cheap and cheeky 4 cubes They never expect the Ultron. I think that's the tech here. I wasn't sold on it at the start, but I definitely think it's the tech. We'll take it. Let's jump into the next one. Can't wait for TLSG's Misery Clog Cook. I'm excited to try Misery. Misery is one of those cards that I think could be really, really, really strong, or just flop incredibly hard. So kind of like the War Machine when it first came out, where it was super hyped and then it was just bad. Or Legion, where everyone thought it was going to be super bad and then it was super good. So the hydrate reminder from Nero, I appreciate you. I appreciate the reminder. So we have the mystery variant. I'm going to go ahead and pull one. See what we end up pulling here. The last two mystery variants I've opened have been Pixels. Not a bad one. I don't think I ever use Ronin. Very rarely. But as far as his skins go, that's not a bad one. Kind of like it. Jump back over into a few more. We are at 27 games, 63% win rate. So we're holding pretty steady in like between the mid to high 60s. Over what's becoming a pretty decent sample size. I wasn't sold on this one when I first saw it. I think it's a good one. Next up, we have Big Spider in car. First location, Westview. We do have Bast, but I'm going to go ahead and wait one turn before I play it. That way, if we draw Bishop, Hood, Mysterio, we can get the benefit for it. Have you played the Wiccan Ronin Mystique deck? I feel like maybe I've played it a handful. Maybe. But I also may have just like seen it, and I don't know if I've tried it or not. Alright, so they had Bast that came down on 1.
Opponent snapped.
We have Bast on 2. Bishop on 3 is our line right now, unless we draw something better. So into Loki. Go Bishop. I think we need to try to push for Asgard so that they don't draw our discounted resources. Because a discounted Iron Man, discounted Patriot can be so scary. Created by Loki? No, this is theirs. Our Sinisters. Could be good, could be kind of scary. I think we go like maybe Wasp. Right, maybe we go ahead and use the Wasp to try to push up to where we might win it. But with them having Agent Venom, I don't think we do. We're one shy. Had we played out the Brood, we could have gotten there, but it would have taken up probably too much space for what it would have been worth. Let's go Iron Man, and then next turn, potentially looking at a Mystique into Bar Sinister.
I am Iron Man. I am Iron
Very,
Man.
very similar lines in Asgard. I know that Mystique here just wins this lane, but I don't think we would win Asgard if that's our play. We could also try like a Blue Marvel Hood, but depending on what they play, like the Mystique, we don't match that in this left lane. I think this has to be a retreat. Ultron over here could potentially be okay, but these are only Doom bots, and so we probably lose Bar Sinister, lose the hub. We're gonna jump out of it. What do you think of the current meta? Hella right now with Hellcow is kind of frustrating. I only find it frustrating whenever it becomes like pretty consistent or pretty common. And so if I'm seeing it frequently enough, then it becomes very, very frustrating. Ultron left. Ultron left, I don't think won the right lane because their bishop would scale in the right. And so if we were going to go Ultron left, it'd be better probably to do like Mystique to copy our Iron Man left, and then look to do like something small on the right. But I don't think it quite got us over the edge in the right because their bishop could continue to scale. I think the meta right now feels strangely both kind of open and very shut at the same time, if that makes any sense. It's really tough to build a deck that matches well into all of the kind of problematic decks like Clutter, Destroy. Destroy is not necessarily problematic, but like kind of a litmus of if a deck can perform well. And Hella. It's kind of tough to build into all of those, and then Move is in the mix. That's why I'm not a top-ranked player. Oh no, you're okay, Trino. You're absolutely okay. I don't mind. I don't mind backseeing at all. All right, next up we have Arito. The first location, Isle of Silence. Second one, Jotunheim. Okay. We have Bast, but nothing really that big. Like Bishop, probably what we play over in the right lane. We want to avoid Jotunheim for the most part. Iron Man is decent. Iron Man into Mystique into Mysterio. Could be an okay line if we get if we get Agent Venom down.
Wind,
They storm
stay
left.
my hand.
We should have priority, right? So we get the guaranteed ability to get like our Brood down. And we do get either Blue Marvel or Iron Man next turn. Go ahead and do this. Love the beginner videos though. Really helped me out. Thank you so much, Nero. I want to be able to pick those back up at some point. Ooh. Yeah, that's a problem. I do want to be able to pick those up at some point. But whenever I was recording from day 60 to day 100, my hard drive fried, which is the unfortunate part. So the right lane, if we could have gotten a Patriot, we could maybe get it there with Mystique copying Blue Marvel. It would go up by another 4, so 18. We just don't match what they do here. Yeah, we'll retreat out of that one. It was just big power in the left.
Escaped.
And we couldn't match a potential Infinite in these two, so had to jump out of it. My hard drive fried, and I lost the beginner video ending of the beginner video series. I lost it, and so I'd like to at some point revisit it, but I also want the hard acquisition system or something to change significantly enough that it would be at least somewhat varied. Right now it feels very, very much the same as the first run through. Next up, we have January, rank number 72. Sanctum Sanctorum, typically unfortunate. They're running Arisham. And I found that anytime we're in a meta that is kind of frustrating, you see Arisham start cropping back up. Like if there are a lot of other fun alternative lines that people are enjoying, you typically don't see Arisham anywhere. But we've been seeing a lot of Arisham. So Patriot, we're gonna need, I think, an Ultron to be able to make it happen. We could always go like Patriot, Mystique, copy, and we're hopeful. Oh, if this is your full-time job, all your snap purchases are business expenses? They are, but I still want to spend frugally for sure. U.S. agent, probably not helpful going into the final turn. All right, let's copy with the Mystique. Wow. Pulling those back in with Beast so they can double the power again. Super unfortunate for us. They really should have snapped earlier. Once they saw Shuri's Lab and they knew they could do that, they probably should have snapped us. Starting snap as a beginner is probably so hard now because of title. Title, like the number of titles in the cache. Because there is the way that the caches work is it's like a set of like certain grouping. And so within that grouping, you always have like one currency, one cosmetic, so like title, avatar, one token, one card for Series 3, or however that ends up working out. You typically have... Each one is not completely random. They're subsected into like little groups.
I found a rock.
So the swarm comes back down. If they have Goliath, they would be able to
Iron Man.
destroy us regardless. If we top deck the Ultron or not. No such luck. All right. Yeah. And I don't remember the exact like a grouping, but it's every so many you get a like a guaranteed card. And the way that it's worked is so the order of the results are randomized within their set of like 7 or 10 or however many. I don't remember the exact number. And so it could be that you get a card on the very first one of your group of 10. And then on the next set of 10, you get it as your very last card. So there can be some really bad dry streaks, but it's all within like the set groupings of 10 that you pull them. Reserves whenever your Series 3 complete. Yeah, once your Series 3 complete, the reserves are super unfun to pull most of the time because you don't get much of anything up until you get your keys. The keys are exciting, but you don't get any cards. Next up, we have Goody Goody. We have the Nidavellir location, so an Iron Man is beautiful there. We also have the Agent Venom on turn 2, so on curve, so I'm going to snap into it. If for no other reason than Iron Man into Nidavellir is crazy strong. I wish they added Series 4 to the caches. I agree, me too. Constant titles and avatars it's boring. Yeah, hopefully things go well for Pocket. We can do the hood. I'm not sure if we benefit from it. I'm gonna go ahead and skip 1-3. Ooh, U.S. Agent, Invisible Woman. So we probably don't want to angle towards the Ultron stuff. It's probably more in line with like Rude stuff. And this does disrupt our chance to get like Patriot, Mystique. But we can't really do Brood here. I don't want to cap out this left lane in case they have a Killmonger that they hide behind that lane, or even a Shadow King. Could be kind of tough. But between Iron Man, Mysterio, which got hit by Agent Venom. We have Wasp. We can easily fill up the left lane
Iron Man.
and make an impact on the others. Sarah is scary. Go Mysterio 444 at, and we'll see. It really depends on what their big finisher is. We don't have anything that is above 10 power in the left, so that becomes a little bit hard to like snipe with a Shang-Chi. But I'd be curious what US Agent, Invisible Woman, what they're hiding behind the Invisible Woman as that big payoff. Is it fun though? It seems favor more players who spin. What, Pokemon Pocket? Pokemon Pocket doesn't. You can get about one deck from the cards that come in naturally, and then you just have to play like a big patience game from there. Shadow King, Hitmonkey, big Hitmonkey mid. What do they have in the left lane? Shang-Chi, no such luck, my friend. Oh, Rogue, hit the Vibranium. Unfortunate. It was a 50-50 that they pulled the right one. I'll be honest, as soon as you've done all the quests, there's nothing else to do except for open 2 packs a day. The Rogue was big. It did come down to a 50-50 flip. In the Vibranium. Had we positioned 2 Vibranium here, which we probably wouldn't have, I wouldn't have anticipated the Rogue. We could have had a chance, but from the leaks, ranked mode is coming in like around 6 to 8 months. It's crazy. So Pocket, I think, is a different type of fun. There's some strategy involved in like the building. You can get or complete about 1 pretty cohesive deck from the initial quests. After that, unless you're paying, it does become very slow to open cards. And right now, there's no incentive to continue grinding on the game. So I think that holds it back a little bit. But just knowing that it's a possibility out there, I think is pretty good or pretty big. That they're going to be working towards like that focus on the ranked mode or the focus on battles. Then Richard on the YouTube side said Mysterio would have won that. Oh, wait, that may have been a while back. Okay. So I think we go Bast here. I know that it hits the Ultron, but it helps Mysterio out dramatically. It helps the Wasp. It helps the Iron Man out dramatically too. Onslaught Citadel is huge here. We could go Brood, but I think we just wait. I'm going to see if we can draw into like a Patriot. Blue Marvel would also be great. And if so, then we can definitely start flooding some of those cards. First move, with it in Madam Weblam, it can get really big, really fast. Blue Marvel would probably be a little bit better, but thinking we need to play at least the Mysterio at the very least. We'll do that. Iron Man right next turn is pretty big for us. Do you have any plans to branch out to other games other than Snap or Pocket? I think eventually it would be nice to branch out, but I want to definitely, for streaming consistently or having streamed consistently, I want to build up like the viewership here before we even look at or consider branching out to something different. But I would like to do other genres or other games at some point in time.
Opponent snapped.
But with the Iron Man, since it's not the Blue Marvel line, we don't have Patriot. Next turn, Mystique. We could guarantee that we won Onslaught Citadel, but winning any other lane becomes the challenge. I'll give him that one. welcome in, Quinnick. Hopefully you're having a great morning. Incredibly early for you. Husky said, so you're really gonna go live for 30 days in a row, I hear? Yep. I am. Most of the, or a lot of the weekend days will be shorter ones. But for this one, for this Saturday one, my sleep schedule's so scuffed already from the overnight stream that I decided I'd go ahead and do a pretty lengthy one today. But no, I'm gonna be going live at least somewhat every day. And Cinema said that I roped them every turn last time. I'm gonna make sure we don't do that. We're gonna play them quickly.
Hey, man.
You're gonna be pleasantly surprised today. Okay, Space Throne. They're playing the Hawk deck. Insane dedication. So it was a promise that I made to the community members that if we reach that sub goal before October 1st or on or before October 1st, we would make that commitment. And they absolutely smashed it out of the water or out of the park. They absolutely smashed the goal to pieces. And so we're gonna go live every day, at least for the 31. Then I'll go back to more of a normal scenario. Man, the luck of these rock draws is unfortunate. We only had 3 in our deck and we've drawn 2.
Escaped.
You should do a YouTube video when you play your viewers or their deck later on. I should. I think that'd be something that'd be pretty fun to do. Even if it didn't make a video, if it was just like a segment during the stream, I think that could be pretty fun. Or at least take deck recommendations in some way. Like maybe on the down days during Tuesdays, and a lot of Thursdays are kind of the big change days where I'd want to be running the decks that I want to run. But outside of that, I wouldn't be opposed to doing like viewer submissions. See how I can fare with them. Viewer battles. Yeah, it might be a reprieve from ladder, especially during like unfun metas. All right, so we have the U.S. agent. We have Bast. Oh wait, we don't want a Bast. That would be awful. That would not be the Bast play we could go with. Because that would lower our Agent Venom, our Ultron, and wouldn't really give us anything for any of the others. Let's go Agent Venom to the left. Let's go Brood into mid next turn, unless we draw something better. or unless Pet Mansion has something to say about it. We don't want to do Bast now because of the Mysterio. So I think we're just going to go Patriot right, Bast middle, unless we draw Mystique as a top deck. So this meta is so frustrating, went from 90 to 70. Yeah, the meta is definitely in a pretty tricky or unfun spot. We do have Blue Marvel for a 5 play. We have the Brood into Blue Marvel. I don't know if Ultron will be the direction we go. Use Havoc. That's a lot of power into Pet Mansion. Very unlikely, but if we could get Iron Man here into Mystique next turn, we could get an Iron Man over there to help us fight that location. We also have, what, 2, 4, 5 power Doombots? 5, 10, 15? 16, but their Havoc is going to scale more than that can do. But do they have enough to win any of the other ones? Marvel on it. Do like a Discord channel to submit decks. Just pick one that you think, pick the ones that you think are cool or look fun. Should. So we go Mystique. Real Mysterio. So fake one goes over here. I don't think we ever win the right, but I think we have a shot in the left. The extra blue marvel. 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8, 16, 21. It puts like 21 power. I do have tired math. We could potentially pressure the right lane. I don't know. I'm too tired to do the math again. We're gonna put Bast in the left, and we're gonna let it send. We're just gonna send it. Audie said, "My dream is to battle TLSG someday." I mean, you never know. You might win it. Agent Venom is so good. Dude keeps stealing all my cubes. He is a pretty strong one for sure. Feel that tired math? Yeah. It gets tough to calculate for sure. Looks like we get the good old casserole. Yeah, we get the good old casserole. We'll take left, mid, and we can compete for right. Whew.
Victory.
Captain said sleepy TLSG is a mood. Oh man, actually, I have for those of you that weren't here yesterday, I have probably the worst play I maybe have ever made when I was super sleepy yesterday during the stream, and for some reason it worked and played out. Pull up the video. Bro, you're still alive. I'll have to find the spot, but I'm gonna pull up the video because it was the worst play I think I've ever done. All right. So for reference, we were running a Scream Clutter deck. We were going against a Sentry and a Nihilus style of build, like a Clutter. So I'm worried about an Annihilus. Oh wait, oh man, it's the wrong player. I apologize. Otherwise, I think that player lags. I have to open it with VLC. There we go. Bro, you're still alive? Crazy commitment to the full-time job. I mean, we made the transition. What better time to go all in onto it than when drops are around? VLC players being laggy. Try it one more time. If it doesn't open, then I'll give up. I'll just have to do like a TikTok or a short on it. Yeah, we may just have to go back to plays. I apologize. Bro, you're still alive? Oh, there we go. Controls and output. That doesn't look great. I'm still here. I might not be able to figure it out. I apologize. I've wasted your time. I'll figure it out for another day. He said, well, let's see it. All good. Well, I'll figure out how to pull it up. For whatever reason, the VLC player is being kind of finicky. Tired TLSG, tired desktop too. Yeah. Like it pulled up my VLC. It's never done it before, but it pulled up in 2 separate windows. Like one was the control and one was the other. And I couldn't get the source to set as the correct one. And so I'll create a clip out of it and at least share it on the Discord later. Hired local streamer guy. Hired local streamer guy. That was me last night. Like it was a struggle towards the end. Feeling okay now, but let's see. Next up we have a Cream. Let me make sure that I have all the scenes and the views and everything fine. Next up we have Cream. The first location in Brooklyn Bridge, which usually isn't a big issue for us. We do have Patriot. We have the Agent Venom, which is also really good. We can rotate in Quantum Tunnel, but I'm always fearful of rotating into Ultron, so we're not going to do that, at least not right now. Might rotate a Wasp like after we crawl into the Ultron. Perfect. And then let's go Patriot. We won't be able to do it like a Mystique follow-up. We won't be able to do it into Brooklyn's Bridge, but at least we can get it down onto the board. Magic, depending on how high roll their deck is, could be problematic. We do have the Ultron. I'm gonna hold the Brood because the Ultron or the Brood Ultron bots are the same base power as the Brood. Ever passed there? On turn 4, instead of playing out the Hood. I think if I had like a Mystique lineup for Patriot, or I thought we would draw into it, yeah, I could see the skip there. So we'd have the potential like follow up for Patriot, and especially since we could have run into any of those. But I also like the increased power Hood plus like the demon. So I don't know. Maybe there's some scenarios where I'm tired too. Maybe no. There's some scenarios where I think it definitely is warranted for a skip. Like maybe if we had one of the 5-cost ongoings, we skip just to see if we get Mystique. Because if you get Mystique, like I would ideally do like the Patriot Mystique 5-cost into the Ultron. Otherwise, it ends up being like something else. Oh, and I guess we have an extended turn too with round 7.
Wakanda forever.
Black Panther's very scary. Can't really match up to what he can do. We would have actually been. We should have listened to Husky. Probably skip on 4 and 5. Since we had that turn 7. Husky, I think you were on the right line. But I think that's probably the only way we potentially beat like a negative high roll. And then comics fans, thank you so much for the raid. Hopefully you had a fantastic stream. For you guys joining us, hopefully you enjoyed comics this stream. And what were you running? How are you feeling about the meta? That's been kind of the hot button topic that I feel like a lot of people are very, very mixed on how the meta feels right now. I think there's a lot of decks that are very unfun to play against. Ooh, nice! You hit infinite. Congratulations. That's a big finish because we're still really early in the season. Had to play Hella to do it though. Yeah. Saw a lot of that tonight. Yeah. Yep. So like Hella can feel pretty unfun to play against Clog, and then the movement deck can also feel pretty unfun with like the Madam Web Cosmo to make it really tough to like really tell what they're gonna do and where. And so I think the meta that we're in is a very interesting one. There's a lot of decks, or a decent amount of decks that can perform well. It's just most of the stuff and most of the matchups are relatively like unfun ones. And then Husky puppies. Husky, don't act like you're not a You're not a hella player. I'm too busy playing Pokemon Pocket to climb. Pilk, I'm so glad that you're enjoying the Pokemon Pocket. The plus you're on the Asia server too. Gotcha. Usually hit 90s and struggle. Oh, it was smooth sailing. The start of my stream. Oh, I thought I ended the turn. The start of my stream today, it was pretty rough. It was very rough going to find a deck that was really kind of matching well, and then eventually we settled on this one. I've been seeing actually a surprising amount of Arisham today. I think I'm just gonna skip into like maybe Brood into Gamma Lab, but with Nocturne they may turn it off. We have Machine World, so we could force them to have some kind of junk in their hand. Yeah, Arisham is definitely trying to creep back in. Thankfully, no one turn on Loki's. Yeah. We don't really have a great hand. We don't have like a Patriot into like an Ultra Online. We didn't get the Agent Venom. We didn't get Bast. So I think I'm comfortable giving them the 1 here, since we didn't get to really develop much. Like we could start with the Bishop and then start flooding from there. But since we didn't get anything to like really increase it, it doesn't feel like it would be able to really stand on its own. That it's KM's fault. Let's blame him. Turn 1 Loki, I concede. Depending on the deck I'm running, sometimes them getting my resources may not be as good as what they would have hoped for. But there are certain times where it's just like an overwhelming loss. To be honest, it feels like the meta centers around KM videos sometimes. I mean maybe. And so I know he definitely focuses on like the most effective and most efficient lists, like as a like high infinite player. And so I think a lot of people grab from those, because if they're doing well at high infinite, they try to see if it translates to the all across the spectrum. KM video center around the meta, yeah. Let's go Patriot here. Ideally, we can get like a buffed up Mystique to copy Iron Man into copy of Mystique. No, with Nexus we won't be able to do that.
My hand.
We can go Bishop or Brood. And I kind of think we go Brood. Next turn we have Blue Marvel or Iron Man, depending on if we're winning in the flood lane or not. Goose. Okay, so we can still do Bishop over there. We can do Iron Man or Blue Marvel mid. Then if we get Mystique, then we can copy on top of it.
Snap!
Not sure how they win from here.
Victory!
He knows top people decks faster than most because he's well connected. Yeah. Yeah, I know that he keeps a really like his Discord has most of the like top ranked players in there, and they're talking all the time. And so he's definitely very well connected on like that aspect of it. It actually makes oh gotcha. I feel like I've had more bad draws using Loki turn 1 than not. Took him out of my Arsham deck. Yeah. Yeah, it's at the point where since you're not getting any additional card draw, sometimes it stabs you in the back when you don't get like, anything good. And the comic said this old man needs some rest after a 6-hour stream. Glad I finally managed to catch you live. I was glad that you were able to hop in as well. I feel like we've like seen each other in like the Discord, but never really got to connect. So hopefully you enjoy your rest, and hopefully you enjoy the rest of your Saturday. So let me give you a shout out. I always forget to do that. So that's Comics Fan. Streams a lot of Marvel Snap. I think has also dabbled in like Rivals whenever that comes back, and is always up to something kind of cool. And so if you haven't checked him out, hit the heart button. I'm sure that you'll enjoy his content as well. So the Cosmo comes down. The Cosmo is fine for the most part, especially with our Bishop in play. Big Iron Man is massive, so just Iron Man Mystique is a good line. Hearthstone, Magic, and more. Nice. I knew that you dabbled in an array. I just didn't know like how far that array went. So we'll catch you again soon, Comics. Okay, perfect. We drew the Mysterio, and I think that's a snappable piece for us. Otherwise, our follow-up to the Iron Man with the Mystique is relatively weak. But we can do Iron Man. Wait, since it wasn't hit by the Agent Venom, might not be huge. We abandoned Wakanda.
Iron Man.
Wasp is actually pretty decent. But Necrocia's kind of tough to win with the -2. So it really hurts our Iron Man line. Do we ever put out enough pressure here? Probably not, right? That just goes up too high. It goes from 15, 24, 4, 8, 12, 24. No. I feel like it would have to be in the right, and the right feels pretty bad. Odin is a threat? Yeah, Odin's a threat too. They shouldn't Odin here? I feel like this is our only chance. Necrotia just makes it kind of tricky. You beat the Odin. So Mystique goes -2, that brings it up to 0, and then just +2. So we're only 4 power, 4 power in Necrotia with the Mystique line. Yee. No? Wait, what? We're not only 4? Did I do it wrong? Did I do the math wrong? That's a retreat? It should be. Yeah, it should. I think it definitely should be. I ran out of time. There's the final play. Oh no. We would have been better off to do just Ultron over there.
I am Iron Man.
Like Ultron would have been 6 power. Would have maybe been better. Just didn't bump with the left. Panic.
I want the throne. Victory.
Just as I rode up. My goodness, what is that? Just as we designed. I'm guessing they didn't draw into their hammer. I'm guessing they hit 7 with the Wasp, maybe? Or didn't want to play the hammer because it would be -1, so it would bring them to 0. But yeah, I think it was stuffed. They weren't able to draw it. Well, I don't even feel good about that one. The play that we did should have lost. I'll take it. Nothing gets past the legendary snap game. Absolutely nothing. Yeah, and the Wasp ended up going left instead of Wasp left. Yeah. Easy game. Never had a doubt. I had plenty of doubts. Next up we have Cinema once again, which is Ordinary Harry, which I found that out last night. We can go Bast. hits Hood. Yeah, let's go ahead and go Bast, I guess. It hurts the Agent Venom, but it helps both Hood and Patriot. So I kind of like the idea. Hit your full-time goal. We did hit the full-time goal, indeed. So we actually smashed the full-time goal out so quickly that I made the commitment that I would go live every single day, at least to some degree, in October. So from October 1st to 31st, we'll be live in some capacity every day. Because I set the goal at 1,000, and I was going to stream until the 9th to be able to reach it. And I told everyone if we reached it before or on October 1st, then I would make that commitment. And they absolutely came through. You guys absolutely came through. So not a they, it's all of you guys. So we're at almost 1,300 is what we're hovering around. So that's why Husky is alive every day. Are you going live every day, Husky? Is that something that you're doing too, or was that just a troll? Congrats, man! A lot of people's dream, and so I'm really nervous. Oh, you've been live 15 in a row. That's commitment. How are you hanging in there? Is it kind of like weighing on you? You're halfway there. You're halfway to the 30. So I guess technically, I'm copying you. I'm nervous about it because, you know, it could end up being that like the full-time thing doesn't end up panning out. But if I didn't do it, I wouldn't. I always think of like, what if? What if we had? Oh no, I missed the ad. I missed the like the ad deny. My bad, guys. I'm not super impressed with this. And maybe I don't play the rock to the right, and maybe I play the demon instead. But just in case we don't draw something better, I wanted the demon as an out on the left. I want to do some snap variety and collab stuff, just to keep up the mental. Yeah. And then Husky Puppies. Thank you so much for tier
welcome.
1.
It took you long enough.
Very much appreciated. I'll have to return the favor in your stream. But that pushes us, we're getting really close to 1,300. Which is way more than I thought we'd be able to. It was the bribe for a collab. Oh, Husky, I'm seeing ad. Why am I still seeing ads? I don't know, Husky. I typically don't run them in mid-game, but I absolutely overlooked it. So it was a bribe to get the ads to go away. All right, so we definitely overshot the right lane.
Hey, you found a rook.
Kitty Pride, Iron Man.
I am Iron
Scary.
Man.
So an Iron Man of our own at 4 power here could be really big. Maybe. Maybe. No, Ultron. Unfortunate. I don't think we can win. This would be pretty big. It'd be 4, 5, 6, 7. No. 4, 8. It'd be 8. So it'd be 11 power here. Still need 5 in mid. Welcome back, Husky. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for ads to run mid game. I typically catch them and stop it beforehand, but a little bit sleepy. So the 11 power, I don't think we ever match this. They have the double Wiccan trigger. They could do Red Hulk. They could do Red Hulk. They could do Goliath. They could do any number of things. So I think Ordinary Harry is like 2-0, 3-0 against us. Twitch said you started them, you're gonna finish them. Twitch absolutely said that. It said he went full time. He needs his pennies. But no, Husky, we'll definitely. I definitely want to connect because I do always enjoy jumping into your streams and just kind of hanging out. I lurk in a lot of streams because I don't want to ever pop into any and feel like I'm trying to steal the limelight from anyone by like popping in and I don't know. So I lurk a lot. No, steal the limelight. All right, we can. We can probably be more vocal. It's an improvement for your stream. I don't know. Your streams are always pretty. Like the overall vibe of them are always very like. They're like upbeat, chill. I enjoy the vibes in them. A lot of times, as you get to like the upper like part of the ladder, it feels like there's a lot more like stress on each of the games, and I've never got that feeling from yours, because it can be pretty stressful when you're trying to climb and you're just absolutely having an off day. But I've never caught that from yours and from your streams. I think now we go with the Bast. We do have Patriot Mystique. Our hood is going to be decent. Then the Vibranium, the Rock. Let's go Patriot. I think next turn would be probably Mystique. Might even be Mystique Hood. That way we get the power on the board and we get the cheap 10 power? Cheap 10 power demon. Ugliest one you got? Well, Husky. I have just the one for you. Ugliest one I got, I think it is the, I want to say it's the Sabertooth one. The Pixel Sabertooth, and it just looks, kind of awful. Right, let's go with these two. Last turn, maybe Mysterio Demon Vibranium. Doesn't look like they've hit anything super high roll in theirs. Oh wait, next turn is only turn 5, so we got another one. I'm not gonna do the Mysterio. We're gonna hold off on a second. Rocket, it looks like a bounce, so they may have a Falcon that comes into play. Or they may just like shift a bishop over from right into mid. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only gonna be a 5 power bishop. I had a vision of you putting an image of my face on the top left for a second. No, that's definitely no. I wouldn't do that to you, Husky. The last turn, Blue Marvel. Blue Marvel would have been really good last turn. Something like Mysterio, Eamon. I think there's a lot of chances or reasons we should lose this one, but we're gonna see if we do. I put the real Mysterio to the right. The other ones, I guess they're all 4 power with the double Patriot.
Opponent snapped.
I'm curious enough to stay. I think we probably shouldn't, with them having like a rocket, them having probably Hit Monkey. Wasp is 5 power. Oh yeah, Wasp is 5 power versus the Mysterio at 4. And it scales Bishop. No, it scales Bishop the same. Oh. Yeah, the stage was big. Not big enough, right? take those. Really thought there would be like a hit monkey. I guess Sage was probably bigger than the hit monkey. And it definitely gave them the win here. Had they shifted a raptor from left to mid and put the Sable left, I think they probably could have done it. Let me go ahead and change the avatar for you, Husky, before I forget. Because I'm the worst at meaning to do it and then just jumping straight into another game. So we have Pixel Sabertooth, which is what immediately came to my mind when you said the ugliest you got. I mean, he just looks half put together. All the other ones I think look decent enough. Like that's the one that stands out to me as just like he said, I wish I could use the fish picture you have behind you when you stream as an avatar. Would be a nice one. S tier avatar. Yeah. I mean, it's one of a kind for sure. It is one of the avatars in the game. We don't know if it's a good one. Can't say that for sure. But I do enjoy running it. It just looks kind of crazy, kind of silly. All right, next up we have Heavy. The first location, Asteroid M. We have the Bast, but all right, now we have Mysterio, so we do want to go ahead and play Bast out. And I'll let it bounce into the end. We don't necessarily need it on the board, but Brood into Luke's bar is fantastic. Hit Agent Venom as well. Agent Venom is super strong, super common right now. I think we go Brood into being able to do like Brood again, maybe, depending on if and when we draw Patriot. That would be if and when we drew Patriot. Let's go Patriot left. Or let's go Bast into Patriot. That'll bring, I guess, this one up in case we need to play it. But we might as well. And we'll do Patriot last. That way we can copy it with the Mystique. And then the Lazy Fireman with the Hydrate Reminder. I appreciate you. Pilk, you said you're gonna go make some dinner and watch League of Legends. Oh, it's Worlds for League. That's one of those that, like, even if you don't know the game or understand the game, like, there's so electric that always a good watch. So, Blue Marvel or the Mystique? I think we go with the Mystique. We can go ahead and go Mysterio because we do have the extra. And the Mystique we can play in the right, and then it pulls over into Asteroid M to get around the Cosmo. Iron Man is scary. Man. Know their list? Oh, it's a Woody list? I feel like I've been seeing it a decent amount today. Not anything major in the left lane. They probably have Mystique. Maybe even like a Mystique Juggernaut. Potentially be a line they have. Maybe there's a claw. I've been seeing a list that runs something similar that does run claw. They did get Agent Venom down, and so a 4-power Mystique could be a huge swing for them here. And we could do Ultron this way. Get 4, 6, 6, 12, 18 power here. I think might be the best we could do. Otherwise, it's 7, 14, 17. I'm gonna try this, and we'll see. We'll see if we're able to hold down Crown City. But with like the Mystique,
There's no strings on me.
it's the 4-power agent. Yeah, Mystique. It's pretty big.
Iron Man.
Hitting on that last one. Ina, ooh, and then Kitty Pryde. By 1. Oh, actually by more than 1, because we put the real Mysterio over to the right. Why didn't I just bounce it? Even if it had not been for that, we lost by 1 because of the Kitty Pryde. So really big, also really unfortunate. I said I was wrong. Husky lied. No, Husky's fine. How long have you been streaming? I got my 29.9 watching yesterday. So I've been streaming for 6.5 hours now today. So we've had a pretty good run. It took a little bit to find a deck that I was enjoying, or felt like I was at least winning more than 50% of games. Like this one, we still drop a handful, but we're still winning a decent amount. So at one point this was around 70%. Hit a bad streak. I don't know if it was because I was sleepy, if it was bad play, or just bad matchups. But we're now hovering like upper 50s out of the 40 games, which still isn't terrible. I was right about it being a Woody list. Just the timeout. I didn't realize that was a list from Woody, but is this the Bast Agent Venom deck? It might. Foster, this one might be the Bast Agent Venom deck in the game. That list is good. Yeah, that list is good. Because it has so many uses for the Mystique. And I think KM Best cooked me with it earlier, if I remember right. I think he was running something like that. And Elysium was down, and he just absolutely just slaughtered me. So since everyone is going to have 29.9, he's 100% playable, right? I mean, he's playable. It'll probably be in his vid tomorrow, probably. That's fine. I can make a highlight there. We can go Brood. I think we always, yeah, as long as Mindscape is going to remain, I think we always have to go Iron Man versus the Blue Marvel. Oh, I guess left could destroy, yeah. Oh, you might mean the deck, hopefully not the match. I mean, the match might be there too. All right, hopefully they don't have the acid arrow. If so, they play it over here. We get cluttered. That is an acid arrow, and we did in fact get cluttered. Well, all right. So Blue Marvel it is. Just play the list and upload a video before KM. Easy, easy peasy. I wouldn't do that to KM Best. I wouldn't do that to anybody, not just KM Best, but I wouldn't do it to anyone. So they have to play over into the right or get power over there. We can Iron Man as well, and then maybe it's like Bast Wasp. I mean, it's not KM's. That's true. It would just be borrowing it first. Get the shocking face on the thumbnail when you post it.
I am Iron Man.
All right, that's a big power spread. Wow, Mystique, they went super heavy in the right lane.
I am Iron Man.
Definitely one there. Ooh, the Silver Sable does it for us. Take it. And then Dinman said, hello, my Star Trek brethren. Welcome in, Dinman. Hopefully you're having a great day. But I am starting to feel very, very sleepy. I'm gonna go take a nap before my family wakes up for the Saturday morning. We're gonna raid you guys over into someone. Do you guys have any preferences? We have Spyro, we have Dara, we have Harry, but I raided over into him yesterday. And a lot of the other ones look like their replays might not be English. We don't have a whole lot to choose from that are live. Imagine sleeping. I know it's wild. Wild concept. We'll go ahead and give go ahead and give Dara a raid. And then I appreciate you guys being here. I will catch you guys again tomorrow. So maybe around, I don't know if I'll be doing a late night stream or when that will be, but it will be relatively early in the day at the very least. And we'll be back live again. I'll do some more cooks, try to figure out something else that does well into the meta, into this interesting meta of the game that we have. But thank you guys as always for being here. I'm gonna go ahead and launch up into the raid, and we'll send you guys here in just a couple of seconds. I wouldn't be able to do this without you guys, and so I'm very, very appreciative of each and every one of you. And so I hope you have a great rest of your night, and we'll see you again real soon. Later, guys.